Chapter 3575. During the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, although Tang Sanpao did not intentionally get close to Duanling Tian, from the moment his identity was exposed, it was destined that he and Duanling Tian would never cross paths. Since then, Duanling Tian had never seen Tang Sanpao again. However, from the moment the palace master of the Tidal Temple joined forces with the Dead Spirit clan to possess him, Duanling Tian knew he was destined to be enemies with the Tidal Temple. As the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao was destined to be his enemy as well. However, Duanling Tian did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to see Duanling Tian. He did not expect to see Tang Sanpao in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Swoosh! Duanling Tian no longer bothered to conceal his identity since he knew Tang Sanpao had discovered his identity with his divine consciousness. Moreover, based on Duanling Tian's attitude, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Perhaps as soon as Duanling Tian recognized him, the other members of the Tidal Temple in the Nine Serenities battlefield must have received a message and learned of Duanling Tian's whereabouts. Tang Sanpao. Duanling Tian looked at Tang Sanpao calmly and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for coming here alone? It can be said that the Tidal Temple and I will fight to the death." As Duanling Tian finished speaking, an icy cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he shook his head and said, "Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to know the original owner of this body that I've possessed." Tang Sanpao has long been reduced to ashes. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind. He recalled the divine consciousness that gave him a sense of familiarity when it probed him earlier. In the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind at the right time. "Why, you're Mi Xian?" Duanling Tian recalled Mi Xian, a god king from the Dead Spirit clan. His divine consciousness was similar to the divine consciousness that had probed him earlier. The only difference was that it was not as vast and powerful as the divine consciousness that probed him in the past. Duanling Tian, naturally, understood this. After all, the Abyss Serenity battlefield forbade the bodies and souls of gods from entering. "I didn't expect Tang Sanpao's body to be possessed by Mi Xian." Duanling Tian did not expect this at all. "You're smart," Mi Xian said indifferently as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. "Mi Xian, I'm not surprised that you entered the Nine Serenities battlefield using Tang Sanpao's body. However, your soul shouldn't be strong enough for you to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield, right?" Duanling Tian was puzzled by this. Naturally, through Mi Xian's divine consciousness that was comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor, Duanling Tian could not be certain. "Humph!" Mi Xian snorted coldly. "The Dead Spirit clan is a living being in the form of souls. We're skilled in soul attacks. It's easy for us to seal souls." Mi Xian's words confirmed Duanling Tian's suspicion. As expected, Mi Xian had used a secret technique to suppress his soul to the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. That was why he was not rejected by the Nine Serenities battlefield. In the history of the Nine Serenities battlefield, there was no lack of such people. However, even if such people entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, their souls would be suppressed by the Nine Serenities battlefield and would be reduced to ashes. The Nine Serenities battlefield was formed when the realms of the gods collided. Its power was beyond imagination. Even deities would not be able to withstand its power, let alone ordinary celestials. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield where Duanling Tian and Mi Xian were facing off. They stared at them from afar. The two people in the lead were none other than Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. When they saw Duanling Tian, they were surprised. Although Duanling Tian was dressed in a black robe and had a black bamboo hat on his back, he had removed the bamboo hat from his head, revealing his true appearance. "Supreme Guardian is so young," Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect that." Luo Yiming nodded. The others also looked at Duanling Tian in shock. Was this the true appearance of the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Guardian? "This is the person who killed two of our great guardians and came looking for trouble with the Supreme Guardian?" Luo Yiming and Luo Feng shifted their gazes from Duanling Tian to Mi Xian. They were both furious and fearful. They knew this person was not someone to be trifled with. How could someone who dared to provoke the Supreme Elder of the Northern Profound Alliance be an ordinary person? Duan Ling Tian, I have to admit that your performance in the Nine Serenities battlefield is shocking. Currently, no one among the 9 star gods of war is a match for you in the Nine Serenities battlefield. You must be very proud of this, right? Mi Xian said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. Based on his attitude, it was clear he did not intend to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. To him, Duan Ling Tian was already a sitting duck. Duan Ling Tian? However, when the group of people from the Northern Profound Alliance heard how Mi Xian addressed Duan Ling Tian, from the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, to the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, and the ordinary disciples, they were stunned. Wasn't the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance Li Feng? How did he become Duan Ling Tian? What was going on? Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he the one who killed the second alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long in the 9 Eastern region? He's not only the vice-alliance leader of the disbanded Brahma Alliance, but he's also the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Supreme Guardian is Duan Ling Tian? Could it be that Li Feng is just his alias? It's said that Duan Ling Tian is skilled in the law of space. Our Supreme Guardian is also skilled in the law of space. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was shocked when they learned that their Supreme Guardian, Li Feng, was the same person as the famous Duan Ling Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No wonder the Supreme Guardian is so strong. Many people say he's as strong as Wu Long and Duan Ling Tian. It turns out that he's the Duan Ling Tian. I really didn't expect our Supreme Guardian to be the same person as the Duan Ling Tian. Even Luo Yiming and Luo Feng felt as though they were in a dream as the elders and protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance discussed the matter fervently. Mi Xian, you don't have the strength of a god king here. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you show up in front of me? Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Mi Xian's mockery. You should know that you can't break the soul seal in the 9 Serenities battlefield. God king. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance were stunned. They did not know what the 2 words meant. On the other hand, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at Mi Xian's back again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. This person is a god king? In the Devata realms, even a lesser god was considered an extraordinary figure. Not to mention the godly king powerhouses who were superior to lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. The person in front of them was a god king? Based on what the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had said, the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had entered the Netherworld battlefield by sealing himself. Thus, he was unable to display his full strength in the Netherworld battlefield. Once he displayed strength surpassing that of an immortal, he would be suppressed by the Netherworld battlefield. Their clans were also heaven-grade forces. In the ancient records of their clans, it was recorded that a god sealed his cultivation base and soul to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to kill others. However, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield because he unleashed his strength. Instead of killing his enemy, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield. This incident made them realize that even a god could only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if he can only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'm afraid the Supreme Guardian is no match for him, right? Luo Feng muttered to himself as he stood next to Luo Yiming. Since we know this, I'm sure the Supreme Guardian knows this as well. However, based on his expression, it's obvious he's not afraid of Mi Xian. Luo Yiming studied Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he came to this conclusion. At the same time, Mi Xian scoffed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, if I need the strength of a god king to kill someone like you who hasn't even become a 9-star god of war, then I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I can't unleash strength that exceeds my realm in the 9 Serenities battlefield, do you think I would come looking for you alone if I didn't even have the strength of a 9-star god of war? The disdain on Mi Xian's face deepened when he finished speaking. 9-star god of war. Although the people from the Northern Profound Alliance had long suspected that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war, they were still shocked when they heard it from Mi Xian's mouth. At the same time their hearts sank. They were deeply surprised that their identity as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance had been exposed. However, This did not mean that they no longer regarded him as the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. If not for the supreme guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance would have been destroyed long ago when the other two major forces in the Second North District had joined forces to kill their way to the nine-star god of war. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to this supreme guardian today. Nine-star god of war? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. That's great. Ever since I became a nine-star god of war, I haven't fought with anyone. This time, I'll use you as a whetstone. Chapter 3576. I just hope you won't be so angry that you'll break the seal on your own. At that time, I won't even have to do anything. The Nine Serenities battlefield will kill you for me. The moment these words left Duan Tian's mouth, everyone was instantly shocked. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked. The Supreme Guardian has become a nine-star god of war? Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, was shocked. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was really Duan Tian, it meant he was not even 700 years old yet. A nine-star god of war who was not even 700 years old? What did this mean? This meant he could become a god before he turned 1,000 years old. In the realms of gods, there were many young geniuses who could become gods before they turned 1,000 years old. However, in the At realms, no one had ever done it before. Based on what he had heard, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had ascended from the mundane realm to the At realms. He had never heard of anyone who had become a six-star god of war before they turned 1,000 years old, let alone becoming a god. A nine-star god of war. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at Duan Tian with a burning gaze. They had been shocked by the identity of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, but now, they were only shocked by the fact that the Supreme Guardian was a nine-star war god. The Supreme Guardian has become a nine-star god of war? Heavens! Previously, when the Supreme Guardian killed 4 8-star gods of war, I had a feeling he would soon become a nine-star god of war. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a pity the Supreme Guardian will have to leave the Northern Profound Alliance after today. Now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to stay in the Northern Profound Alliance. Moreover, the Northern Profound Alliance might even be disbanded. Disbanded? That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Don't forget that the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the Nine East region was disbanded because he killed Wulong. That's because Wulong died in the Heavenly Dao Alliance's hands. That's why the Brahma Alliance decided to vent their anger on the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance didn't know the true identity of the Supreme Protector, so we didn't offend the Brahma Alliance. Do you think a force like the Brahma Alliance will reason with you? The members of the Northern Profound Alliance whispered among themselves as they felt a sense of danger. Some of them even felt that the North Dark Alliance was about to be disbanded. You've already become a nine-star war god? When he heard Duan Tian say that he had already become a nine-star war god, even Mi Xian's expression turned grave. Although he tried to ease it, Duan Tian saw it clearly. Duan Tian, even if you've become a nine-star war god, you're still too naive if you want to use me, Mi Xian, as a stepping stone. Mi Xian sneered and said disdainfully, even if I can't use the profundities I've comprehended with this body, it's still easy for me to deal with you. As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The void trembled as cracks appeared in the void. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Tian like shadows. Mi Xian had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In the past, he could only rely on his soul energy to activate the law of space. Now, he could activate the law of space with his demigod cultivation base. A demigod and a 9-star war god had the celestial origin energy of divine energy. When he activated the law of space, it felt as though the void would shatter. Bas, 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 bas. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Tian at the same time. This 9-star war god is also skilled in the law of space? Many people from the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked by the scene before them. They knew that the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was proficient in the law of space. However, they didn't expect that the opponent of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was also proficient in the law of space. Moreover, his opponent was a 9-star war god. Retreat! When the nine-dimensional profundities shot out, a violent energy swept out and slammed into the void, causing it to tremble. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, injuring some of the Northern Profound Alliance's disciples who were closer to them. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance panicked. Only the Alliance leader, Luo Yiming, and the Vice Alliance leader, Luo Feng, did not retreat. The law of space? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly in the face of Mi Xian's attack. Just as well. Let me see how strong the law of space is with my celestial origin energy that has the divine energy. As soon as he finished laughing, 9 spatial tears appeared above Duan Ling Tian's head. Then, 9-dimensional profundities shot out. 9-dimensional profundities against another 9-dimensional profundities. In the first clash, both of them did not use their fused profundities. It was just a duel of profundities. When the two collided in the void, it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, it was as though their powers had cancelled each other out. This was one of the special characteristics of the law of space. When two equally matched spatial powers fought in the void, everything would return to deathly stillness. Tang Sanpeo's body has also cultivated to the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor? After the first clash, Duan Ling Tian realized that Tang Sanpeo's body was a genuine 10-direction celestial emperor. Moreover, Mi Xian's celestial origin energy had also given birth to the characteristics of the divine energy, so it did not belong to him. Duan Lington, let's see how strong you are now. Mi Xian sneered after the first wave of attacks was destroyed. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Duan Lingtian and struck with his palm. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying spatial storm wreaked havoc where Duan Lingtian was standing, causing the void to tremble as though it would crack open at any moment. Duan Lingtian's figure was completely shredded into pieces. To be more precise, it was an afterimage that was destroyed. Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the sky as soon as Mi Xian had used the teleportation profundity. As soon as Mi Xian struck with his palm, tens of thousands of sword rays condensed from space energy shot out. Swoosh! 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 A rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword Dao formed from space energy flashed and disappeared in the void, reappearing above Mi Xian's head in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian had not only used space energy, but he had also used the space sword Dao. This time, it was clearly too late for Mi Xian to teleport. Space sword Dao? It's indeed extraordinary. Mi Xian's voice rang in the air. It seemed as though he was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's technique at all. In just a blink of an eye, he raised both of his hands above his head as violent space energy surged out of his palms. Several intents of the rules of space merged with one another and formed a barrier above him. It shrouded the sky and the sun, as if it were able to isolate the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 Thousands of spatial sword lights fell like a rain of swords, landing on the violent spatial force surging from Mi Xian's hands and colliding with it, producing deafening booms. The sword rays continued to fall as if there was no end to them. The space energy above Mi Xian's head gradually diminished after a while. It was clearly unable to withstand Duan Lingtian's attack. Damn it! Mi Xian's expression was slightly ugly. If not for the fact that this body has yet to completely merge with my soul and can't fully display my comprehension of the law of space, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a match for me even if he used the space sword Dao. Right now, the power of the law of space I can display is only half of the power of the law of space my soul has comprehended. It's on par with Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He's using the space sword Dao to completely suppress me in terms of profundities. If I want to defeat him now, I can only rely on soul attacks. With a thought, a 7-foot-long spear suddenly appeared in Mi Xian's hands. With a shake of the spear, the thousands of sword rays blocking Duan Lingtian's attack were no longer so easily defeated by the space energy surging from his hands. The spear in Mi Xian's hands was pitch black and surrounded by strands of blood-red light. It gave off an evil feeling. Now that it was in Mi Xian's hands, it seemed to strengthen the power he displayed. He completely blocked Duan Lingtian's attack and was no longer as passive as before. A divine weapon? When Duan Lingtian saw the 7-foot-long spear in Mi Xian's hand, he recognized it as a divine weapon with just a glance. He wasn't surprised that Mi Xian had a spirit weapon. Do you think you're the only one with a divine weapon? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips, and then with a thought, a sword flashing with rainbow light appeared around him. It was none other than the high-quality divine weapon in his hands, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. The moment the Seven Orifices exquisite sword appeared, the sword rain in the sky became even more powerful. Mi Xian's momentary advantage not only vanished, but he was also being routed even faster. Mi Xian's expression didn't change, as if he had expected all of this. The moment the sword rays intensified, Mi Xian teleported away with his spear, completely avoiding the sword rain. He appeared in the air not far from Duan Lingtian and coldly stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's time to end this. Mi Xian no longer had any thoughts of leaving Duan Lingtian alive. He was prepared to use the soul attack he was most skilled at, destroying Duan Lingtian's soul in one blow and killing Duan Lingtian. The current situation did not permit him to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was this strong, no matter how conceited he was, he wouldn't have come alone. Before coming, he had believed that Duan Lingtian was only a peak 8-star war god. Chapter 3577. Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact. Based on Wu Hongqing's analysis, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, must have obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, to become a god and a lesser god king in just a few hundred years. There was no doubt the fortuitous encounter contained a Devata artifact. After all, the fortuitous encounter had to have been left behind by a god king. Naturally, such a powerhouse would have left behind more than one Devata artifact. It was not surprising that Feng Qingyang had given one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had taken out a Devata artifact to suppress his defenses. However, he did not continue to defend himself. After all, he knew he would be the unlucky one if he continued to defend himself. Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of the Devata artifact had far surpassed his strength with the help of the Devata artifact. In fact, they were not even on the same level. There was no point in continuing to defend himself. For this reason, Mi Xian decided to use the soul attack he was best at to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. The only difference was that he would not be able to use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack. However, in his opinion, even if he could not use his divine weapon to cast a soul attack, he would still be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you today. In the future, I'll make sure your master, Feng Qingyang, is buried with you. Mi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, a ray of flowing light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden ray of light that was surrounded by a grayish energy, causing the space to shake wherever it passed. You've lived a good life since you're able to die under my soul attack. Although Mi Xian's soul was only at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor, with his comprehension of the law of space, there were only a handful of demigods in heaven and earth who could withstand his attack even without the help of a divine artifact. As for those people without exception, they were all people who had external forces to rely on. It was either a soul attack divine artifact or a soul defense divine artifact. Whoosh! The soul attack wrapped in spatial energy flew towards Duan Lingtian as the rain of swords continued to chase after Mi Xian. Right now, Mi Xian wasn't even in the mood to defend against Duan Lingtian's sword rain. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, the rain of swords would naturally disappear. Die! Right now, Mi Xian was looking at Duan Lingtian like he was looking at a dead man. In all the Devata realms and the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian did not think there was anyone who was not a god who could withstand his soul attack. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. However, there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. I've been waiting for a long time. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. In the next moment, a 7-colored light suddenly shone in his eyes. At the same time, the 7-colored light swords that had been revolving around him instantly merged into his body and reappeared. This time, they appeared within the 7-colored light swords that had been shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's 7-colored soul attack that had merged with the law of space and the space sword Dao shot toward Mi Xian's soul attack that was not far away. From afar, it looked like 2 comets colliding in the starry sky. Finally, the 2 attacks collided. In the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion. After all, it was only a soul attack, and there was still a big difference between it and a material attack. The two attacks converged, and after a moment of entanglement, a sword with 7 colored flowing light appeared, and the two soul forces disappeared without a trace. They exhausted each other. A high-grade divine artifact? Before the members of the Northern Profound Alliance could react, Mi Xian's voice rang out. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, Duan Lingtian had used this sword to suppress him with a physical attack. Then, he used this sword to unleash a soul attack that was evenly matched with his. Only a high-grade divine artifact or above could unleash a physical attack and a soul attack at the same time. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword was a high-grade divine artifact. After the initial shock, greed appeared in Mi Xian's eyes. If he could obtain such a high-grade divine artifact, his strength would rise by more than a level. In the next moment, Mi Xian seemed to think of something and his expression changed. No! Puchi! 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 After Mi Xian's soul attack failed, the rain of swords landed on his defenseless body. In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian's body was riddled with holes. Whoosh! As his body was riddled with holes, a soul leaped out. It was Mi Xian's soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled violently in the void. Duan Lingtian, from now on, we will fight to the death. Mi Xian's tone was filled with extreme anger and unwillingness. He had spent a lot of effort to merge with Tang Sanpao's body. He had even used the dead spirit race's ability to completely possess a physical body. Although he could possess another person's body in the future, he would not be able to accept everything about that person. He could only possess the other person's body. Fight to the death? You'll have to live until then. Duan Lingtian sneered and said, Huang destroy him. Swoosh. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared outside the 7-colored light sword that was suspended in the air. The beautiful figure was a young woman who wore clothes that were intertwined with 7-colored lights, and she was especially eye-catching. The moment she appeared, the Northern Xian Alliance members' attention was drawn to her. Artifact Soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled when he saw the scene before him. It was clear that he was far more agitated than before. It was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. Even in the realms of gods, a divine artifact of this grade would be considered a top-tier treasure. Yes, master. The woman Duan Lingtian summoned was the 7 Orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang Er. After replying to Duan Lingtian's order, Huang Er charged toward Mi Xian's soul with her sword in hand. A dazzling 7-colored sword ray streaked across the sky in an unstoppable manner. It was as though it could destroy and annihilate everything. Under the watchful eyes of the Northern Xian Alliance members, Mi Xian's soul trembled as though it would be destroyed in the next instant. Duan Lingtian, you don't have the strength to kill me. At this critical moment, Mi Xian's soul clasped his hands together. Instantly, his body emitted waves of mist and dark green flames that burned on his body. In the next instant, as the dark green flames burned and the mist covered the surrounding area, there was a flash of blood and Mi Xian's soul completely disappeared. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Er's sword missed Mi Xian. As expected of the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian managed to escape from me, even though he sealed his soul at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. When Mi Xian's soul disappeared without a trace, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to kill Mi Xian today. Although Duan Lingtian had acted decisively, he was not confident he could kill Mi Xian. After all, Mi Xian was a god king. Even if Mi Xian's soul was sealed, it would not be easy to kill him. Although I don't know if you willingly allowed yourself to be possessed by Mi Xian, at least I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Mi Xian's battered body. To be more precise, it was Tang Sanpao's body. Naturally, he was speaking to Tang Sanpao inwardly. Meanwhile, the members of the Northern Xian Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. A 9-star god of war. A 9-star god of war who had a high-grade divine artifact and a divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. A 9-star god of war who had nearly killed another 9-star god of war and caused his soul to escape from his body. How could such a person be the supreme guardian of the Northern Xian Alliance? Alliance leader Luo. After Mi Xian escaped, Duan Ling Tian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword and looked at Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Xian Alliance. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now, it's time for me to leave. There's no need for the Northern Xian Alliance to disband like the Heavenly Dao Alliance. After all, you didn't know my identity in the past. Moreover, the Brahma Alliance won't have a chance to vent their anger on you. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian turned around and left without waiting for Luo Yiming's reply. He teleported and disappeared from the sight of the North Dark Alliance's members. He left. Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Xian Alliance, was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's sudden departure. However, the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. I thought the Supreme Guardian would lead the Northern Xian Alliance to the Central Region. I didn't expect him to leave. You're too naive. So what if the Supreme Guardian helps the Northern Xian Alliance to secure a place in the Central Region? It's easy to secure a place, but it's difficult to protect it. With the Supreme Guardian's talent, it won't take long for him to become a true god. At that time, he'll have no choice but to leave the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, the powers that didn't make a move on the Northern Xian Alliance because they were afraid of the Supreme Guardian will continue to watch the Northern Xian Alliance grow. Judging from the Supreme Guardian's words, he's not going to cause trouble for the Brahma Alliance, right? That's possible. Ever since the death of the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, the Brahma Alliance has been chasing the Supreme Guardian all over the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if the Supreme Guardian shows himself now, the Brahma Alliance won't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 3578. Previously, when Wu Long, the second guardian of the Brahma Alliance, came to challenge him, Duan Ling Tian did not think the Brahma Alliance was involved. After all, it was a personal challenge. In fact, even when Wu Long had challenged him, he hadn't thought of killing him. It was only when Wu Long tried to kill him that he decided to kill Wu Long. He knew that killing Wu Long would offend the Brahma Alliance and the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Ji Heavenly Palace. However, he still did it to clear his mind. If he showed mercy to Wu Long because he was afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heavenly Clan, no matter how hard he tried to comfort himself, it would leave a trace of resentment in his heart. And just this trace of indignation was enough to make it difficult for him to continue on the path of cultivation. If I hadn't killed Wu Long back then, I wouldn't have been able to enter the demigod realm. Even now, Duan Ling Tian didn't regret killing Wu Long. If he hadn't killed Wu Long, his path of cultivation wouldn't have been so smooth. He wouldn't have been able to break through to the demigod realm and become a 9-star war god. The Brahma Alliance. While he was in seclusion, he wasn't completely dead. Occasionally, he would come out of seclusion, and it wasn't hard for him to overhear some members of the North Profound Alliance talking about how the Brahma Alliance was searching for him. The Brahma Alliance had even set up a bounty for him. Anyone who could provide him with clues would be rewarded handsomely. Those who killed him could bring his corpse to the Brahma Alliance and claim the bounty as well. I'll deliver the bounty myself. I hope the Brahma Alliance won't disappoint me. After leaving the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Ling Tian headed south. He was originally in the north, and the Central Region was to the south. After crossing the Central Region, he would reach the south. However, his current target wasn't the south, but the Central Region. To be more precise, the Brahma Alliance was his target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian flickered as he teleported. Every time he teleported, he would cross a great distance and arrive at the Central Region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance is? After entering the Central District, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared in front of a middle-aged man. He asked with a smile on his face. However, the middle-aged man was a little annoyed that Duan Ling Tian had blocked his way. I don't know. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian didn't ask the middle-aged man any more questions. With a teleport, he disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight and reaction range. The middle-aged man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He's so strong? Even if it was the Space Law's teleportation profundity, only those who were far stronger than him could come and go without a trace. It was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying Xianxia was at this moment, and he felt a wave of lingering fear and relief in his heart. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked a few more people for directions, but without exception, he was rejected. At this moment, Duan Tian finally realized how rash he was to block their path. Therefore, after finding his next target, he didn't stop him. Instead, he flew side by side with him. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance's base is? Now, Duan Tian's target was also a young man. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary face, but his eyes were extremely sharp and his chiseled face showed some determination. The moment Duan Tian spoke, his expression changed with a whoosh. In his opinion, since this purple-clothed young man was able to approach him so silently, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him. Don't be nervous. Duan Tian shook his head as he looked at the young man who hurriedly distanced himself from him. If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be alive? Hearing Duan Tian's words, the young man's expression eased. The Brahma Alliance's base is in the Chunibu district. Chunibu district? Duan Tian was startled. Then which district are we in right now? Chunibu district. The young man looked at Duan Tian in puzzlement. This purple-clad young man with frightening strength didn't know which district he was in right now? How do I get to the Chunibu district? Duan Tian asked the young man again. Hearing this, the young man pointed to the southeast. If you go in this direction and cross the Chunibu district, you'll reach the Chunibu district. The Brahma Alliance is the strongest force in the Chunibu district. When you get there, you can ask anyone to find the Brahma Alliance's base. But why are you going to the Brahma Alliance's base? Recently, the Brahma Alliance has no plans to recruit new people. After saying this, the young man kindly reminded Duan Tian. Since the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, was killed, the Brahma Alliance cancelled their original recruitment plan and has been postponing it. Even now, they haven't said when they will recruit new people. I don't plan to join the Brahma Alliance. Duan Tian smiled faintly. Then, his eyes subconsciously narrowed into slits. I asked for the location of the Brahma Alliance's base because I want to find trouble with them. Thanks. In the end, before the young man could react, Duan Tian had already disappeared in front of his eyes. It was only now that the young man came back to his senses. Find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Him. Are you kidding me? But looking at him, he seems a little familiar? Thinking back to the purple-clad young man's appearance, the young man only felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that the young man racked his brain and remembered why he felt that he was familiar. He looks exactly the same as the Duan Tian that the Brahma Alliance is looking for. It's just that the real person is more charming than the portrait. At this moment, the young man finally remembered. The reason he felt that the purple-clad young man was familiar was because he had seen his portrait. He said he's going to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Does he have the confidence to deal with the Brahma Alliance? Isn't he just an 8-star god of war? No matter how powerful and heaven-defying an 8-star god of war is, it's impossible for him to contend with the #1 leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jianghu. Jianghu is a famous 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His strength is incomparable. Could it be that he has become a 9-star god of war during this period of time? The more the young man thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why would Duan Tian hide in the beginning and appear directly to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Let's go and join in the fun. After guessing the identity of the other party, the young man didn't hesitate and immediately walked in the direction that Duan Tian had left in. Of course, he didn't know which direction Duan Tian had left in. However, he knew that Duan Tian had definitely gone in the direction he had pointed out. If I can personally witness the battle between Duan Tian and the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jianghu, I can say that my life has not been in vain. As the young man sped along, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Brahma Alliance's base was located in the Chunibu district. As the strongest force in the Chunibu district, the Brahma Alliance's base was located in the center of the Chunibu district. It was surrounded by many cities. In the Brahma Alliance's base, both Jianghu and Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple, were waiting for Mi Xian's return. They were curious. Was the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian Li Feng in the 2nd North District Duan Tian? However, they waited patiently. Before Mi Xian could return, an unexpected guest appeared. Jianghu! A calm but penetrating voice resounded in the Brahma Alliance's base. Didn't the Brahma Alliance say that you're looking for me, Duan Tian? Now that I, Duan Tian, am here, aren't you going to show your gratitude? Duan Tian stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was extremely penetrating. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the Brahma Alliance's base heard it. The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance standing in front of the Brahma Alliance's base frowned. They wanted to ask the person in front of them about his identity and why he was approaching the Brahma Alliance. However, before they could open their mouths, the other party's next words shocked them. He's Duan Tian? Heavens! He's Duan Tian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The Duan Tian who killed the former leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong Alliance? He actually came to the Brahma Alliance? Moreover, he even asked the Lord Alliance Master to come out? Is he tired of living? Hasn't he been hiding all this time? Why did he come out now? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance were shocked by Duan Tian's words. If this person was really Duan Tian, there was only one possibility. Duan Tian was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance. He was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance's leader. Has he become a 9-star war god? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. Even the people in the Brahma Alliance's base were thinking the same thing. As long as this person wasn't an imposter, it meant that he had become a 9-star war god. Duan Tian. Even Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star war god from the Tidal Temple, had a solemn expression on his face. It seems like the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District isn't Duan Tian. Duan Tian has personally come to the Brahma Alliance's base, and it seems like he's already a 9-star war god. Yu Chaochuan naturally didn't think that Mi Xian would be defeated by the current Duan Tian. He thought that Mi Xian was still investigating the identity of the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, which was why he hadn't returned yet. But now, the Duan Tian they had been searching for all this time had delivered himself to their doorstep. Now, that Ji Ying should be coming towards me, right? Almost as soon as Yu Chaochuan thought this, Ji Ying's voice came from outside. Our goal is Duan Tian. Since he's here, why don't we go and meet him together? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Ji Ying was usually so arrogant. Wasn't he looking for him because he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Duan Tian? Chapter 3579. Almost no one in the Brahma Alliance thought Duan Tian was here to seek his death. What a joke! If he was not strong enough, why would Duan Tian come to them? Duan Tian hovered in the air with his hands clasped on his back. His expression was calm and emotionless. As time passed, more and more figures walked out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. There were also people approaching from other directions. They stood at a distance and stared at the purple figure from afar. He's Duan Tian? It's one thing for him to look young, but is he really not even 700 years old? This news has been verified by many sources. Do you think it's fake? Duan Tian was no stranger to the onlookers. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the young genius who had recently won the Devata realm's battle of geniuses and displayed his strength as a 7-star god of war. Not long ago, he had killed the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wu Long, who was also the 2nd leader of the Brahma Alliance. After that, he replaced Wu Long and became the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since then, the Brahma Heaven Alliance had gone to great lengths to search for Duan Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, their efforts were to no avail. Today, Duan Tian had taken the initiative to look for Duan Tian with a calm expression on his face. It seems like this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has broken through and become a 9-star god of war. At this moment, most of the onlookers had rushed over after receiving news of Duan Tian's arrival. Most of the onlookers were familiar with the people from the Brahma Alliance. After receiving news of Duan Tian's arrival, they had also sent messages to their friends. Therefore, more and more people gathered to watch the show. It seems like Duan Tian didn't come with good intentions. I wonder who's stronger between him and the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying? The number of onlookers is still increasing. I wonder if the other 9-star gods of war from the central region will come to watch the show as well. I think so. However, that's only if they make it here in time. A group of people stood in the distance, watching Duan Ling Tian while whispering to each other. The number of onlookers was still increasing. It's the second guardian of the Heavenly Chu Alliance, Qin Zheni. He actually came as well. As an old man in a gray robe approached, many people's attention fell on him. The Heavenly Chu Alliance was also a famous force in the central region. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the Brahma Alliance. If one were to say that the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District, then the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District. In that case, the Heavenly Chu Alliance would be the strongest in the 3 middle districts. The leader of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance was also a 9-star god of war. As for the second protector of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zheni was an 8-star war god. Moreover, he had been famous in the central region for a long time. Thus, when he arrived, many people recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Guardian Qin, are you here to join in the fun as well? Guardian Qin, there will definitely be a battle today. Do you think the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, or this Duan Ling Tian will win? Many people who had met Qin Zheni before or knew him took the initiative to greet him. Every one of them was very enthusiastic. Some people couldn't help but ask Qin Zheni what he thought of today's matter. It's hard to say. Let's just watch. Qin Zheni smiled faintly. After Qin Zheni, a few other famous 8-star war gods in the central region also arrived. They also attracted a lot of attention. Of course, those who could make it in time were those who were nearby and had received the news. There were still many people who were on their way because they were far away. As for those who were further away, they chose to give up and come personally. However, all of them were waiting for the news. Many people were curious about the outcome of today's battle. On one side was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian. On the other side was the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Ji Ying. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to come, it means that he's confident. As long as Ji Ying accepts the challenge, he'll most likely lose. Many people thought so. He's still not coming out? As more and more people gathered around, they realized that the alliance leader, Ji Ying, hadn't come out even though a lot of people from the Brahma Alliance had come out. Is alliance leader Ji Ying afraid? If he doesn't come out today, not only will he and the Brahma Heaven Alliance be disgraced, but his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, will also be disgraced. Who knows what's going on? Many people could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw that the alliance master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji Ying, had yet to show himself. Of course, their voices were very soft since there were many people from the Brahma Heaven Alliance present. It seems like I'm not too late. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from the horizon, attracting everyone's attention except for Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's gaze, a sturdy old man wearing a loose green robe descended from the clouds. His expression was determined, and there was a blood-red diamond-shaped mark between his brows. He was holding a sheathed saber in his left hand. The old man's messy white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look wild and unruly. Could he be Swordsman Chu? As soon as the old man appeared, some people's eyes flickered, and they frowned slightly. Some people who reacted quickly could not help but exclaim softly, "Swordsman Chu?" Immediately, the gazes that fell on the old man changed again. Swordsman Chu did not belong to any faction. No one knew if he had any background outside the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he was a lone cultivator in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason Swordsman Chu was famous in the central region was because he was a 9-star god of war. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. While many people were still guessing the old man's identity, the second guardian of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zheni, stepped forward and took the initiative to greet the old man. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. The 8-star gods of war followed Qin Zheni's lead and bowed respectfully to the old man. In an instant, the old man's identity was confirmed. He was the 9-star god of war, Swordsman Chu. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, only Swordsman Chu could make a group of 8-star gods of war bow down to him. Swordsman Chu nodded indifferently in the face of everyone's greetings. You don't have to worry about me. I'm only here because I happen to be nearby. I heard that there's a show here, so I came to join in the fun. As Swordsman Chu spoke, his gaze fell on the purple figure not far away. This is the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duanling Tian? That's him, Senior Swordsman Chu. Qin Zheni replied respectfully. He looks talented. Swordsman Chu nodded. I just don't know if he's reckless or if he's really strong. Alliance Master Ji Ying has come out. The gazes that had gathered on Bladesman Chu immediately shifted to the entrance of the Brahma Alliance's encampment as a cry of surprise rang out. At that place, 2 people were walking through the air while being escorted by over 10 people. It's Alliance Master Ji Ying. He's finally come out. Everyone's gaze fell on one of the 2 people in the lead. They recognized this person as the Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji Ying. Who's that beside Alliance Master Ji Ying? Is he an expert the Brahma Heaven Alliance recently recruited? When the crowd recognized Ji Ying, they instinctively shifted their gazes to the person beside Ji Ying. The fact that this person was walking side by side with Ji Ying was enough to prove that he was not a simple person. In the past, only Ji Ying's junior brother, Wu Long, who was the second Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, received such treatment. Many people were curious about the identity of the person beside Ji Ying. Someone exclaimed in shock. Heavens! Am I seeing things? Isn't the person beside Alliance Master Ji Ying the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Hasn't he not entered the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time? Why is he here again? What? Are you saying that the person beside Alliance Master Ji Ying is the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Yu Chaochuan? He's a veteran 9-star god of war. Why is he with Alliance Master Ji Ying? Don't tell me Ji Ying asked him to help her deal with Duanling Tian? I'm afraid Ji Ying doesn't have that much influence. In my opinion, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven must have asked the Tidal Temple for help. That's why the Tidal Temple sent Hall Master Yu Chaochuan here. If he's really here to help Ji Ying deal with Duanling Tian, not only did Duanling Tian fail, but he's also in danger. When they found out the person standing next to the leader of the Brahma Alliance was Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war and the palace master of the Tidal Temple's 10,000 Beast Heaven's Vice Palace, many people looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. The Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Subhall? Duanling Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, turned to look at Yu Chaochuan when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. A sneer appeared on his face as he thought to himself, the Tidal Temple is not slow at all. Not only is Mi Xian here, but a 9-star god of war is here as well. Let's see who's stronger between him and Mi Xian. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With just a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the entrance of the Brahma Heaven Alliance's estate. He stood in front of Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan. You're Duanling Tian? Although Ji Ying had seen Duanling Tian's portrait before, this was his first time seeing Duanling Tian in person. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in his heart when he saw the calmness in Duanling Tian's eyes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Swordsman Chu, who was standing nearby. Senior Swordsman Chu, I would like you to join forces with me and Palace Master Yu to deal with Duanling Tian. After this, I'll ask my foster father to personally return the favor. Ji Ying would never do anything that he was not confident in. Although he felt Duanling Tian might be bluffing for him to be so calm at this moment, he still found a helper and made a promise that Duanling Tian could not refuse. Bladesman Chu's eyes lit up when he heard Ji Ying's voice transmission. A greedy expression appeared on his face. Chapter 3580. Swordsman Chu was a 9-star god of war who had made a name for himself in the 9 Serenities battlefield a long time ago. Similar to Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven sub-palace of the Tidal Temple, he was also a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Whether it was Yu Chaochuan or Swordsman Chu, as long as they disappeared from the 9 Serenities battlefield, people would start to speculate. Could it be that they had already attained godhood? Generally speaking, those who had attained godhood were not allowed to appear in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, in recent years, Swordsman Chu rarely went missing. He was quite active in the 9 Serenities battlefield, so many people knew about him. As for Yu Chaochuan, he had not appeared in the Nine Serenities battlefield for many years. Many people thought he had already attained godhood. Who knew he would appear in the Nine Serenities battlefield again? I thought Yu Chaochuan had already attained godhood and left the Nine Serenities battlefield forever. I didn't expect he still hasn't attained godhood. How old is he? If he hasn't attained godhood, it seems like he has no hope of attaining godhood. Even if he has no hope of attaining godhood, as the Nine Serenities war god, he's still strong enough to stand at the top of the At realms. Yu Chaochuan's appearance caused quite a commotion when he was recognized. When the crowd saw Duan Ling Tian standing opposite Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying, the atmosphere turned solemn. Among the three people standing before them, two of them had made a name for themselves in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying. The other person had not been in the Nine Serenities war for long, but no one could ignore his presence. Duan Ling Tian. Do you think Yu Chaochuan will make a move today? Many people's eyes flashed with uncertainty. That depends on why Yu Chaochuan is here. If he's here by coincidence, he might not help Ji Ying. After all, if he helps Ji Ying deal with Duan Ling Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven won't let him go. If he's here to help Ji Ying deal with Duan Ling Tian, he'll definitely make a move. However, based on Duan Ling Tian's appearance, it seems like he's not afraid of them at all. Perhaps he is deliberately mystifying, or perhaps he doesn't know how terrifying Yu Chaochuan, this veteran 9-star war god, is. Right now, the group of onlookers were all very curious as to why Yu Chaochuan would appear here. At that moment, the Tidal Temple's 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Hall Master, Yu Chaochuan, was frowning slightly. He seemed to have encountered some sort of problem. Yu Chaochuan had sent a message to Mi Xian the moment the Alliance Chief of Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, had gone to find him and told him that Duan Ling Tian had come to visit him. However, Mi Xian hadn't responded. Lord Mi Xian. Yu Chaochuan couldn't help but send a second message. If you receive my message, please reply me. Duan Ling Tian has already come to visit. He is in Brahma Alliance. You can come back directly. However, Yu Chaochuan still did not receive Mi Xian's message. Although Yu Chaochuan felt this to be a bit strange, he was not surprised. With Mi Xian's personality, he might not even bother to reply to his message. He might be on his way back. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have thought that. It wasn't that Mi Xian didn't want to reply to him, but that he couldn't. Mi Xian's body had been destroyed, and he had only managed to escape with his soul using a secret technique. He was currently recuperating his soul in a secluded area of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although he had received Yu Chaochuan's message, he couldn't reply. This was because Yu Chaochuan's soul orb was still in the spatial ring of his original body. They're finished. Mi Xian had fought Duan Ling Tian before, so he knew Duan Ling Tian's current strength very well. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had joined the Brahma Alliance, he knew it was impossible for Yu Chaochuan or Ji Ying to be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if they joined forces. In fact, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength and the power of the high-grade divine sword with a sword soul, it would be difficult to find anyone below the divine spirit realm who could match him. Naturally, Yu Chaochuan was unaware of this. At this moment, Yu Chaochuan's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air nearby. This was not his first time seeing Duan Ling Tian. He had seen Duan Ling Tian during the At realm battle of the geniuses. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian, whom he regarded as a junior at that time, would be strong enough to fight him now. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to Yu Chaochuan when they were far apart. Now that he saw Yu Chaochuan, his first impression of him was that he looked familiar. It was not difficult to guess he had seen Yu Chaochuan during the At realm battle of the geniuses. After all, during the At realm battle of the geniuses, the 9 star gods of war were not eye-catching. It was the few divine spirit realm powerhouses who were eye-catching. Both of you, come at me together. Duan Ling Tian ignored Ji Ying's question. He looked at Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan calmly. He was different from the onlookers in the surroundings. The onlookers might not be certain Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Palace, was here to deal with him, but he knew Yu Chaochuan was here to deal with him. When he heard Yu Chaochuan had not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time, he was even more certain Yu Chaochuan was here for him. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Apart from Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan, who had a slightly solemn expression on their faces, Swordsman Chu's expression had also turned solemn. As for the others, they were in an uproar. Duanling Tian wants to fight Alliance Master Ji Ying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan alone? Isn't he too arrogant? Even if he's a 9-star god of war, the two people standing opposite him are also 9-star gods of war. Moreover, they're 9-star gods of war who have been famous for a long time. I reckon he's arrogant after becoming a 9-star god of war. He thinks he's invincible. Alliance Master Ji Ying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan have teamed up. In our 9 Serenities battlefield, the number of 9-star gods of war who can contend against them can be counted on one hand. And those people are said to be the people closest to God. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This Duanling Tian is still too young. Hearing Duanling Tian's words, the spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. Only the other 3 9-star gods of war did not look down on Duanling Tian like them because of his arrogant words. Duanling Tian, I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Ji Ying stepped into the air with a gloomy expression. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Duanling Tian. Today, I, Ji Ying, will kill you, Duanling Tian, outside the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate and avenge my junior brother Wulong. At the same time Ji Ying stepped into the air, Yu Chaochuan also stepped into the air. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Yu Chaochuan really came out? It's one thing for Duanling Tian to be arrogant, but the two of them are also so shameless? From the looks of it, Palace Master Yu Chaochuan really did find outside help for Alliance Master Ji Ying. He found outside help in advance. Did he already guess that Duanling Tian would come knocking on his door? Seeing that Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan were really going to join forces to deal with Duanling Tian, the current atmosphere was pushed to the peak. The hearts of the spectators also hung in suspense. More people stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. They were all curious. What kind of strength did Duanling Tian have to make Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan treat him like this? Duanling Tian, I, Yu Chaochuan, will properly discipline you on behalf of your master today. Yu Chaochuan also spoke. His tone was indifferent and his gaze was cold. Discipline me? Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at Yu Chaochuan, a hint of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth. You think you're worthy? Duanling Tian's eyes were full of contempt. You're courting death. Even though Yu Chaochuan was already quite old, he was still infuriated by Duanling Tian's disdain and contempt. However, he did not lose his rationality because of anger. He did not attack first, instead looking at Ji Ying and calling out, Alliance Master Ji Ying, let's attack together. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan's voice fell, green light wreaked havoc on Ji Ying's body. Waves of green wind that could be seen with the naked eye twined around his body. It was incomparably fast, like an illusion. Ji Ying was skilled in the law of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on Yu Chaochuan's body, there was a dark blue radiance that surged, flying into the horizon like a great wave. When it landed, it condensed into an expanse of azure power around his body. Clearly, Yu Chaochuan was skilled in the law of water. Attack! As Yu Chaochuan spoke again, he and Ji Ying moved together. The terrifying power of wind and water intertwined and swept out. At this moment, the water seemed to be able to borrow the power of wind, increasing its speed by another step. As for the wind, besides being swift and fierce, with the cooperation of the water, it also had a powerful oppressive force. Retreat! Retreat! Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying attacked, the group of protectors and elders of the Brahma Alliance behind them all retreated with the disciples of the Brahma Alliance, far away. After they retreated, a series of earth-shattering noises reverberated throughout the area. It was the aftermath of the two's power that affected the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate, raising the mountain gate and a large area around it to the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Not a single blade of grass grew inside. There was no life at all. If the aftermath of 2 9-star gods of war working together is like this, then how terrifying would the center of the storm be? The scene in front of their eyes caused everyone to be shocked. When the crowd looked at the eye of the storm again, they saw the power of wind and water sweeping out in all directions. After that, it formed a circle that completely enveloped the purple figure. Just as the crowd was shocked by this, another ray of light entered the field like a ghost. Clang! Under everyone's gazes, the figure of swordsman Chu entered the field and stood side by side with Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying. As the golden light on his body pulsed, he suddenly pulled out the narrow scabbard in his hand. The moment the scabbard appeared, thousands of rays of light flashed. Wang, 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 wang. The golden rays of light that blotted out the sky followed the power of wind and water and attacked together. Chapter 3581. No one had expected Chu Feng to suddenly make a move. Initially, everyone thought Chu Feng was only here to join in the fun. However, they did not expect him to join forces with Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan to deal with Duanling Tian at this crucial moment. Chu Feng and Yu Chaochuan were veteran 9-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although Ji Ying had become a 9-star god of war much later than them, compared to Duanling Tian who had just become a 9-star god of war, he could be considered a veteran. 3 veteran 9-star gods of war were fighting against a new 9-star god of war. If the crowd hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if the person who told them about this matter made it sound like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Was a veteran 9-star god of war so shameless? The truth was, he was shameless. Of course, at this moment, even the members of the Brahma Alliance felt that their leader was shameless, but they only thought about it in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud. However, some people had other thoughts. They felt like a lion would use its full strength even if it was hunting a rabbit. Duanling Tian, since leaving the Nine Serenities battlefield, you're the first person to make me use my divine weapon, Yu Chaochuan said solemnly. Yu Chaochuan's tone was solemn. A walking stick had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. Upon closer inspection, the walking stick was sparkling and translucent. When it appeared in his hand, there was a deep blue light flowing around it, as if there were blue divine dragons dancing about. At the same time, he shook the walking stick in his hand. The water energy that was charging at Duanling Tian grew even more majestic and vast. It was as though a mountain flood had broken through a dam as it charged at a weak figure. Swoosh! Although Ji Ying didn't say anything, a bead appeared in his hand. The bead was surrounded by green qi. Streams of condensed green qi were like saber lights and sword shadows. They were extremely sharp. As Ji Ying infused his celestial origin energy into the pearl, an even more terrifying wind energy surged out of the pearl and joined in the attack on Duanling Tian. As for Chu Feng, he had already used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon the moment he made his move. When Bladesman Chu activated his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a blood-red silhouette could be seen on it. It was the Emperor-grade celestial weapon's weapon spirit. Although it was not a divine artifact, it was still an Emperor-grade celestial artifact with an artifact spirit. Its power was comparable to Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying's divine artifacts without artifact spirits. In the At realms, divine weapons without souls were not considered divine weapons. Instead, they were called quasi-divine weapons. In the hands of those below the 9-star god of war, their strength was comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Only in the hands of a 9-star god of war whose celestial origin energy had the characteristics of divine energy would the celestial weapon's power surpass that of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. I'm afraid Duanling Tian is doomed this time. 3 9-star gods of war working together. If it were any other 9-star god of war, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist, right? With the 3 9-star gods of war working together, perhaps only the gods can contend against them. Although the people present on the scene guessed Duanling Tian had already become a 9-star god of war, they were certain Duanling Tian would die when they saw the 3 9-star gods of war attacking Duanling Tian at the same time. None of them were optimistic. With the strength of the 3 9-star gods of war, it'll be difficult for Duanling Tian to teleport away. Someone sighed. That's only natural. The 3 of them are so powerful that they've sealed the space. It'll be difficult for him to teleport away when the space trembles. Let alone the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he fused the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity together, it'll be difficult for him to escape under such circumstances. The onlookers looked at the raging storm. The power within the storm was like a water dragon and a wind dragon, and it was accompanied by many dazzling golden saber lights. Those were saber lights condensed from Saber Master Chu's celestial origin energy, which contained the law of gold. Chu Feng was an expert in the law of metal. At this moment, almost no one thought Duanling Tian had a chance of surviving. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the center of the storm, stood in the air. He cast the Tao of Control. The space within a radius of 10 meters was distorted, sucking in the water and wind energy that were closest to him. However, since the two energies were too vast, it was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to cast the Tao of Control. He could only barely defend himself. After that, Chu swordsmen had joined the fray and the 3 9-star gods of war had attacked with their weapons. Even if Duan Ling Tian relied on his celestial origin energy to control the weapons, he would not be able to withstand their attacks. There's a third person? Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the addition of a third person, but he did not panic. However, his eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself, it doesn't matter if he's from the Title Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian. He'll definitely die today. Pine Willow Divine Tree. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. However, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was more substantial than before. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian opened his little world, it resonated with the Divine Tree of Life. The resonance caused the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar to become more substantial. Moreover, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were covered in a layer of faint white light. After the Tao of Control was suppressed, the water and fire energy and the dazzling golden saber ray entered the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were destroyed. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was being healed by the Divine Tree of Life's energy. Duan Ling Tian had discovered this after he became a 9-star god of war. He could rely on his celestial origin energy to link the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar with the Divine Tree of Life in his body. They resonated with each other and shared the power to heal. Master, let Huang kill them for you. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared. Huang, who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, was standing on the sword. Her graceful figure flashed as she bowed to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a sword-shaped imprint suddenly appeared on Huang Er's forehead. A rainbow-colored light flashed from the sword-shaped imprint. Following that, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword under Duan Ling Tian's feet shot out thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was no longer harmed. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. He was stunned when he saw the scene before him. Earlier, he had formed the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, and used the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. He wanted to merge the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Then, he wanted to borrow the Divine Tree of Life's power and use its indestructible branches to drive the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword to kill the 3 people who had surrounded him. However, he did not expect that he would attack directly after the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared. Moreover, it was so powerful that even Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The rainbow-colored sword rays that filled the sky formed a sword net that was bright and dazzling. It was especially eye-catching in the dark storm before the eyes of the people outside. The scene in front of them caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned. They had thought that the storm would silently annihilate Duan Ling Tian and kill him. However, they did not expect such a scene to appear after the storm. What's that rainbow-colored light? Why does it feel like it's getting brighter? Is that Duan Ling Tian's technique? That's impossible. Why do I feel like the combined attack of Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Ji Ying is about to collapse? They're all 9-star gods of war. How can they have such a technique? Just as the crowd was shocked and could not help but whisper among themselves, boom! A loud sound rang out. The center of the storm in front of the crowd suddenly exploded. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored scorching sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt their eyes. They subconsciously squinted their eyes. The terrifying power exploded and the aftermath of the power wreaked havoc. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored wave that spread and wreaked havoc in the air. Some of the Brahma Alliance's disciples with low cultivation were directly killed. Even those with higher cultivations were injured. Only those who were 7-star gods of war and above managed to retreat in time at the critical moment. They were unscathed, but their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Could this Duan Ling Tian be a god? Impossible. The power of a god is not limited to this. It would be difficult to find someone among the 9-star gods of war who could compete with this power. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the rainbow-colored light dissipated and Duan Lingtian's figure appeared. He was unharmed. However, at this moment, everyone's attention only lingered on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it fell on the rainbow-colored figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Who is this person? Huang Er was wearing a rainbow-colored robe that looked incomparably luxurious. Her beautiful face was too much for the eyes to take in. Her cold autumn eyes seemed to keep people 1,000 miles away. Those who want to kill my master must die. Just as Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Ji Ying's gazes fell on Huang Er, their eyes filled with shock and fear, Huang Er spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears but also contained a bone-chilling coldness. In the next moment, Huang Er moved. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword flashed. Yu Chaochuan tried his best to block, but the sword still pierced through his forehead. His soul was shattered and he died. The entire place was deathly silent. Yu Chaochuan's corpse smashed onto the ground. His face still maintained the expression of fear he had before he died. His eyes were completely round, filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, even at the moment of his death, he didn't think that his life would wither away like this. Huang Er. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Er with a hint of shock in his eyes. Could it be that after my celestial origin energy gave birth to the characteristics of divine energy, she transformed as well? Duan Lingtian had just broken through not long ago. He only discovered that he could communicate with the divine tree of life and use it to provide the pine willow divine tree with an endless supply of vitality. He had not noticed Huang Er's transformation before this. It was only now that he saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 3582. Huang Er was the sword soul of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was a divine artifact, a superior divine artifact. Ordinary divine artifacts required at least a 9-star god of war to display their true strength. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was the same. When Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine energy and he became a 9-star god of war, his strength increased the most. It was the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword that was hidden in his body. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword's strength increased because of Huang Er's sword soul. Huang Er's strength. The scene of Huang Er's attack still lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind. Yu Chaochuan, the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Subhall and the 9-star God of War, did not even have time to dodge. He was a 9-star God of War, not some random person. Although Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill Yu Chaochuan, he had to rely on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, the Divine Tree of Life, and the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. However, Huang Er had easily killed Yu Chaochuan with the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. She was even faster than he had expected. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the scene before him, let alone the others. Now when the others looked at Huang Er again, their gazes were no longer filled with amazement, but with shock and fear. They never thought that this graceful and beautiful young woman would be so decisive and terrifying in her actions. Yu Chaochuan was the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Subhall and a veteran 9-star God of War in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, she had killed him as easily as stepping on an ant. The entire process was so simple that it felt like a dream. This isn't a dream. However, many people quickly regained their senses and realized this was not a dream. Everything was real. She addressed Duan Lingtian as her master? Very quickly, someone thought of this and his expression changed drastically. When he looked at Huang Er again, his gaze was intertwined between Huang Er and the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword floating at her feet. Could she be the sword spirit or sword soul of this sword? A divine artifact's soul. After realizing what kind of existence Huang Er was, everyone was shocked. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd. When they saw Huang Er's strength, they could not help but mutter. Normally speaking, for a demigod to possess such strength, it can only be a high-grade god artifact soul. High-grade divine artifact? You mean? Duan Lingtian's sword is a high-grade divine weapon. Oh my god! High-grade divine artifacts, especially those with artifact souls, were considered priceless treasures even in the plains of gods. It's enough to make people fight over it. Duan Lingtian, how could he have such a divine weapon? After realizing that the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine weapon, everyone present was shocked. Even Duan Lingtian's opponent, Ji Ying, and swordsman Chu, were no exception. When the two of them saw Yu Chaochuan being killed, they already felt a great sense of danger. Now that they realized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a divine weapon, and the soul of the divine weapon had the ability to instantly kill a 9-star god of war, only terror remained in the depths of their hearts. Duan Lingtian. Swordsman Chu stood in the distance, and he had a bitter expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't intend to become enemies with you in the matter today. It was Ji Ying who coerced me. Let me go, and I'll owe you a favor. Swordsman Chu lowered his head. It could even be said that he was begging for mercy. The strength of Duan Lingtian's artifact soul made his heart tremble. He did not think that he could escape alive under Duan Lingtian's nose. Hearing Swordsman Chu's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. As for the others, when they looked at Swordsman Chu again, they could not help but shake their heads. If Swordsman Chu did not make a move, he would be a bystander like us. But now that he has interfered, it is equivalent to sending himself to his death. Sometimes, a choice can really decide a lifetime. Swordsman Chu, what a pity. At this moment, almost no one thought that Swordsman Chu could survive. This was a 9-star god of war. Since he was already an enemy and could be killed, he should naturally be killed to prevent him from becoming a great threat in the future. In the next moment, their guesses were verified. Whoosh! Huang attacked again. Even though Swordsman Chu used the artifact in his hand to block with all his might, it was still difficult for him to block Huang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Swordsman Chu followed in Yu Chaochuan's footsteps. Another veteran 9-star god of war had fallen. In the blink of an eye, in just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war had fallen. The surroundings were deathly silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Many people's bodies were trembling slightly. Even in their dreams, they did not expect that they would be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Now, even if I die, my life will not be in vain. 2 9-star gods of war have been killed right under my nose. Someone sighed emotionally. His words resonated with many people. In one's life, it is already a great fortune to be able to witness the death of a 9-star god of war. Today, in just a blink of an eye, we have witnessed the death of 2 9-star gods of war. Even in the history of the Devata realms, in the history of the 9 Serenities battlefield, such a situation has never happened before, right? In just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war have fallen. This is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Perhaps, today, another 9-star god of war has fallen as well. After the surrounding people whispered for a while, their gazes, as though they had discussed it beforehand, landed on Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were filled with panic. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that Ji Ying's forehead was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that the deaths of Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu had brought great pressure to him. Swoosh! While Ji Ying was suffering, Huang made her move again. However, she did not kill Ji Ying as everyone had expected. This was because Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had appeared. To be more precise, the soul imprint that Ji Yu had left on Ji Ying had blocked the fatal attack. However, the soul imprint had dimmed. It was impossible for it to block the attack a second time. After Ji Yu's soul imprint appeared, he did not look at Huang. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed his disciple and adopted son, Ji Ying. Duan Lingtian, Ji Yu said. Although there was a hint of anger on his face, he suppressed his anger as he said in a low voice, "If you let my disciple go, we'll forget about the enmity between us. I won't hold it against you for the death of my second disciple, Wu Long." Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm and the strongest heavenly emperor on the heavenly emperor ranking, was acting humbly. The onlookers were shocked when they saw his humility. The heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven is willing to compromise with Duan Lingtian? The onlookers found it hard to believe. "Master." Ji Ying's face flushed red as he said in a low voice, "Master, there's no need for you to compromise with him. Duan Lingtian isn't worthy of you bowing down to him." "Shut up," Ji Yu said coldly. Ji Ying was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. Although Ji Yu was just an illusory figure, Ji Yu's authority as his master and godfather was deeply ingrained in his heart. He did not dare to say another word. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian would give face to Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, when he suddenly said, "Huang kill him." As soon as Huang finished speaking, she made her move. Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, was furious. He shouted, "Duan Lingtian, you'll regret this. You'll regret this." Swoosh! A seven-colored sword ray flashed and destroyed Jiyu's illusory figure. Then Ji Ying, who had attacked with all his might, was killed in just a second. Duan Lingtian had a rough idea that Huang Er's strength was at the peak of the demigod realm. There were only a few people below the level of a god in the Devata realms and realms of gods who were a match for her. Killing a 9-star god of war was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. "I'm afraid my celestial origin energy has given birth to divine energy," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason Huang Er was so powerful. It must have something to do with his celestial origin energy that had given birth to divine energy. The reason why divine weapons were called divine weapons was because they were the weapons of the gods. Only deities could unleash its full power. The power of gods was the divine energy. Although Duan Lingtian had not become a god yet, the divine energy in his celestial origin energy was enough to activate the true power of the divine weapon. Following Ji Ying's death, the people in the surroundings fell silent again. Earlier when Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had lowered his head and compromised in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Ji Ying because he did not want to make an enemy out of Ji Yu. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to ignore Ji Yu and let his divine weapon's soul kill Ji Ying. Since then, the 3 9-star gods of war who had joined forces to fight Duan Lingtian had all died. 3 9-star gods of war had died in just one day. This matter was unprecedented in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one would have any objections even if it was said to be unprecedented. Swoosh! Under everyone's envious gazes, Huang emerged with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword transformed into a 7-colored ray of light and entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was a prominent divine weapon. Moreover, it was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. In their opinion, such a treasure was worth risking their lives to fight for. However, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they knew if they acted rashly, they would definitely die. Only a reckless man would charge forward when he knew he was going to die. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and looked around. From now on, I, Duan Lingtian, will take the Brahma Alliance's base. From now on, it will be my, Duan Lingtian's, cultivation place. I don't want to see anyone here after one day. Violators, die. Chapter 3583. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he flew into the Brahma Alliance's estate and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The crowd looked at each other before they retreated one after another. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. The Brahma Alliance is gone. I didn't expect a force as famous as the Brahma Alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield would be wiped out just like that. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it's obvious he's planning to take over the Brahma Alliance's estate. Now, let's disperse. From today onward, I'm afraid everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms will know about this brilliant disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The crowd of onlookers stayed for a while before gradually dispersing. Of course, when they left, they didn't forget to spread the news of what had happened. For a time, everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield knew what had happened outside the Brahma Alliance's territory today. Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, possessed a prominent Devata artifact with a soul. After he became a 9-star god of war, he easily killed the 3 famous 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield with the help of this prominent Devata artifact. Yu Chaochuan, Saber Master Chu, and Ji Ying were famous figures in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu, in particular, were veterans in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I didn't expect the brilliant disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to be so strong. Even the prominent Devata artifact is shocking. Is it possible that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, gave him a Devata artifact? It's possible. After all, it's no secret that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Perhaps, he obtained many Devata artifacts there and gave one to his only true disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is really lucky to have such a good master. If you have Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would be willing to accept you as his disciple. Now, while Duan Ling Tian's name had spread to every corner of the Ninth Serenity battlefield, the high-quality god artifact in his hand that possessed an artifact soul had also become the focus of attention. Such a divine artifact was enough to move everyone's heart. While everyone in the Nine Serenities battlefield was in an uproar because of the deaths of the 3 9-star war gods, the people of the Brahma Alliance didn't leave the alliance. Instead, they were led by several 8-star war god enforcers to search for Duan Ling Tian. Lord Duan Ling Tian, we are willing to honor you as the new leader of the Brahma Alliance. If you don't like the name Brahma Alliance, you can give us another name. We only want to be loyal to you. The former enforcers of the Brahma Alliance led a group of elders and disciples to the valley where Duan Ling Tian was staying and spoke respectfully. The strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed shocked and inconceivable them. At the same time, they also felt that it would be their greatest fortune if they could protect them in the Nine Serenities battlefield. At that time, their faction would become a transcendent force in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Therefore, they didn't leave as Duan Ling Tian had said. They stayed and tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to take over the Brahma Alliance. You still have 20 hours. However, the reply they received was Duan Ling Tian. After that, Duan Ling Tian didn't say another word. No matter how the enforcers of the Brahma Alliance tried to persuade him, it was the same. In the end, the people of the Brahma Alliance could only leave in disappointment. They could all see it. Duan Ling Tian didn't plan to take over the Brahma Alliance. Their hopes were dashed. A day later, the former Brahma Alliance's base turned from a bustling place to a desolate place without a single soul in sight. This was all because of Duan Ling Tian's words. An uninvited guest appeared in the independent realm where the title temple was located. It was none other than Jianghu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven. Although Jianghu tried to make his expression look good, anyone with a discerning eye could see the unconcealable gloom on his face. Hall Master Wu, the 9-star war god of your title temple, was killed in public. How can you tolerate this? For Jianghu, the deaths of his true disciples was no different from rubbing salt on his wounds. When his first true disciple, Ji Ying, was killed, he was so furious that he almost destroyed the area around his cultivation ground. The violent energy caused the entire heavenly emperor mountain in the Brahma heaven to tremble. Everyone could feel the wrath of a heavenly emperor. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He couldn't do anything to the culprit. In the end, after he suppressed his anger, he left the heavenly emperor palace in the Brahma heaven and came to the independent realm where the title temple's main hall was located to look for Wu Hongqing. What can I do if I can't tolerate it? Wu Hongqing wasn't surprised by Jianghu's visit. He shook his head when he heard Jianghu's words. Duan Ling Tian's strength has been established. It's harder to kill him in the Nine Serenities battlefield than to reach the heavens. Wu Hongqing was shocked when he first received the news. Duan Ling Tian had become a 9-star war god? Moreover, he had a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul? Based on all these factors, Duan Ling Tian's strength had exceeded his imagination. Where's Mi Xian? Wu Hongqing was puzzled when he heard about the incident outside the Brahma Alliance's base in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Why didn't Mi Xian show up? Mi Xian was definitely stronger than Yu Chaochuan. However, he didn't show up during the battle. Was it because he had discovered Duan Ling Tian's strength and didn't dare to act rashly? Or was it because he wasn't there? There must be someone he cares about outside the Nine Serenities battlefield, right? We can use them to threaten him to come out. Jianghu said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. There's no hurry. Wu Hongqing frowned slightly before he shook his head. It's best if we don't take this step unless it's absolutely necessary. Whether it's you or me, we'll be risking our reputation if we take this step. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian isn't alone. He has Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, behind him. Wu Hongqing said. Feng Qingyang. Jianghu frowned slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. I almost forgot about him. However, I'll have to ask him for an explanation. Ji Yu's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. You're going to ask him for an explanation? Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully when he heard Ji Yu's words. Heavenly Emperor Ji, I'm afraid you're unaware that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has become a lesser god king like me, right? Although you're a greater god, you might not be a match for him. What? Wu Hongqing's words shocked Ji Yu. Feng Qingyang is a lesser god king? How's that possible? Didn't he just become a lesser god not long ago? Ji Yu found this hard to believe. Humph! Wu Hongqing snorted. His only true disciple, Duanling Tian, even took out a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul. Do you think it's difficult for him to become a lesser god king? When Ji Yu first learned that Duanling Tian possessed a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul, he was shocked as well. After all, even the title temple did not possess such a god weapon. Has he really become a lesser god king? Initially, Ji Yu did not think in the same direction as Wu Hongqing's words. However, after Ji Yu's reminder, he suddenly felt that if the god weapon in Duanling Tian's possession was given to him by Feng Qingyang, it meant that Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. It was not impossible for him to become a lesser god king now. I've seen him display the strength of a lesser god king with my own eyes. What do you think? Wu Hongqing's rhetorical question completely dispelled the hope in Ji Yu's heart, causing Ji Yu's expression to become extremely ugly. A lesser god king. He could not afford to offend such a person. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was still so young. His potential was not something he could compare to. With his current strength, he would never be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang in this lifetime. Ji Yu's expression changed rapidly. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Let's wait for him to come out. Wu Hongqing's tone was solemn when he spoke again. Currently, Duanling Tian is practically invincible in the Nine Serenities battlefield. That's not necessarily true, right? Ji Yu had always hated Duanling Tian. Now that he heard Wu Hongqing speaking so highly of Duanling Tian, it was obvious he was slightly displeased. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, there's no lack of high-level 5 divine elements. If they make a move, they might be able to deal with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is only relying on the external power of the god weapon. As for those who possess the higher form of the 5 divine elements, they'll be able to utilize the power of the 5 divine elements to attack with the help of the 5 divine elements. As far as I know, the 5 divine elements have a certain restraining effect on god weapons. Ji Yu's tone was high as though he had found a way to vent his emotions. However, when Wu Hongqing heard Ji Yu's words, he looked at Ji Yu as though he was looking at an idiot. However, he quickly looked away so Ji Yu did not notice. High-level 5 divine elements? Was Duanling Tian lacking in them? Perhaps, Duanling Tian had used too much energy to escape from him and Mi Xian with the help of the 5 divine elements. They would need time to recover and would not be able to help Duanling Tian for the time being. However, if someone with high-level 5 divine elements made a move against Duanling Tian, even if the 5 divine elements had not fully recovered, they would not sit idly by. If they were to join forces, even a high-level divine elemental spirit would not be able to defeat them. This was the first time he had seen someone who possessed all 5 divine elements at the same time. Trying to use the 5 divine elements against Duanling Tian? Would that not be courting death? Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not say this out loud. He did not want Ji Yu to know too much. Chapter 3584. Most people were absolutely selfish in front of outsiders. For example, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, did not tell Ji Yu that Duanling Tian possessed 5 divine elements because he did not want Ji Yu to know about it. Otherwise, even if Ji Yu did not covet Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements, he would still leak the news. At that time, more people would know that Duanling Tian possessed 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian was aware that Ji Yu was backed by a force from the realms of gods. If Ji Yu found out about this, he would definitely spread the news to the realms of gods in order to earn some merit. So what if those people can restrain Duanling Tian? Wu Hongqing glanced at Ji Yu indifferently and said, "Do you think you can get those people to make a move? Which one of those people doesn't have a mysterious identity? Who would dare to reveal that they possess the 5 divine elements?" Ji Yu fell silent upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. He knew there were 9 star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements, and there was more than one of them in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, no one knew who those people were, including him. If he knew, he would have coveted the 5 divine elements in those people's bodies. The 5 divine elements were enough to make him, a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who had been a god for many years, covet the 5 divine elements. After a while, Jianghu's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said in a low voice, "Even if I can't contact those people and ask them to make a move, news of Duanling Tian possessing a prominent divine weapon would have spread in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms. Moreover, since he dares to openly stay in the Brahma Alliance's estate, there's no doubt those who possess the 5 divine elements would have gone to kill him and steal his divine weapon." At the end of his speech, Jianghu's eyes were filled with a sense of unwillingness as well as a sense of satisfaction. The divine weapon in Duanling Tian's hands was originally his, but now it was going to be taken advantage of by someone else. How could he be willing to accept this? However, if Duanling Tian died, the person who killed Duanling Tian could be considered to have avenged his 2 disciples. The Wanderer Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the depths of an uninhabited desert in the Wangri sky, the originally calm yellow sands suddenly began to tremble. In the end, the tremors continued to grow stronger as one enormous figure after another emerged from the ground. These were all demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes. However, they all had a flame mark on their foreheads. After they came out, they were like soldiers marching to war. They lined up in neat rows. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew past, a figure appeared above the heads of these demonic beasts. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was intimidating, and he gave off a feeling that he was not someone to be trifled with. A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "It's been more than 1,000 years. Finally, there's someone who can bring me back to the 9 Serenities battlefield. If it was any later, I would have become a god by now. I'm in luck. It just so happens that I haven't become a god yet." The middle-aged man muttered to himself. "Yen, are you confident?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. He did not know who he was talking to. In the next moment, a vigorous voice rang out from within his body. "If I was still in the 7th form, I wouldn't be so confident. However, I'm now in the 8th form of the Chaos Divine Flame. With your help, it won't be difficult to kill that Duanling Tian and take his prominent divine weapon." Although a 9-star god of war can unleash the power of a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul, there's still a big difference between that and a true god activating it. With my current ability I can restrain it. Based on the words of the middle-aged man, it was clear that the Chaos Divine Flame was one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it was in the 8th form. I think it should be fine as well. After all, you're not far from evolving to the 9th form. The middle-aged man nodded. "My battle pets, let's go. Follow me to the 9 Serenities battlefield." As the middle-aged man's gaze fell on the hundreds of beasts in the desert, he opened the small world in his body. Then, the flames between the eyebrows of the beasts flashed. One by one, they stepped into the air in an orderly manner and entered the small world in his body. "This time, all of you will follow me to kill a true genius. Although we can't reveal our identities in the end, this glory is something that you and I can be proud of." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the desert with the hundreds of beasts that had entered his small world. They headed to the teleportation point to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. His target this time was none other than Duanling Tian. To be more precise, his target was the prominent divine weapon in Duanling Tian's possession. This time, many of my old friends will be attracted to the 9 Serenities battlefield. When the time comes, after killing Duanling Tian, we'll have to fight for the divine weapon. On the way to the teleportation point to the 9 Serenities battlefield, the middle-aged man muttered to himself again. Soaring into the sky. The continuous barren mountains were crimson. Against the sunset, it looked as if the entire world had been dyed in blood. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! In the middle of the continuous barren mountains, a fiery heat wave suddenly erupted from the tallest mountain peak. It shot up to the sky as though it was going to soar into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blue streak of light on the mountain peak. A jade blue light flashed around this heat wave. In the end, the entire heat wave instantly solidified and was completely frozen. Waves of cold air drifted down from all directions, causing the entire huge peak and even the surrounding desolate mountains to be covered in a layer of white frost. After a while, a snow-covered mountain peak appeared in front of them. An ice flower blossomed in the sky, following which, a beautiful figure appeared in a timely manner. It was a skinny girl wearing a light yellow robe. She appeared to be in her early 20s. However, her eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. I must obtain it. The woman suddenly spoke, and her voice was extremely cold. At the same time, an old woman's voice rang in her mind. Don't be careless. Although you have my 8th form world-cleansing divine water, don't forget that there are many 5 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield who possess high-form divine elements. Moreover, most of them aren't gods yet, so they can still enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. I know that. The woman nodded, but her eyes were still filled with determination. No matter what, I'll do my best to obtain that divine artifact. If I can obtain that divine artifact, my path in the realms of gods will be much smoother after I become a god. I hope you'll succeed. At that time, I'll seal the divine weapon while you kill the owner of the divine weapon to obtain it, the old woman said. The old woman's voice sounded again, as if it was not difficult for her to imprison a divine artifact. In the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the 13 middle districts of the central region. Brother. A figure appeared in the sky above a quiet valley and said respectfully, the news that Duanling Tian possesses a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul must have spread by now. I think you should make a move as soon as possible to prevent your old rivals from entering the 9 Serenities battlefield as well. The figure belonged to a young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at a courtyard in the corner of the valley. A hint of anxiety could be heard in his voice. Swoosh. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. I know. The reason I haven't come out for so long is because I've reached a critical point in comprehending the law of space's profundities. Now that my comprehension of the law of space has improved, my old rivals won't be a match for me if I don't use the 5 divine elements' energy. The person who appeared now was also a young man. He was tall, had a handsome face, and sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples. There was always a smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother, you've broken through again? The eyes of the young man with a medium build lit up. It seems like the prominent divine weapon in Duanling Tian's possession is destined to be yours, brother. No one can guarantee anything before we obtain the divine weapon, the young man said as he shook his head. It's best to do your best. If you force it, it'll affect your state of mind and your path to becoming a god. The young man was one of the 9 star gods of war, who possessed the 5 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The 5 divine elements spirit in his body was a profound divine metal, and it had already evolved to its 8th form. As long as it devoured more profound divine metals, it would be able to evolve to its 9th form. At that time, it would become even more powerful and terrifying. Stay here and wait for my good news. Brother, I want to go with you. Don't mess around. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to take care of you. All right. Brother, be careful. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was in the Brahma Alliance's base, was unaware that the 7 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield had appeared. Many 9 star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements in their bodies were tempted by the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. Whether they were in the 9 Serenities battlefield or not, all of them who had not ascended to godhood were making their way to Duanling Tian. An unprecedented crisis was slowly approaching him. After the calm before him, a storm would break out. Chapter 3585. The Divine Offering Land was one of the realms of gods. The Xia clan was one of the top clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was famous in the Divine Offering Land. It was one of the most prestigious clans in the Divine Offering Land. In such a family, the family rules were strict and everything was in order. If one were to talk about the biggest change in the Xia family in recent years, it would be none other than their eldest daughter, Xia Xuening. First, she died to prove her sincerity. Then, she reincarnated and had a man. She even brought back a daughter. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Xia clan. Do you think the eldest miss will be able to come out of the realm battlefield alive? In a corner of the Xia clan's mansion, many collateral disciples of the Xia clan had gathered. They were discussing the eldest miss of the Xia clan's direct line of descent. She was the pride of the Xia clan. Nobody dares to say. After all, the realm battlefield is a training ground created by a supreme powerhouse. Even the strongest person would be in danger of dying if they entered it, let alone the eldest Mississippi. I didn't expect the eldest miss to enter the realm battlefield. It said that the eldest miss entered the realm battlefield to oppose the clan leader. She would rather die than marry the young master of the Yun clan. I've heard about this as well. The eldest miss didn't die to prove her sincerity like she did in her past life because of her daughter and her relatives in the mundane world. Based on the conversation between the collateral disciples of the Xia clan, it was clear they knew a lot. The third master is still imprisoned in the clan's inner court. It said that he tried to escape several times but was stopped every time. A collateral disciple of the Xia clan suddenly brought up this topic. This time, the third master has really angered the clan leader. Letting those people go is equivalent to eliminating the eldest miss worries. If the eldest miss finds out about this, she might not even return to the clan in the future. It's normal for the clan leader to be angry. It seems that 300 years later, the marriage alliance between our Xia family and the Yun family is likely to fall through like that year. I really don't know what the clan leader is thinking. Since the eldest miss of this life already has a daughter, why is he forcing her to marry the young master of the Yun clan? Can't he just fulfill her wish? It said that the young master of the Yun clan is obsessed with marriage. If he doesn't marry the eldest miss, he won't be able to enter the God Emperor stage in his lifetime. Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family, had been imprisoned by the head of the Xia family, Xiayu, ever since he released Li Fei, Li Rou, and Duan Ruffing. He was not allowed to go out and was also restricted from communicating with the outside world. He was deeply afraid that he would tell his daughter, Xianxia, that he had released those people. Xiayu knew his daughter very well. If she found out about this, she would never return to the Xia family. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Third brother, you've gone too far this time. Every once in a while, Xiayu, the head of the Xia family, would come to look for Xianxia. He would always frown when he saw Xianxia's sloppy appearance. Xiayu shook his head as he looked at Xianxia. Too much? I'm afraid he's not as overbearing as you, right? Xianxia said calmly. Third brother, let's change the topic. Xiayu said, I must give Qingyan an explanation for this matter. You also know that those people you let go were handed over to the Xia clan because Qingyan trusted me. Now that they're gone, I have to give him an explanation no matter what. Go ahead and give it to him then. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia said exasperatedly as he rolled his eyes. Third brother, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Xiayu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Xianxia. He said in a deep voice, I know you've obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. The Yun family has also recently obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. Give me that piece of profound divine metal. If it's really a piece of profound divine metal, it'll merge with the piece of profound divine metal in the Yun family's possession. It'll transform into a second-form profound divine metal and reveal its true form. Third brother, you must cooperate with me on this matter. A hint of warning could be heard in Xiayu's voice when he spoke. Xianxia was stunned when he heard Xiayu's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. Xiayu frowned. What are you laughing at? How can you still laugh at a time like this? Big brother, the small piece of metal you mentioned that seems to be a piece of profound divine metal was no longer with me 700 years ago. Xianxia shook his head. How's that possible? Xiayu was in disbelief. You weren't willing when I asked you to study that piece of profound divine metal. You treasure it as much as your life. But now you're telling me it's no longer with you? Big brother, you're right. I do treasure it a lot. Xianxia nodded. My intuition tells me that it's a profound divine metal. If I can merge it with another first-form profound divine metal, it'll transform into a profound divine metal's true form and begin the path of transformation. If it continues to grow, I might even be able to become a supreme being, let alone an ultimate god. Xianxia paused for a moment before a gentle look appeared in his eyes. However, I gave it away to someone 700 years ago. Who? Xiaoyu asked in a low voice as he stared at Xianxia. He wanted to find out who had taken the piece of profound divine metal from Xianxia, so he could personally retrieve it. He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods. Xianxia shook his head. Big brother, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess who I gave it to. He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods. Xiaoyu frowned when he heard Xiaojia's words. After a moment, his expression changed. Even his voice changed. Don't tell me. You gave the piece of profound divine metal to that young man named Duanling Tian? Although Xiaoyu had never met the man in his daughter's life, he knew his name. Moreover, he knew his third brother had met the man and even scared off the Xia family's servant whom his nephew had sent to kill the man. Now that he heard his third brother's words, he immediately knew who his third brother was talking about. Only that person would be able to give away the piece of profound divine metal that was suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. Big brother, you're really smart. No wonder father appointed you as the next clan leader of the Xia family. Xiaojie gave Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Stop flattering me. Xiaoyu snapped. You gave the piece of profound divine metal to Duanling Tian in hopes of paving the way for Duanling Tian and giving him Duanling Tian a chance to rise to power. However, do you think a boy from the mundane realm who's weaker than a native from a Devata realm would be of any help to him even if the metal piece is a first-form profound divine metal? In my opinion, even if the profound divine metal has a chance of gaining sentience, it'll leave him and look for another host. Third brother, you're being silly. Giving the piece of profound divine metal to him is no different from throwing it into the sea. It won't even cause a ripple. In the end, Xiaoyu shook his head. He felt that his third brother was wasting his effort. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to guess his third brother's thoughts. He was hoping Duanling Tian would be a good match for his daughter in the future. However, even if a young man from a mundane realm had the help of a profound divine metal, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods. Perhaps, he would be killed by someone else who had the profound divine metal. Big brother, don't be so sure of yourself. I've met your son-in-law before. Even if he's from a mundane realm, he's not an ordinary person, Xiaojie said. Xiaojie nodded. Back then, he had given the piece of profound divine metal to Duanling Tian because he hoped the piece of profound divine metal would change Duanling Tian's fate. With the profound divine metal's help, Duanling Tian's path in the Devata realms would be smooth sailing. It would not be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods in the future. Naturally, he would have to face greater dangers in order to ascend to the realms of gods. If the profound divine metal was exposed, he would be in great danger. Third brother, I know you're worried about that girl. However, there's no need for you to turn to any doctor in a desperate situation. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, It's impossible for that young man from a mundane realm to ascend to the realms of gods. He's destined to be inferior to Qing Yan for the rest of his life. Some people's lives are predestined. It's not impossible to go against the heavens and change one's fate. However, it's hard to find even one person in a billion or a trillion people who can do that. Based on Xiaoyu's words, it was obvious he did not have high hopes for the man named Duanling Tian whom his daughter Xiaoning Shui had found in this life. No matter what, I still believe in him. Xiaojie said in a deep voice. Even now, Xiaojie still had hope in his heart as he thought about the purple figure in his mind. That young man gave him a very unusual feeling. Otherwise, he would not have given the piece of profound divine metal to Duanling Tian in the first place. He had done that in hopes of opening up a path to the heavens for Duanling Tian. At that time, in order to convince Duanling Tian to accept the piece of profound divine metal, he had even concealed the fact that the piece of profound divine metal might be a first-form profound divine metal. He had only said that it was a strange item that even he could not discover. Up until now, Duanling Tian, the person involved, was still kept in the dark. Even now, when he thought about the piece of profound divine metal that Xiaojie had given him 700 years ago, he still thought Xiaojie was unaware that the piece of profound divine metal was a first-form profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duanling Tian, who was meditating in the Brahma Alliance's base, was suddenly awakened by a loud voice. The voice of the person who had come was filled with ill intentions. Duanling Tian opened his eyes immediately. A cold smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, Even after I displayed such strength, someone still dares to look for trouble? It seems like you're very confident in yourself. A cold glint flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as he teleported and disappeared from his spot. Chapter 3586. Outside the Brahma Alliance's encampment, a tall and sturdy figure stood in the sky. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he was visually stunning. After all, this was a real height, not an illusion or a trick of celestial origin energy. It was a young man. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he had a determined face. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and he gave off a majestic aura. Now, he was looking at the purple figure who came out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. He asked arrogantly, "You are Duanling Tian?" Duanling Tian had just come out of the encampment when he looked at the 3-meter-tall young man in front of him. The young man was wearing a yellow robe. He stood there like a towering mountain, and he gave off a heavy feeling. Duanling Tian glanced at him indifferently in the face of his unfriendly question. "You came all the way here to look for me, but you still don't know who I am? If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't have anything to say, get lost." When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his tone changed from calm to domineering. Humph. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, the tall and sturdy young man's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Duanling Tian, do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed 3 9-star war gods with the power of a divine weapon? Let me tell you, there are many people below the god realm who can deal with you." The young man's tone was filled with anger. He was obviously angered by Duanling Tian's words. "Even if there are people below the god realm who can deal with me, it doesn't include you," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Is that so?" The young man sneered. "I'm sorry, but I am one of the people below the god realm who can deal with you, Duanling Tian." The moment his words left his mouth, the khaki energy on the giant young man's body swept out like khaki divine dragons. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded Duanling Tian's surroundings and formed a cage that trapped him. At the same time, an even darker yellow color extended from the giant youth's body. It stood on one side of the void and transformed into a human figure. It stood side by side with the giant youth, and its size was no different from the giant youth's. Chaos Divine Earth. Duanling Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when the energy took the form of a human. "I didn't expect you to have one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. Looking at the form of your Chaos Divine Earth, it must be quite high." The young man sneered disdainfully when he saw Duanling Tian's surprised expression. "Frog at the bottom of a well. My Chaos Divine Earth has already transformed into its 8th form. Although you have a high-grade divine artifact and can unleash some of its power with your celestial origin energy, your divine artifact will be restricted by my Chaos Divine Earth and won't be able to help you." The young man's tone was filled with arrogance when he spoke. "Is that so?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at the young man. "You can give it a try." The young man sneered. "All right." Duanling Tian replied before he made his move. The law of space appeared in his hand. At the same time, a 7-colored light sword appeared in his hand. With just a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to manipulate the space energy in heaven and earth. Swoosh! With the 7 orifices exquisite sword in hand, Duanling Tian stabbed it at the giant young man. The sword broke through the void and emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. It was like fireworks that bloomed in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Humph! The young man snorted coldly before he began to make his move as well. A vast and majestic khaki-colored energy surged out of his body. At the same time, the cage around Duanling Tian began to emit waves of pressure as well. The pressure was a powerful gravitational force. The gravitational force pressed down on Duanling Tian's body, causing him to come to a halt. Even his attack was affected by the gravitational force. It was apparent that the young man was skilled in the law of earth. Whoosh! At the same time, the 8th form Chaos Divine Earth moved as well. It circled around the young man like a yellow dragon as it charged toward Duanling Tian's attack. Whoosh! The young man stretched out his hand and the Chaos Divine Earth whizzed out like a giant python with its mouth wide open to bite the 7-colored sword light that streaked across the void. In the next moment, The seven-colored light was annihilated and the seven orifices exquisite sword that Duan Ling Tian had thrust out was tied up by the rope formed by the chaos divine earth. Master, the 8 form 5 divine elements completely restrains me. I can't move at all. At the same time, Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave. At least that was what the young man thought. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice as he manipulated the space energy to attack the young man. Yang Meng, a member of the Titan clan. The young man smiled brightly. Duan Ling Tian, from today onwards, your prominent divine artifact is mine. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began to retreat. You're very strong. Even if you don't have a prominent divine artifact, I'm not confident that I can defeat you. The young man was about to take the 7 orifices exquisite sword with the chaos divine earth. However, how could Duan Ling Tian let him go? Since you're here, don't leave. Duan Ling Tian sneered. I don't have a prominent divine artifact to rely on, but you've also lost the chaos divine earth to rely on. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he used the teleportation profundity to block Yang Meng's path of retreat. With just a thought, the space energy surged and transformed into a series of fierce attacks that swept toward Yang Meng. It's useless. Yang Meng was calm in the face of Duan Ling Tian's attack. Even if I'm not confident that I can defeat you, I'm still confident that I can block your attack. Although you're strong, the law of earth I'm skilled in isn't something to be trifled with either. Almost at the same time Yang Meng's words left his mouth, the vast and majestic khaki-colored energy formed layer after layer of defenses that protected him within. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's attacks were unable to break through for a long time. At the same time, Yang Meng took the opportunity to put some distance between him and Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian teleported and approached him again. Just like that, the two of them played hide-and-seek in the sky above the Brahma Alliance's base. However, during this process, Duan Ling Tian's strength was clearly running out. The frequency of his teleportations had also slowed down. It wouldn't take long for Yang Meng to shake off Duan Ling Tian and leave the Brahma Alliance's base. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping out. In the next moment, thick vines swept out from the void and headed straight for Yang Meng. At the same time, a green leaf flew over from afar. Its speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a bolt of green lightning and headed straight for Yang Meng's chaos divine earth. A moment later, it turned into a rope flickering with green light and bound the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Whoosh! At the same time, while Yang Meng was fending off the attacks of the vines in the void, a figure appeared at the right time. It was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, and her every move carried the unique charm of a mature woman. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Meng like lightning. Big guy, why don't you give this divine artifact to me? From her words, it was obvious that she knew Yang Meng. He Chuanli, I didn't expect you to be here. Yang Meng frowned slightly. Although he had guessed that his old rivals would come, he didn't expect them to come so quickly. He thought that he was already fast enough. That was why he wanted to snatch the Duan Ling Tian's high-grade divine artifact first and leave, leaving his old rivals empty-handed. However, he didn't expect an old rival to appear before he could leave. This old rival had the 8th form Clear Heaven's divine wood. It was the green leaf that had turned into a bolt of lightning. It was currently competing with his Chaos Divine Earth for the high-grade divine artifact. Clear Heaven's divine wood. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt when he saw another person appear. He suddenly felt like he had become a supporting character and an onlooker. Yang Meng, He Chuanli. Just as Yang Meng and He Chuanli, who had the 8th form Chaos Divine Earth and the 8th form Clear Heaven's divine wood, were about to break into a fight, another voice sounded from the distant sky. In the next instant, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky like a 6-pointed golden star. It appeared nearby in the blink of an eye. He was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. As soon as he appeared, a golden ray shot out of his body as he joined the fight for Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The profound divine metal seems to be in its 8th form as well. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows when he recognized the golden ray of light. It was one of the 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine elements had gathered. Moreover, it wasn't his divine elements but someone else's divine elements. Moreover, they were all in their 8th form. "You're early." Another voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Following that, a woman dressed in a light yellow robe appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. The woman had a delicate face and a thin figure. She looked like she was in her early 20s. However, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes. It was obvious she was not young. Whoosh! At the same time, a blue ray of light flew out from the woman's body and joined in the fight for the 7 orifices exquisite sword. An 8th form world-cleansing divine water. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian felt a little numb. Now, all that's left is the chaos divine flame. Just as Duanling Tian thought to himself, a ray of light shot out from the distance. A streak of rapid fire rapidly approached from afar. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. Chapter 3587. When the flames came closer, Duanling Tian saw a scorching hot light shooting out from the flames. It turned into a fiery red rope that bound the 7 orifices exquisite sword and joined the fight. With this, the 5 divine elements were gathered together. Moreover, every single one of the divine elements was an 8th form divine element, one that was extremely close to the 9th form. The 9th form of the divine elements was considered the final form of the divine elements. Furthermore, the divine elements could give birth to an independent soul that could leave their original bodies and form their own bodies. At that time, they would be able to live like a normal life form and would no longer be spied on. As for the original bodies of the divine elements, they would scatter between heaven and earth and transform into a large number of first-form divine elements. I didn't expect to be the last to arrive. The last person to arrive was shrouded in flames. He wore a fiery red robe that enveloped his entire body. Due to the flames surrounding his body, even his true appearance was concealed. It was difficult to see what he looked like. Of course, with just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell that this person had intentionally concealed his identity. It seemed like he was not a nobody after leaving the 9 Serenities battlefield. As for the other 4 people, they either didn't reveal their true appearances, or no one would recognize them even if they walked out of the 9th Serenity battlefield. That was why they were able to reveal their appearances so openly and didn't have to worry about being recognized. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were not afraid of anyone. However, once they left the 9 Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to fight against anyone who had become a god. Even those who had become gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements, not to mention that the 5 divine elements in their bodies were all in the 8th form. Furthermore, they were all close to the 9th form. Beast Hua, you haven't appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time. I didn't expect you to make a special trip here. It seems like even you can't resist the temptation of the superior divine weapon. The woman in the yellow robe who brought the world-cleansing divine water with her said in surprise when she saw the last person to arrive with the primal chaos divine flame. Han Xian, you can't resist the temptation as well, can you? The figure called Beast Hua who was shrouded in flames opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. It was actually a male. I just arrived as well. Yang Meng, He Chuanli, and Tan Jin arrived earlier than me. The woman called Han Xian glanced at the other 3 and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that all my old friends would gather together. Tan Jin, the young man who had brought the profound divine gold here, smiled faintly. It's the first time that all 5 of us have gathered together, right? Indeed. Yang Meng nodded. Right now, he was no longer arguing with He Chuanli because it was meaningless. If they continued to fight, the other 3 would only benefit from it. Everyone, I'm sure none of you are willing to miss out on a high-grade divine artifact. At this moment, He Chuanli also spoke. Her gaze landed on Duanling Tian as a faint smile appeared on her face. However, before that, shouldn't we first eliminate the owner of the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Only then will the 7 orifices exquisite sword become ownerless. Otherwise, even if we fight until our heads bleed over the 7 orifices exquisite sword, we won't be able to use the 7 orifices exquisite sword in the end. As soon as He Chuanli spoke, Duanling Tian became the target of everyone's criticism. I agree. Yang Meng was the first to agree. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I agree. Tan Jin also nodded. The young man who had a faint smile on his face gave off a harmless vibe, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was enough to make one's heart palpitate. I have no objections. Han Xian also spoke. Since that's the case, let's eliminate him first. As soon as the voice of the beast flame faded, it was as if a storm was brewing behind him. One after another, gigantic beasts appeared. They were all gigantic demonic beasts. They gathered around the beast flame and lined up neatly, as if they were well-trained soldiers. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Scorching flames burned on their bodies. It was obvious that these beasts were similar to Beast Hua in that they were proficient in the law of fire. This fellow is still the same as before. He likes to bring a group of beasts out whenever he goes out. Yang Meng shook his head. Haha, Tanjin laughed. Yang Meng, the beast fire's demonic beasts aren't just for show and show. Could it be that you've forgotten the last time when you fought with the beast flame? Your defense was broken by the attacks of these demonic beasts? Yang Meng snorted when he heard this. That's because I was waiting for him to break my defense. Otherwise, even if his beasts set up a formation, they wouldn't be able to hit me. No matter what, you have to admit that Beast Hua's beasts are not ordinary. Tan Jin smiled. At this moment, the seven orifices exquisite sword was being restrained by the five divine elements. It could not control itself at all and could not help Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also surrounded by five powerful nine-star gods of war, who possessed the five divine elements. At the same time, a group of beasts stood in a formation in the air, glaring at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they had locked onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian made any strange movements, they would pounce on him. Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, and he's the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Such a young nine-star god of war. Let alone the Nine Serenities battlefield, I don't think there's anyone like him in the Devata realms, right? Yang Meng sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's achievements are unprecedented. Tan Jin nodded. A nine-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. If it weren't for his wealth, I wouldn't be willing to destroy him. He chuanly said. His life isn't in vain since he's dying in our hands, Han Xian said. Duan Lingtian snorted. Humph. Beast fire snorted coldly as the flames around his body flickered. So what if he's a genius? He's still going to die in our hands today. I just don't know. If my demonic beasts eat such a genius, will there be any changes? I'm really looking forward to it. As Beast Fire spoke, the flames around his body flickered even more violently. As for Duan Lingtian, he stood there. His expression was not as serious as when he faced Yang Meng. Instead, a faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the five people before him. How can you still smile at a time like this? Yang Meng, who was the first to notice Duan Lingtian's smile, could not help but laugh mockingly. Duan Lingtian, are you scared out of your wits? You're finally here. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly said when he heard Yang Meng's mocking words. Yang Meng and the others were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, before entering the Nine Serenities battlefield, I've heard that there are five strongest nine-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Each of them possesses a high-grade five divine element. Due to their existence, no one dares to reveal the five divine elements. Only those who can confirm that one of them has already become a god and possess the five divine elements like that person would dare to show themselves. I'm sure all of you have gone through the incubation period. Currently, all of you are the five strongest nine-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Am I right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Meng and the others could not help but frown. Since you know that the five of us are the strongest nine-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield, why don't you hurry up and surrender yourself? If we join forces, I'm afraid you won't even have a complete corpse. At that time, my demon beast will lose a good meal as well. I've been waiting for all of you. Duan Lingtian was still smiling. Just when Yang Meng and the others were frowning, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was laughing. Duanling Tian had already soared into the air and extended both of his arms. Following that, the silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared and gradually solidified on his body. It was the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly idol avatar. In the next moment, when the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly idol avatar completely solidified, a strange energy suddenly rose from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base. This energy spiraled from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base, and the center of the spiraling was where Duanling Tian was standing. At that moment, Yang Meng and the others only felt that this power was a bit strange. However, they did not sense anything abnormal. The reason for that was because this power did not affect them in the slightest, regardless of whether it was their bodies, souls, or even their powers. What kind of formation is this? Although they did not feel anything out of the ordinary, they felt that Duanling Tian would not do something useless. The more they could not find anything out of the ordinary, the more uneasy they felt. In fact, they even had a faint sense of foreboding. Our 5 divine elements. As soon as he Chuanli spoke, they quickly realized that the 5 divine elements that were fighting for the 7 orifices exquisite sword had unknowingly left the sword and were flying toward Duanling Tian. After that, they swam around Duanling Tian's Pine Willow Divine Tree. When they were close to each other, they looked like colorful ribbons from afar. What's going on? Yang Meng's expression changed. I can't contact the Chaos Divine Earth. I can't contact the World-Cleansing Divine Water as well. Han Xian's expression changed as well. As for the other 3, their expressions changed as well. They were also unable to contact their 5 divine element spirits. What kind of formation is this? While the 5 people's expressions changed drastically, Duanling Tian waved his hand and retrieved the 7 orifices exquisite sword. His aura instantly became much sharper. 5 divine elements? At the same time, Duanling Tian's gaze landed on the 5 people. The faint smile on his face widened as he said, I'm sorry, but I have one as well. Chapter 3588. 5 divine elements? I'm sorry, but I have one as well. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Yang Meng, Tan Jin, and the others were stunned. At this moment, a vigorous energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body. Around this vigorous energy, there were 5 energies of different colors entwined around it. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, a young boy's voice rang in the air from the yellowish energy. Ling Tian boy, well done. I didn't expect I'd be able to ascend from the 7th form to the 9th form in a single bound. It was clear the voice belonged to one of the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body, the Chaos Divine Earth. Among the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body, only the Chaos Divine Flame was in its 8th form. The rest of the 5 divine elements were in their 7th form. On the other hand, the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body were united as though they were a family. If they encountered any other divine elements, they would join forces to suppress them and allow their divine elements to devour the other divine elements. In their opinion, it was a good thing that their companion's strength had increased. They would be able to help him in the future. Little Tian, thank you. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water also expressed its gratitude to Duanling Tian. However, its voice sounded weaker than before. It was clear it had not fully recovered. Even the Chaos Divine Earth's voice sounded weak when it spoke earlier. It seems like all of us will be able to ascend to the 9th form this time. The clear Heaven's Divine Wood's voice rang in the air. Although the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal did not say anything, Duanling Tian knew they were grateful to him. However, as the 5 divine elements who had followed him since the beginning, they were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding with each other. There were many things that he did not have to be too formal with them. Just like now. 5 divine elements. At the same time, Yang Meng and the other 4 divine elements noticed the vitality energy in Duanling Tian's body. The 5 energies were familiar yet unfamiliar to them. They were the 5 divine elements, but they were not their divine elements. After all, they had experienced this feeling many times before. This was because the 5 divine elements in their bodies had evolved by devouring other people's 5 divine elements. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, all the 5 divine elements that had appeared before had been devoured by the 5 divine elements, except for those that were not targeted by the 5 divine elements. That was why the 5 divine elements could grow to such a level today. In the purgatory battlefield, where immortal emperors gathered, plundering the 5 divine elements depended entirely on luck. It depended on whether one could encounter a suitable divine element and whether one could deal with the opponent. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it all depended on one's strength. None of them dared to expose their 5 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield because they were afraid of being killed by the other party and their 5 divine elements being devoured by the other party's 5 divine elements. Hence, they kept a low profile. It was only when they grew stronger that they realized there was no one who could match them that they began to show off. In recent years, the 5 of them had stood at the peak of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Their divine elements were close to the 9th form, and their strength was comparable to that of a 9-star god of war. They were invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If it was not for the temptation of a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would not have gathered together. In fact, although they all knew each other, it was the first time the 5 of them had gathered together. Oh no! These 5 divine elements are going to devour our divine elements. He Chuanli's expression changed drastically when she saw the life energy that was brimming with vitality coming out of Duan Lingtian's body, and the unfamiliar divine elements fusing with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique. Then, a devouring force began to spread out and shrouded her and the other 4 divine elements. No! Han Xian's expression changed drastically. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as a chilling aura surged from her body. Soon after, ice formed under her feet and brought her toward her divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Until now, her world-cleansing divine water had not shown any signs of activity. She realized that if she did not do anything, her world-cleansing divine water would be devoured by the other world-cleansing divine water. At that time, she would lose her world-cleansing divine water. She would not allow that to happen. Let's get our divine elements back. At this moment, Yang Meng, Tan Jin, Beast Hua, and He Chuanli began to make their moves as well. Different energies exploded from their bodies before they shot toward Duanling Tian, as though they had transformed into 4 different colored rays of light. To be more precise, they shot toward Duanling Tian with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique as the center. The 5 divine elements had fallen into a strange state of slumber. They wanted to awaken their divine elements. They did not want their divine elements to sit around and wait for their deaths. They did not want to lose their divine elements. They had been together for so many years and relied on the divine elements to get to where they were today. Naturally, they did not want to lose their divine elements. If they had a choice, even if they had to give up Duan Lingtian's prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would do anything to protect their divine elements. In fact, with the help of the 5 divine elements, they would be able to make a name for themselves in the realms of gods. Even if he couldn't become an immortal expert in the end, he still had a good chance of breaking through and becoming the strongest ultimate god under the immortal experts as long as he didn't die prematurely. As for prominent divine artifacts, they would be able to obtain as many as they wanted after they became ultimate gods. They did not even need to become ultimate gods. After they became celestial emperors, they would be able to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. If they learned how to refine divine artifacts in the realms of gods, they would be able to refine prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls even after they became celestial emperors. What was a high-grade divine artifact in front of the 5 divine elements? At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have been greedy. If I lose the profound divine metal because of a prominent divine artifact, I won't be able to rest in peace. We must save the clear heavens divine wood at all costs. At this moment, Yang Meng and the 4 others were extremely anxious. All they could think about was saving their divine elemental spirits. As for the high-quality god artifacts, they had completely forgotten about them. They were no longer important. Thank you for your divine elements. Almost as soon as Han Xian made his move, Duan Lingtian made his move. In just a flash, he left the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar and appeared in front of Han Xian to block his path. At the same time, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand and let it fly out. I'll leave them to you. Earlier, their 5 divine elements imprisoned and restrained you. Now, no matter how angry you are, you can vent it on them. As for their divine elements, as long as Sister Shui and the others have time, they'll be able to devour them with the 5 elements spirit devouring divine formation and their own strength. After Duan Ling Tian tossed the 7 orifices exquisite sword out, he said unhurriedly. Then, he stood at the side with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched everything unfold in front of him. Occasionally, he would look at the life force of the divine element spirit that was devouring Yang Meng and the others. Occasionally, he would look at Huang Er, who was in her human form as she fought with Han Xian. Swoosh! With the help of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang Er killed Han Xian in just one blow. Han Xian was one of the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the world-cleansing divine water that was no longer under her control was part of her strength, she was still much stronger than Yu Chaochuan, swordsman Chu, and Ji Ying, whom Huang Er had killed earlier. The reason she was in such a terrible state was because she was on the verge of losing the world-cleansing divine water, and she was unable to calm down. Although she had regained her senses when Huang Er's sword was right in front of her, it was too late. She was killed as soon as she regained her senses. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Han Xian died, Yang Meng and the others who were following behind her regained their senses. They stopped in midair and broke out in cold sweat. Even the group of demonic beasts following behind the beast flame also stopped and stood quietly in the void without making a single sound. Their emotions seemed to have changed along with the beast flame. Traces of fear could be seen in the eyes of the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were, in fact, celestial beasts without much intelligence. They were trained by Beast Hua using a special method to control them. At this moment, Beast Hua's heart was in a mess. They could vaguely feel the fear in her heart, causing them to feel uneasy. At this moment, Yang Meng, Duan Ling Tian, and the Pine Willow Divine Tree's divine technique doppelganger were not far from where the 5 divine element spirits were. However, there was a rainbow-colored figure standing in the middle of them on a sword. They did not dare to move forward, afraid that they would follow in Han Xian's footsteps. Huang Er was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She stood on her sword as she stared coldly at Yang Meng and the others. Her aura was condensed, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword beneath her flickered with rainbow-colored sword rays. It was as though if Yang Meng and the others dared to move, they would be destroyed at lightning speed. At this moment, Huang Er looked like a rainbow-colored sword god. I have a sword that can block all enemies in the world. There is nothing better than this. Chapter 3589. Huang Er stood there with her 7-colored robe fluttering in the wind. She looked valiant as she wielded her sword. On the other hand, Yang Meng, Tan Jin, and the others were still unable to contact their 5 divine elements. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements seemed to be threatening them. Their expressions changed again and again. However, they could not help but feel apprehensive when they saw Huang Er standing in front of them. Duan Lingtian. Yang Meng looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "If you're willing to let go of my chaos divine earth and let it leave with me, I, Yang Meng, swear that I'll never make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian again. I'll avoid you whenever I see you." Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to do the same as well. Tan Jin chimed in as well. As for Beast Hua and He Chuanli, although they didn't speak, their gazes were filled with anticipation when they looked at Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to let go of Yang Meng and Tan Jin's 5 divine elements, they would make the same promise and leave with their 5 divine elements. They would leave Duan Lingtian and would no longer make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian for the time being. If you want to make a move, then make a move. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Meng and Tan Jin indifferently before he said unhurriedly, I've been planning this for a long time to lure you into my trap. Now that you're here and have given me your 5 divine elements, there's no way I'll give up halfway. If you want to take back your 5 divine elements, do it yourself. Hurry up. I'm afraid you'll only be able to watch as my 5 divine elements devour your 5 divine elements if I'm too late. Duan Lingtian's words angered Yang Meng and the others to the point their expressions changed again. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were as sharp as blades and filled with killing intent. However, Duan Lingtian merely looked at them indifferently. Today, if he hadn't gained the upper hand, he would have been the one to die. Therefore, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the 5 people in front of him. He only felt that they deserved it. Make your move. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must rescue our 5 divine elements. Otherwise, our future will be ruined. He Chuanli said in a deep voice. Even without the 5 divine elements, they still had a chance to ascend to godhood. However, as someone who had the potential to become an ultimate god or even an ultimate god, it was hard for her to accept the fact that she had suddenly lost such an opportunity. It was not only He Chuanli. The other 3 people also reacted the same way. A person who had been standing high for a long time would not be willing to come down. Beast Flame, you and Yang Meng will keep the high-grade divine artifact soul busy. He Chuanli and I will attack. One of us will deal with Duanling Tian, and the other will save our 5 divine elements. Tan Jin's expression instantly turned serious and solemn as he spoke in a low voice. Why are we the ones restraining the artifact soul? Beast Flame asked in a deep voice. He had just witnessed how terrifying the high-grade divine artifact soul was. If possible, he really didn't want to go up against her. Beast Flame, I have no intention of targeting you. However, you have an army of beasts at your command. Yang Meng's defense is the strongest among us. Among the 4 of us, only you and Yang Meng are suitable to restrain her. Tan Jin was not surprised by Beast Flame's question and explained in a clear manner. Beast Flame, Yang Meng said with a gloomy expression. At this point, there's no need for us to scheme against each other. If we waste any more time, our 5 divine elements will really be devoured. I don't think that's what you want to see, right? Don't worry, you and I will work together to restrain the high-grade divine artifact soul. I'll fight her in front of you and block more of her attacks. You just have to support me from behind. Upon hearing Yang Meng's words, Beast Flame no longer had any questions. The 2 of them exchanged glances before they made their move under Yang Meng's lead and charged toward the 7-colored figure blocking their path. As for Tan Jin and He Chuanli, one of them charged toward Duanling Tian while the other charged toward the 5 divine elements. It had to be said that both of them had made the right choice. However, they had overlooked a problem, which was also the most important problem. The most important issue was that they were currently in a formation. Although the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation was set up by Duanling Tian, it was set up according to one of his 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Naturally, the 5 divine elements did not have to be Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements. It could be other 5 divine elements as well. In fact, if the other 5 divine elements were trapped in the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, not only would their energy be forcefully absorbed to maintain the formation, but they would also lose their consciousness. This was the main reason Yang Meng and the others could not contact their 5 divine elements devouring divine elements. At this moment, the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation were no longer being maintained by Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. Naturally, the core of the formation was the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon that had merged with Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. It was easy to break the formation. All they had to do was destroy the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. However, the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon was currently under the protection of Yang Meng and the others' 5 divine elements devouring divine tree. Since they were the energy source of the formation, it was only natural that they were the energy source that maintained the stability of the formation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Faced with Yang Meng, Beast Flame, and the demonic beasts led by Beast Flame, Huang made her move. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and the 7-colored sword ray followed her like a shadow. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into a rain of swords that enveloped both of them. Come at me! Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body exploded, forming layers upon layers of protective shields that blocked the rainbow-colored sword rain. Although the protective shield shattered inch by inch, the shock waves from the attack weren't enough to harm Yang Meng. No matter what, Yang Meng was still one of the strongest 9-star war gods. Moreover, he specialized in the law of earth, which was known as the #1 defensive law, among the many laws. Of course, Yang Meng alone wasn't enough to block all of Huang Er's attacks. A mere artifact soul. Watch how I destroy you. Beast Flame's flames surged as he transformed into a flaming giant in the blink of an eye. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Roar! Roar! When Beast Flame made his move, the demonic beasts behind him moved as well. Although there was fear in their eyes, they didn't slow down in the slightest. Even if a large number of demonic beasts at the front were killed, The demonic beasts at the back didn't seem to notice as they continued to advance like a suicide squad. At this moment, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were clear about their duty. They had to restrain the artifact soul in front of them so that she wouldn't be able to deal with Tan Jin and He Chuanli. Of course, if the situation permitted, they would also want to destroy the artifact soul in front of them. However, after a round of confrontation, they knew that it was difficult to restrain the artifact soul, let alone destroy it. Tan Jin, He Chuanli, hurry up. We can't hold on for long. Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body surged to resist the 7 orifices exquisite sword's attack. As for Beast Flame, he led a group of demonic beasts to surround Huang. Huang was surrounded by demonic beasts from all directions. There was no way for her to escape. There was only one way for her to escape. She had to fight her way out. On the other hand, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were fighting with their lives on the line. They were fighting with their lives on the line to save their 5 divine element spirits. On the other hand, Tan Jin, who was shrouded in a golden light as though he had transformed into a golden giant, charged toward Duanling Tian. As for He Chuanli, she was being pulled by the vines toward the 5 divine element spirits. Tan Jin. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person shrouded in golden light charging toward him. Tan Jin was one of the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also skilled in the law of metal. His attacks were so strong that he could definitely be ranked among the top in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For such an existence to attack him, even though he felt pressured, what flowed through his blood was more battle intent. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. Good timing. As the golden figure approached, a golden saber radiance whizzed toward him. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above Tan Jin's head. As for Tan Jin, it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. His legs suddenly shook the void, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a golden pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Bursts of rumbling sounds rang out, and everywhere he passed, the fine moisture in the air was completely evaporated. The terrifying power caused the surface of the golden pillar of light to produce streaks of golden lightning that looked like golden electric snakes. At this moment, Duanling Tian did not have the time to cast the teleportation profundity again. Control. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he displayed the way of control. He then combined the space sword principle with the power of space to display. Although he did not have the 7 orifices exquisite sword to rely on, he still had other medium divine swords that did not have sword souls. He still has a divine artifact. Tan Jin had thought that he could easily defeat Duanling Tian with the power of his divine artifact. After all, Duanling Tian's divine artifact was restrained and could not be used. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have another divine artifact. How many divine artifacts does Duanling Tian have? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword radiance formed by the power of space swooped down toward Tan Jin. At this moment, Tan Jin was punching out his right fist toward the sky. He was wearing a pair of gloves on which the power of the law of metal bloomed. It was like golden lightning intertwining with each other, giving off a dazzling light that was extremely dazzling. In an instant, the attacks of the 2 men collided together. In the next moment, after a moment of silence, a terrifying power exploded. The whole world flashed and dimmed for a moment before it slowly returned to normal. As the parties involved, Duanling Tian and Tan Jin were now facing each other from a distance. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 3590. My current comprehension of the laws of space is still a little lacking. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Earlier, he had exerted all of his strength, but he was still evenly matched with Tan Jin. This showed how terrifying Tan Jin's comprehension of the law of metal was. Duanling Tian had even used the Tao of Control and the Space Sword principle earlier. Even so, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. It should be known that his way of control and Space Sword principle had greatly improved his strength. Even so, when he used 70 to 80% of his strength, he was only evenly matched with Tan Jin. Tan Jin is indeed a top 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although Duanling Tian had expected Tan Jin to be so powerful, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, Duanling Tian was not the only one who was shocked. Even Tan Jin was shocked. Duan Ling Tian is still so powerful even without the help of a prominent divine weapon? Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who had exerted all of his strength earlier. Even Tan Jin had exerted all of his strength earlier. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. He was completely evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian. His expression turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with vigilance. However, when he saw He Chuanli approaching his profound divine metal and the other 5 divine elements from the corner of his eye, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not manage to defeat or kill Duan Ling Tian, at least he managed to pin him down, giving He Chuanli a chance to rescue the 5 divine elements. If Yang Meng and Beast Hua had seen He Chuanli approaching the 5 divine elements, they would have been as happy as Tan Jin. Unfortunately, they were completely focused on the battle and could not afford to be distracted. On the other hand, Beast Hua's group of demonic beasts would lose one of their demonic beasts every now and then. At the same time, they were gradually at a disadvantage. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for long. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp 7-colored sword radiance looked bright and beautiful, but in fact, it contained waves of cold killing intent. If Yang Meng and Beast Fire were careless, they could die under the sword radiance in the next moment. Clear Sky Divine Wood. He Chuanli arrived in front of the Pine Willow Divine Tree without any obstructions. She looked at her Clear Heavens Divine Tree with excitement in her eyes. I'm here to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, He Chuanli had already furiously attacked. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thick vines appeared out of thin air. They were none other than He Chuanli's power. The vines flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body like violent pythons. From the looks of it, they wanted to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body. A few moments later, the python-like vines landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image projection. In an instant, a 5-colored light rose from the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body, and it forcefully blocked the vine's attack. He Chuanli was shocked by the Pine Willow Divine Tree's powerful defense. This was because her attack earlier was completely useless. However, in the next moment, she realized her attack was not useless. Under normal circumstances, she would be happy. Since her attack was not useless, she would be able to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's defense with a few more attacks. However, after her attack, she hesitated and did not attack again. Instead, she stared at her Clear Heavens Divine Wood in disbelief. Clear Heavens Divine Wood, you! Why are you still helping it? That's not right. It's not just my Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Even Tan Jin's profound divine metal, Beast was Chaos Divine Flame, Yang Meng's Chaos Divine Earth, and Han Xian's World Cleansing Divine Water are helping to fend off my attacks. At this moment, He Chuanli realized that after her attack, not only did her Clear Heavens Divine Wood dim, but the other 5 divine elements that belonged to Yang Meng and the others had dimmed as well. On the other hand, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body, Duan Ling Tian's life energy, and the 5 divine elements surrounding them did not change at all. No. She could not say that there were no changes at all. At the very least, the auras of Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements seemed to be transforming at every moment. This was because they were devouring the 8 forms of the 5 divine elements to their heart's content. Originally, their devouring progress was very slow, but when He Chuanli's attack caused the 5 divine elements to dim a little, they were able to devour them with twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that He Chuanli had indirectly helped them. This was one of the great mysteries of the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. As the longest-living divine element among Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water had long anticipated that they would discover what was happening. Therefore she had set up this trap to lure them in. He Chuanli had successfully taken the bait. It's a formation. Initially, He Chuanli was still puzzled as to why her attack had depleted her Clear Heavens Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements when it had clearly landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree. After a while, she extended her divine consciousness and quickly discovered that the energy surrounding the Pine Willow Divine Tree came from their 5 divine elements. In fact, the energy that was powering the formation came from her Clear Heavens Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. When she discovered this, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. That Duan Ling Tian was too shameless, wasn't he? It was one thing for him to set up a trap to steal their 5 divine elements, But he had even resorted to such a despicable method to make their 5 divine elements destroy themselves. Forget it. Even if I manage to disperse their energy, they'll be able to recover after some time. The depletion of their energy won't affect their current form at all. They'll be able to recover by sleeping. After making up her mind, He Chuanli decided to make another move and continue attacking the Pine Willow Divine Tree. She wanted to see how long the Pine Willow Divine Tree could last even with the protection of her Clear Heaven's Divine Wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. However, just as she was about to make another move, she caught a glimpse of Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements from the corner of her eye. She could sense the life energy in the 5 divine elements. Oh right. How could I have forgotten about them? Didn't Duanling Tian want his 5 divine elements to devour our 5 divine elements? Now that his 5 divine elements are devouring our 5 divine elements. If I can injure them, they won't be able to devour our 5 divine elements anymore, right? Who knows, I might even be able to capture them and turn them into nourishment for our 5 divine elements. He Chuanli's eyes brightened when she thought about this. Without any hesitation, she made a move on Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements. The vines shot out again like pythons with their mouths wide open as they charged toward the 5 divine elements. However, He Chuanli soon discovered something else. Her Clear Heaven's Divine Wood, Yang Meng, and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements extended their energy to protect Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements. Damn it! It's the formation again! Although He Chuanli knew this was the effect of the formation, she was still infuriated. She coughed out a mouthful of blood before swallowing it back down. At the same time, her Clear Heaven's Divine Wood, Yang Meng, and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements dimmed even more. The speed at which Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements devoured them had increased. He Chuanli had once again done them a great favor. He Chuanli was infuriated when she saw this. In the next instant, she made her move again. Again and again, she depleted the energy of her and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. During this process, Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements devoured their 5 divine elements faster and faster. After 2 more attacks, I'll be able to completely destroy our 5 divine elements' energy. At that time, I'll be able to destroy this formation. He Chuanli thought to herself. Her eyes shone with hope. Boom! However, after another attack, before He Chuanli could launch another attack, a shrill cry rang out beside her ears. Tanjin, He Chuanli, save me! He Chuanli's expression changed drastically when she heard this cry. When He Chuanli instinctively turned around, she saw the soul of the divine weapon, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, killing Yang Meng with a swing of his sword. He Chuanli felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw this. Among them, the one with the strongest defense was Yang Meng. However, he had been killed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, it was not only He Chuanli, but even Tanjin, who was still evenly matched with Duanling Tian, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Yang Meng was killed. He did not expect Yang Meng would be killed so quickly. Ah! While He Chuanli and Tanjin were still in a daze from Yang Meng's death, another shrill cry rang in the air. After Yang Meng's death, Beast Hua had lost its defensive barrier and was killed by the rainbow-colored sword rays. Yang Meng's death was like a fuse that ignited Beast Hua's withering life force. In just a blink of an eye, 2 top 9 star gods of war who had dominated the 9 Serenities battlefield for many years had died. This scene shocked He Chuanli and Tanjin so much that they looked at each other in horror. At the same time, when they sensed that the soul of the divine weapon had turned its attention to them, they quickly fled in different directions. They no longer dared to think about rescuing their divine element spirits. They were already very lucky to be alive. However, could they escape? Whoosh! The 2 of them, who only wanted to escape, had no intention of fighting in the face of Huang Er's pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Tanjin was killed by Huang Er's sword. Then, Huang Er continued to chase after He Chuanli. Everything happened so quickly that He Chuanli did not manage to escape from the Brahma Alliance's encampment. Hearing Tanjin's unwilling cry and sensing the murderous intent behind her, He Chuanli's face turned pale. She stopped and looked at Duanling Tian, hurriedly shouting, Duanling Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I, He Chuanli, am willing to serve you as your slave. Chapter 3591. When Duan Tian heard He Chuanli's words, he ignored her completely. However, what he did not expect was that when Huang heard He Chuanli's words, she stopped in her tracks. The rainbow-colored sword lights that filled the sky only revolved around He Chuanli, surrounding her. They did not attack her. At the same time, Huang looked at Duan Tian and asked softly, "Master, what she said? Do you want to consider it?" When He Chuanli heard Huang words, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked humbly at Duan Tian, her eyes filled with hope. At this moment, if one looked closely, they would see that He Chuanli's forehead and neck were dripping with cold sweat. She would never forget what had happened today. 4 top 9-star gods of war who were as strong as her, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 Serenities battlefield, who were invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield, had been killed in a single day. She was the only one left, and her life and death were in the hands of the person in front of her. When he saw Huang looking at him, Duan Tian was speechless. Did this girl think that he would be soft-hearted just because of this? Was he, Duan Tian, that kind of person? Huang do it. Duan Tian transmitted his voice into Huang ears. She instantly activated the rainbow-colored sword radiance and killed He Chuanli, who was still waiting for Duan Tian's reply. Before He Chuanli died, she was still waiting for Duan Tian's reply. Huang attack was fast. Since then, the 5 top 9-star gods of war who had dominated the 9 Serenities battlefield for many years had all died in a single day. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Tian smiled at Huang. She bowed respectfully to Duan Tian, then turned into a ray of rainbow-colored light and entered the 7 orifices exquisite sword. She returned to Duan Tian's body as if she had never been there. At this moment, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the pine willow divine tree. To be more precise, the 5 divine elements were devouring the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements belonged to Yang Meng and the others, while the 5 divine elements belonged to Duan Tian. Moreover, among the 5 divine elements, only the chaos divine flame had entered the 8th form. The other divine elements were only in the 7th form. However, the existence of the 5 elements spirit-devouring divine formation not only suppressed the intelligence of the 5 8th form divine elements, but even their energy was forcibly taken away from them to maintain the operation of the formation. Needless to say, Duan Tian had spent a lot of effort in setting up the spirit formation. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had taken the time to prepare for a rainy day. Duan Tian looked at the world-cleansing divine water among the 5 divine elements as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, Sister Water is on my side and not my opponent's side." When Duan Tian thought about the world-cleansing divine water's plan, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. This plan had started when he left the Tidal Temple's main hall. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had planned to gather the strength of the 5 divine elements to help him escape from the 2 god kings. At the same time, she had also told him about the plan to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and set up the 5 element spirit-devouring divine formation. Naturally, when the world-cleansing divine water told him about this plan, she had also reminded him that he had to be careful. He had to be confident he could deal with the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, since they did not have the 5 divine elements to rely on. It was also the world-cleansing divine water's plan to lure them in by using a prominent god artifact. Naturally, the world-cleansing divine water did not expect Duan Tian to rely on Huang and his own strength to deal with the 5 9-star gods of war instead of relying on his own strength to deal with the 5 divine elements. The world-cleansing divine water did not expect this day to come so early. This was because, in her opinion, no matter how high Duan Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability were, he would at least need a few tens of years to set up this plan. However, she did not expect Duan Tian to set up this plan so quickly. Moreover, he had succeeded in the end. After this, even if Sister Water and the others can't transform to the 9th form, they're not far from it. As for Senior Chaos Divine Flame, he should be able to transform to the 9th form successfully. Duan Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 divine elements that belonged to him. At this moment, the speed at which his 5 divine elements devoured the other 5 divine elements was much faster than before. In just half a day, he discovered his 5 divine elements had almost completely devoured the other 5 divine elements. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Tian's ears as he watched the 5 divine elements shone even brighter. Sister Water? Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water. After this battle, he became even more respectful toward the world-cleansing divine water. Why did you suddenly stop devouring Han Xian's world-cleansing divine water? As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian discovered his 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth, had stopped devouring the divine elements of Yang Meng and the others. What was going on? Duan Ling Tian was confused. Little Tian. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water spoke again. Based on what we've devoured so far, all of us will be able to enter the peak of the 8th form. Old Hua will be able to enter the 9th form as well. As for the remaining 5 divine elements, even if the 4 of us devoured them, we won't be able to enter the 9th form. As for Old Hua, he won't need the remaining chaos divine flame to enter the 9th form. We've unanimously decided to use the remaining remnants of the 5 divine elements as bait to help you break through the spatial barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield and enter the realm of gods. Haven't you always wanted to go to the realms of gods? Once you enter the realm of gods, you'll be able to enter the realm of gods. Perhaps, one of the realms of gods will be the divine offering land that you've always wanted to visit. Naturally, the possibility of that happening isn't high. The world-cleansing divine water replied. Enter the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian held his breath when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the realm of gods in advance. Moreover, it was highly possible that he would be able to enter the divine offering land before everyone else. However, Duan Ling Tian did not lose his composure. He quickly regained his composure and asked, Sister Water, are you sure it won't affect all of you if you leave the 5 divine elements behind and stop devouring them? Although it's beneficial for me to enter the realms of gods in advance, staying in the 9 Serenities battlefield or even the At realms won't interfere with my path to godhood. Duan Ling Tian said, Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. It's guaranteed that my cultivation speed won't be lower than the godly spirits in the realms of gods after I become a god. Little Tian, why do you have to lie to yourself? The world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh. Now that your prominent divine artifact has been exposed, let alone the fact that there are countless people in the At realms who want to kill you and steal your prominent divine artifact. In 300 years, when the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the At realms are opened, even the godly spirits in the realms of gods will know that you possess a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. At that time, your situation will be even more difficult than it is now. Moreover, there's no lack of godly powerhouses in the 81 At realms. Unless you hide in the mundane realms, there's a high chance they'll find you if you continue to stay in the At realms even after you've become a god. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Naturally, he knew his current situation very well. It was indeed as the world-cleansing divine water had said. Moreover, we've devoured the 8th form divine elements, so we'll have to sleep for a period of time to digest and absorb them. During this time, it'll be difficult for us to help you. Naturally, you can find a mundane realm to hide in, but that'll definitely affect your state of mind and your cultivation. You can't miss a single step on the path to godhood. If you have inner demons, it'll be even more difficult for you to become a god. For this reason, I think it's best for you to head to the realms of gods in advance. At the very least, once you're in the realms of gods, regardless of whether you're in the divine offering land or not, you won't have to worry about being targeted for the next 300 years. Moreover, I think 300 years in the realms of gods is better than 3,000 years in the At realms. Naturally, these are all my suggestions. After all, even if you're able to enter the realm battlefield in advance with our help, it'll still be extremely difficult for you to leave the realm of gods alive. In the end, it's up to you to make the decision. Duan Ling Tian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water's words struck a chord with Duan Ling Tian. If Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Title Temple, and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, had revealed the existence of the 5 divine elements, they would not have spread the news. However, news of the existence of a high-grade god artifact with an artifact soul would not have spread far and wide. After all, there were too many people who knew about it. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had concealed the existence of the 5 divine elements from Duan Ling Tian because they thought it would be better if fewer people knew about it. As for those who knew about his high-quality god artifact, many of them were destined to never be able to take it from him. Under such circumstances, why would they hide the fact that he possessed a high-quality god artifact with an artifact soul? Chapter 3592. The only reason the 5 divine elements were exposed was because of Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian. Now that the prominent Devata artifact had been exposed, he had become the target of public criticism. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could choose to escape to a mundane realm. However, just as the world-cleansing divine water had said, even if the little world in his body provided him with heaven and earth spirit energy that was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods, it would still affect his cultivation. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield in the first place. He would have chosen to hide in a mundane realm. Even if he entered the netherworld battlefield because of the 5 elements spirit-devouring divine array, he could have hidden in the mundane plane and waited until he became a 9-star god of war before entering the netherworld battlefield to set up the array. He wouldn't have entered the netherworld battlefield before becoming a 9-star god of war. The reason he did not do that was because the environment in the mundane realm would limit his cultivation and development. This was also the reason the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned. Sister Water, I'll head to the realm battlefield in the realms of gods and enter the realms of gods through the realm battlefield. However, before that, I'd like to make arrangements for my family. The choice the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned was not a choice for Duan Lingtian at all. In his opinion, there was only one path he could take. He would head to the realms of gods. Although it would be safe for him to hide in the mundane realm, the improvement he would receive from the realms of gods was not even comparable to the Devata realms. Cultivation was not only about innate talent, but it was also about one's state of mind. Although he could convince himself that hiding in the mundane realm was only a temporary solution, it would still affect his cultivation. Throughout his journey from the mundane realm to the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Apart from being lucky, he knew it was mostly due to the environment he was in. After he ascended to the Devata realms, his wife Ker, who was in the divine offering land, had encouraged him to cultivate diligently. I knew you would make such a choice. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. You should settle your family first. Once you've settled them down, we'll send you through the space barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield to the realm battlefield. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left the 9 Serenities battlefield. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had left. As for the 5 divine elements, they had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. The remnants of the other 5 divine elements were also placed in his little world. As for the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, it had been removed by Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian left the 9 Serenities battlefield and returned to the Devata realm, he carefully teleported between several Devata realms to make sure no one was following him before he randomly chose a mundane realm to enter. While Duan Lingtian was preparing to settle his family in the mundane realm, the situation in the Devata realms was not as peaceful as before. The commotion was due to the deaths of Yang Meng and the others. 5 top-notch 9-star gods of war who had dominated the netherworld battlefield and possessed the 8th form of the 5 divine elements had perished just like that. Naturally, this startled the people around them. Although no one knew about their secret, the people around them knew about it. Apart from Beast Hua, Yang Meng and the others were all reclusive people. Most people did not know about their existence. They traveled in the Devata realms under different identities. Their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield were fake as well. However, even those who lived in seclusion still had family and elders. For example, Yang Meng was a descendant of the Titan race. The Titan race was a very ancient race. They were a race that was passed down through the union of special life forms and humans. However, many years ago, the Titan clan had offended a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm and was almost annihilated. Although they managed to survive, they lived in seclusion and did not dare to reveal their identities. After all, if their identities were exposed, they would be annihilated again. For the Titan clan, Yang Meng's appearance was their hope. Moreover, Yang Meng had also obtained the Chaos Divine Earth, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, the chaos divine earth was in its 8th form. It was as though they could already see Yang Meng entering the realms of gods, becoming a godly venerate, and becoming a supreme powerhouse. However, he had never imagined that a trip to seize a high-grade divine artifact would cause him to perish just like that. Who killed Meng? Even if the other 4 people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Meng, right? With Meng's defense and the Chaos Divine Earth's help, he should have been able to escape unscathed. The remaining members of the Titan clan gathered together to discuss Yang Meng's death. Their faces were filled with grief. They could not figure out how Yang Meng had died. Yang Meng's original name was not Yang Meng, but Meng. Everyone in the Titan clan addressed him as Yang Meng. He was the one who gave himself the surname Yang. He Chuanli, Han Xian, and Tan Jin had died. Their families and seniors were heartbroken. They could not figure out who had killed them and who had the ability to do so. The deaths of these people were destined to be a case without clues. Before Tan Jin died, he tried to send a message to his younger brother who was also in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, he discovered the formation that enveloped him and the 5 divine elements prevented him from sending a message out. It was as though a special force had sealed the area. Under such circumstances, no one was able to send a message out. Among the 5 9-star gods of war who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands, the person with the most sensitive identity was none other than Beast Hua. To be more precise, his real name was Zhong Yan, not Beast Hua. Zhong Yan was a member of the Hellbird clan, a heaven-grade force that was famous in all Devata realms. To be more precise, he was a mixed blood between the Hellbird clan and the human clan. He had completely refined the Hellbird's blood essence and was a peerless genius among humans. The Hellbird clan was a demonic beast from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They had wreaked havoc in all the Devata realms. In the end, many powerful divine emperors from the realms of gods had stepped in to suppress the Hellbird clan. However, even so, the ferocious reputation of the Hellbird clan was still known by everyone. Moreover, the Hellbird clan had many divine emperors and divine emperors in the realms of gods. Due to this reason, the Hellbird clan lived a comfortable life in the Devata realms. No forces dared to provoke them. As a mixed blood between the Hellbird clan and the human clan, Zhong Yan was originally disliked by the Hellbird clan. However, due to his extraordinary natural talent and the acknowledgement of the chaotic divine flame that was passed down in the Hellbird clan, he had become the holy son of the Hellbird clan. His status was only inferior to the patriarch and supreme elders. The Hellbird clan saw him as their only hope. Currently, the strongest powerhouse in the Hellbird clan was only at the Divine Emperor stage. All of them felt that Zhong Yan had a high chance of breaking through to the ultimate god stage. At that time, the Hellbird clan would become a transcendent force like the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. This was the Hellbird clan's goal. However, Zhong Yan, the holy son of the Hellbird clan, who was also Beast Hua, was dead. Investigate. Investigate. Regardless of who killed Zhong Yan, our Hellbird clan will exterminate his entire clan and tear them into 10,000 pieces. It doesn't matter if it's Duan Lingtian or the other 4 people. The patriarch of the Hellbird clan ordered furiously. Many titled celestial emperors from the Hellbird clan were sent to the 9 Serenities battlefield to investigate the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements. However, their efforts were in vain. After all, the other 4 9-star gods of the Hellbird clan, Zhong Yan, who was also Beast Hua's subordinate, had also died. As for Duan Lingtian, he had also left the 9 Serenities battlefield. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had brought his family and friends to a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort to find a beautiful paradise in this mundane realm. It was located on a remote island. The sea around the island was filled with demonic beasts whose strength was close to the pinnacle of the mundane realms. It was precisely because this sea was so terrifying that such a desolate and uninhabited island had appeared. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed on the island, but there were no humans. After Duan Lingtian summoned his friends and family from the little world in his body, the deserted island became livelier. With so many people on the island, the demonic beasts in the surrounding sea who could leave the sea and smelled the human aura immediately made a move to devour them. Alas, all of them were killed in the end. Throughout the entire process, only Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Yantian, had made a move. The blood of the demonic beasts dyed half of the island red and spread on the sea around the island. The demonic beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they quickly left the island, afraid that the humans on the island would attack again. Father, Mother, please stay here for the time being. Don't go to the At realm. Wait for me for 300 years. After 300 years, I'll bring Ke back. After settling down his family, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave. Before he left, he went to look for his parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. Tian, be careful, Duan Ruffing said solemnly. However, a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. He was proud to have such a son. Tian, don't force yourself when you go to the realm of gods. You must be extra careful. Li Ro tried her best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not tell them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Otherwise, they would have been even more worried. Duan Lingtian told them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods. He could directly go to the realm of gods through the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 3593. Apart from his parents, Duan Ruffing, and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian also told his wife, Li Fei, and his children that he would leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and head to the realms of gods. He did not want them to worry about him. If they knew he would have to go through the dangerous realm battlefield to head to the realms of gods, they would definitely try to stop him. However, no matter who tried to stop him, they would not be able to sway him. For this reason, he decided to keep it a secret so they would not worry about him. For the next 300 years, all of you will stay here and cultivate. I'll set up a formation to store some of the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world. Duan Lingtian was also worried that his family, especially his children, would not be willing to waste their youth in the mundane realm since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realm was too weak. For this reason, before he left, he set up a formation on the island with the help of the world-cleansing divine water to transfer some of the heaven and earth spirit energy out of his little world. The entire process was so grand that it was as though he had stolen the sky and changed the earth. For a time, the entire island was shrouded in rich heaven and earth spirit energy. Little Fei, wait for me. When Duan Lingtian left, he only bid farewell to his wife, Li Fei. He didn't bid farewell to the others because parting was always sad, and he didn't want to see a group of people revealing sad emotions in front of him. After he left, he told his wife, Li Fei, to pass on the message to them in a few days. Sister Water, what should I pay attention to in the realm battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water as they made their way to the transporting formation in the 9 Serenities battlefield after leaving the mundane realm. You have to pay attention to everything. The world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. After entering the realm battlefield, all you have to do is leave. If you're lucky, you'll appear near the transporting formation that leads to the realm battlefield. That's the safest place for you. If you're unlucky, you'll have to look for the teleportation formation yourself. Given your strength, you'll definitely die if someone sets their eyes on you. After all, killing you won't give you any merit points. After all, you're not someone from a realm of gods who entered the planar battlefield to earn merit points. You're just someone who entered the planar battlefield by accident, Duan Lingtian explained. However, it is also possible for you to meet someone who is violent and bloodthirsty. They may attack you. There are also some people who are weak and have to be careful in the planar battlefield. After being careful for a long time, they will feel stifled in their hearts. When they see someone like you, who hasn't even become a god, even if killing you doesn't give them any military merit, they might kill you to vent their emotions. Once you're in the planar battlefield, act according to the circumstances. If there's a chance to curry favor with someone else and get them to take you away from the planar battlefield, you definitely can't miss such an opportunity. Even if we lower ourselves, it's fine. You should know that there is only hope if you are alive. Lowering your head now is for the sake of raising your head better in the future. When the world-cleansing divine water reached the end of its sentence, its tone was solemn. Clearly, it was worried Duan Lingtian would still put on airs after entering the planar battlefield even though he had been in a Devata realm for a long time. Most importantly, you mustn't expose us and the prominent divine sword in your possession in the planar battlefield. If you expose us, you'll definitely die. The world-cleansing divine water's tone turned even graver. Understood. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim as he replied. He knew this even without the world-cleansing divine water's reminder. Along the way, he had also learned about the rules of the planar battlefield from the world-cleansing divine water. People from different realms of gods could kill each other to obtain military merit points. When one's military merit points reached a certain level, one could enter a secret realm left behind by a supreme powerhouse and exchange it for treasures left behind by the supreme powerhouse. In short, there were many fortuitous encounters left behind by the supreme powerhouses in the planar battlefield. For this reason, every time the planar battlefield opened, countless people from the realms of gods would enter to obtain military merit points. Naturally, there were also those who entered to train. In short, the planar battlefield was much more terrifying than the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield. It's starting. After returning to the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian found a secluded place. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water and the other 4 divine elements emerged from Duan Lingtian's body. They planned to use the remaining 5 divine elements as the core of a formation to help Duan Lingtian break the spatial barrier of the Nine Serenities battlefield and send Duan Lingtian into the planar battlefield. After all, the spatial barrier between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the planar battlefield was extremely sturdy. Even those below the God Emperor realm would not be able to break it. Naturally, even if God Emperors or stronger could break it, they would not do so. After all, if they accidentally entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, their lives would be in danger. No matter what, the Nine Serenities battlefield was a derivative of the planar battlefield, and the planar battlefield was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Even if it was a derivative of the planar battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield followed the rules of the ultimate powerhouses, and the power of the ultimate powerhouses controlled the rules. Even God Emperors would die if they entered the planar battlefield. Although ultimate gods might not die, they would be severely injured and would not be able to stay in the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield for long. For this reason, even if God Emperors or stronger from the realms of gods could break the spatial barrier between the planar battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield, they would not do so because it would be extremely dangerous for them. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one was, and the more difficult the journey would be. Therefore, God Emperors valued their lives even more. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, the 5 divine elements began to burn the remains of the other 5 divine elements to activate the formation they had spent a long time setting up. Following that, a terrifying energy with a mysterious aura began to swirl in the air at an increasing speed. Although burning the remains of the 5 divine elements can temporarily break the spatial barrier, it won't last for long. I think it'll only last for 1 or 2 breaths at most. Keep an eye on it and be prepared to break through at any time. If you fail, you won't have another chance. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, it returned to Duan Lingtian's little world with the other 5 divine elements. At this moment, apart from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, there were no other living beings in Duan Lingtian's little world. Even the 2 Ning dragons were freed after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian closed his little world as he stared at the swirling energy with a solemn expression on his face. He could feel the mysterious aura growing denser and denser. Although Duan Lingtian had prepared himself for this, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he sensed the terrifying energy. After the remains of the 5 divine elements were ignited, they were able to unleash such terrifying power through the formation. If the 5 divine elements burned while they were still in perfect condition, would they be able to create a huge hole in the Nine Serenities battlefield? While Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts, he saw the swirling energy had finally torn a hole in the air. The hole grew to a diameter of 1 meter in just a blink of an eye before it began to shrink. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the swirling energy weakening. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian was prepared. His eyes flashed as he transformed into a streak of purple light and entered the black hole in just a blink of an eye. A breath after he entered the black hole began to close up as though a hole had been sewn up. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the place where Duan Lingtian had set up the 5 divine elements formation, and the place where the remains of the 5 divine elements were burned returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the spatial tunnel behind the black hole. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the black hole, he felt a five-colored energy enveloping him. It brought him through a turbulent space before it tore a hole in the air that was about half a meter in diameter and sent him in. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was in another world. The five-colored energy around the black hole that was only 100 meters in diameter began to shrink as well. In the end, the black hole disappeared. So this is the realm battlefield created when the realms of gods collided? Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared in a gloomy world. His surroundings were desolate. There were many hills that seemed like obstacles, and there were also many skeletons scattered everywhere. The ground beneath his feet was stained with a black liquid. That was none other than the dried bloodstains. Occasionally, a few black crows would fly past. Coupled with the deathly silence in the surroundings, it was eerie. Although Duan Ling Tian was considered bold in the Devata realms, he did not dare to be careless in this realm battlefield. His expression was solemn. He knew this was not a Devata realm or the Nine Serenities battlefield. According to the world-cleansing divine water, those who dared to enter the realm battlefield were at least godly kings. Moreover, there were not many godly kings who dared to enter the realm battlefield since it was filled with danger. In the realm battlefield, most of the people there were at the Divine Emperor stage. The Divine Emperor stage was above godly kings. It was the cultivation base below godly emperors in the realms of gods. The most important thing now is to find a transporting formation to leave the realm battlefield. Sister Shui said that there are many military camps in the planar battlefield. The military camps are there to protect the godly beings who enter the realm battlefield. They can't use their divine energy or soul energy in the realm battlefield. Chapter 3594. Apart from that, the barracks in the realm battlefield were equipped with teleportation formations that led to the realms of gods. The barracks are divided into large and small barracks. There's only one large barracks in each realm of gods, and only those from the realms of gods can enter them. There are 100 small barracks, and those from all realms of gods can enter them. Once they enter, they won't be allowed to kill each other. Apart from that, the teleportation formations in the small barracks can send you to any of the realms of gods that collided with the realm battlefield. Duan Ling Tian had learned all these from the world-cleansing divine water. Apart from that, the world-cleansing divine water had also told him that he had to rely on himself. Now that he was in the planar battlefield, he could only rely on himself. He couldn't simply open the lesser world in his body because doing so would risk exposing the divine elemental spirits and the divine tree of life. Moreover, his divine elemental spirits had to go into seclusion to digest the other divine elemental spirits. The chaos divine flame had to enter its 9th form. As for the other 5 divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, they had to enter their 8th form as well. Moreover, all of them could enter their 8th form. If they were interrupted midway, they would fail. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian would not disturb the 5 divine elements unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, even if it was a matter of life and death, he would want to see if the 5 divine elements could help him. If they could not, there was no need to disturb them. Even if he died and the little world in his body was destroyed, the 5 divine elements would be able to escape into the chaotic space turbulence. However, they would not be harmed by the chaotic space turbulence. Even if they were trapped in the chaotic space turbulence, they would still be able to enter their next form. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian would not disturb the 5 divine elements even if he died unless the 5 divine elements could help him overcome a crisis. After all, it was meaningless to disturb them. On the other hand, if he did not disturb them, he would be able to help them. Although the 5 divine elements had to rely on him to survive in this world and steal from the other 5 divine elements, Duan Ling Tian had no other choice. However, the help they provided him was also innumerable. Duan Ling Tian wasn't an ungrateful person. Harming others to benefit himself was something he wouldn't do. Whoosh! In the desolate desert, Duan Ling Tian's figure swayed as he walked on the ground, using various obstacles as cover. Whether it was the hills, the mountain ridges, or the desolate stone forests, they all became his cover. Of course, advancing like this was very inefficient. However, other than this, he had no other choice. He couldn't possibly fly in the sky in a high-profile manner, right? Now, He was using so many bunkers as cover to move forward. As long as the gods who passed by did not use their divine sense to search the area, it was basically impossible for them to find him with their naked eyes. However, if a deity were to use their divine sense to scan the surroundings, they would definitely be able to discover him. After all, he was only a half-step deity and had yet to ascend to godhood. His soul had yet to evolve to the level of a deity. For the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian was on tenterhooks, his heart hanging in the air. He had no choice. If there was a food chain in the planar battlefield, then he would be at the bottom of the food chain. He could be destroyed at any time. Hopefully, I'll be able to find the army camp as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, as long as I can find the army camp and enter it, I'll be safe. There's a formation set up by a supreme powerhouse in the army camp to prevent anyone from attacking. Nobody will be able to do anything to me there. On the first day, Duan Ling Tian did not encounter a single person. He safely passed through a large area. On the second day, he still did not encounter a single person. On the third day, Duan Ling Tian encountered someone who was so fast that he could not even catch a glimpse of the person's figure. In just a blink of an eye, the person had disappeared. This person. I'm afraid he's at the Divine Emperor stage or above. Even if he isn't, he's definitely a very powerful god king. Duan Ling Tian had encountered lesser god kings before. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, was one. However, Wu Hongqing's speed could not catch up to this person. On the fourth day, he did not encounter a single person, but he did not see the army camp either. On the fifth day. On the sixth day. For an entire month, Duan Ling Tian did not see the army camp. However, there were no less than 10 people who flew past him. Among them, Duan Ling Tian could barely catch a glimpse of the weaker ones. The stronger ones could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. The stronger ones could only hear the sound of something breaking through the air. During this month, Duan Ling Tian could feel how insignificant he was. He even suspected that some of the people he encountered during this month had discovered his whereabouts but simply ignored him. After all, in their eyes, he was like an ant. How torturous. It's been an entire month. After a month, even if Duan Ling Tian did not feel tired physically, he was still mentally exhausted. If he had a safe place to rest, he felt that he could sit quietly for 2 years without thinking about anything. It was fine as long as he could rest. I hope I can find the army camp soon. Duan Ling Tian continued to roam the realm battlefield. He was extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. On this day, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt a swift gust of wind blow towards him, causing his expression to change. Not good. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, an elderly figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was an old man dressed in a long green robe. He had a head of long gray hair and a kind and gentle face. Deep within his murky eyes, traces of surprise flickered. The old man stood in the air, giving Duan Ling Tian the feeling that there was no one there. If not for the fact that he could see with his eyes, he would not have been able to sense the old man's existence. This made him deeply aware of how unfathomable the old man was. Greetings, senior. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly bowed to the old man while the old man was scrutinizing him. You, a demigod who has not even stepped into the divine spirit realm, actually dared to come to the realm battlefield? The old man stared at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes filled with surprise. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Senior, I didn't mean to enter the realm battlefield. It's my bad luck that I happened to encounter 2 great figures fighting. Space was distorted and I was swept into the realm battlefield. These words came from Duan Ling Tian of the world-cleansing divine water order. Space was distorted? The old man's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You encountered 2 godly venerable rank experts fighting? They should be godly venerable rank experts. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I heard that in the realm of gods, only godly venerable rank experts have the ability to tear space apart. No wonder you don't have the aura of a military merit token on you. So that's how you entered the realm battlefield. The old man shook his head. Generally speaking, those who entered the planar battlefield would have come from a realm of gods through a military camp. They would have a merit medallion in their possession. The merit medallion could not be kept. Moreover, the merit medallion could be used to identify one's identity. It could be used to identify one's opponent or one's own realm of gods. He had noticed earlier that the purple-clad young man in front of him did not have the aura of an identity token. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was only a demigod. Why would such a demigod appear here? He did not expect the young man to be swept into the realm battlefield because of the battle between godly venerable rank experts. Senior. Duanling Tian looked at the old man and bowed respectfully as he said, "During this past month, I was lucky enough to survive the realm battlefield, and I've been looking for the military camp. I wonder if you can send me to the military camp?" Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duanling Tian said solemnly, "Senior, if you're willing to help, I, Duanling Tian, will remember this favor in my heart and will definitely repay you generously in the future." Duanling Tian? The old man smiled faintly. Not a bad name. However, you're just a demigod. How are you going to repay me, a medium celestial emperor? The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it. It's fate that brought us together. Since I've come here out of curiosity, I'll give you a ride. With my speed, I'll be able to reach the nearest military camp in 2 days." The old man said, "Thank you, Senior." Duanling Tian was overjoyed to hear the old man's words. He felt as though someone had saved his life. As the old man led him forward, Duanling Tian asked respectfully, "Senior, may I know your name, which realm of gods you're from, and which faction you're from?" "Young man, why are you asking so many questions? Are you really going to repay me?" The old man smiled and asked with a benevolent expression, "Please tell me, Senior." Duanling Tian said solemnly, "It's fine if I tell you. My name is Yi Beiyuan. I'm from the profound gangland, and I'm an elder of the Heaven Illumination sect." The old man said as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he asked Duanling Tian, "What about you? Are you from the profound gangland?" "Yes," Duanling Tian replied. "However, I'm from a small place in the profound gangland. I haven't even heard of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Our Heaven Illumination sect isn't a big sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it," Yi Beiyuan said with a smile. Yi Beiyuan said with a smile, "However, it seems like fate has brought us together. You actually came from the profound Handle land as well." "Indeed, it's fate." Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he memorized Yi Beiyuan's name and the name of the sect he was from. Yi Beiyuan. Heaven Illumination sect. As long as he could leave the realm of gods with Yi Beiyuan's help and enter the realm of gods, he would definitely repay this favor in the future. To him, this was no different from a life-saving grace. 2 days later. "We're here." Yi Beiyuan's voice sounded out, and only now did Duanling Tian notice that in the vast wasteland ahead, there was an area that was enveloped by a layer of translucent golden light, and there were many figures moving about within it. There were also some buildings that seemed to be ancient and experienced. "Young man Ling Tian, we've arrived at the barracks. Let's part ways here." Yi Beiyuan bade farewell and prepared to leave after sending Duanling Tian into the barracks that was enveloped by the translucent golden light barrier. Chapter 3595. Thank you, Senior. Duanling Tian had a serious expression as he bowed to Yi Beiyuan. It was all thanks to the old man before him that he was able to arrive here without encountering any danger all along the way. If it wasn't for the old man, he might not have been able to arrive here alive. This kindness was greater than the heavens and he would remember it in his heart. "I hope we can meet again in the future." Yi Beiyuan smiled, then turned and left. He had a good impression of this courteous young man, and he could tell that the other party was truly grateful to him, without the slightest bit of pretense. However, he did not take the other party's previous words to heart. Even though he and the sect behind him were nothing in the profound Handle land, this purple-clothed youth was only a demigod who had not even stepped into the divine spirit realm. He was still very, very far away from him, so it was almost impossible for him to help him. Therefore, he only smiled at Duanling Tian's promise and did not take it to heart. Duanling Tian sent the old man off with his eyes. When the old man's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he withdrew his gaze and studied his surroundings. At the same time, he pricked up his ears to listen to the noise in his surroundings. His appearance attracted many people's attention. After all, it was rare for a demigod to appear here. However, since a divine emperor had sent him to the military camp, many people thought that he was here to watch the show and that there was a celestial emperor protecting him along the way. I heard that a medium god emperor died in the pilgrimage grounds not long ago. The one who killed him was a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound Handle land. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions around him. Not only did one of the voices attract his attention, but it also attracted the attention of many people. He saw a middle-aged man talking to another person about how a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound Handle land had killed a medium god emperor from the pilgrimage grounds. A medium god emperor died in the planar battlefield? Middle god lord, that was an existence even stronger than the old man who sent Duan Ling Tian over, Yibeun, but he still fell here. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was lucky to be able to arrive at this military camp safely. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to Yi Beiyuan. Killed a god emperor? In the planar battlefield, unless there was some sort of enmity between them, experts of that level generally wouldn't kill, right? After all, if the news were to spread that the middle-level god emperor had some sort of background, the murderer would be met with fierce revenge. Another person said in surprise. The god emperor who died was from the reincarnation sect of the pilgrimage grounds. The middle-aged man who had spoken before continued. Reincarnation sect? Upon hearing his words, many people felt relieved. So he's from the reincarnation sect. That's not surprising. It is said that 400 years ago, the reincarnation sect had a god emperor who was killed by the Ouyang family of the Xianxia land. Now, the Ouyang family is taking revenge. It seems like the reincarnation sect and the Ouyang family are at odds with each other. It'll be interesting to watch if they fight. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian obtained the information he wanted to know the most after arriving at the military camp. The two realms of the gods that had collided and formed the planar battlefield that he was in now were two realms of the gods that he had never heard of before. One was the Xiangang land and the other was the pilgrimage grounds. It seems like I'll have to wait 300 years before I can go to the world of divine remains. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. I'll cultivate in one of the realms of the gods for the next 300 years. I'll strive to have the strength to bring Ker away from the Xia family, and the world of divine remains after 300 years. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly. Although it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens, he still set this goal. 300 years. Ker, I'll come and get you after 300 years. Duan Ling Tian promised inwardly. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian, who had not even entered the godly spirit stage, had attracted many people's attention. Some even wanted to kill a weakling like him to show off their strength. However, in the military camp of the realm battlefield, no one could use their strength to communicate with the laws of profundities. Duan Ling Tian was no exception. Although the energy in his body was not divine energy, but celestial origin energy that possessed the characteristics of divine energy, he discovered that he was unable to utilize the celestial origin energy in his body after entering the military camp. An invisible force suppressed the entire military camp. Although he could move freely in the military camp, his celestial origin energy and comprehension of the laws of profundities were suppressed. He could not even use the Tao of control. This is the work of a supreme powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. After asking for directions, he arrived at the transportation formation that would lead him to the mystic Handle land in a realm of gods. Among the many military camps in the realm battlefield, one could choose to be transported to two realms of gods, the mystic Handle land and the pilgrimage grounds. However, due to Yi Beiyuan, who had brought Duan Ling Tian to the military camp, Duan Ling Tian chose to enter the mystic Handle land. Duan Ling Tian would always remember Yi Beiyuan's favor. In the mystic Handle land, it would be easier for him to return the favor in the future. Swoosh! The transportation formation in the military camp was casually set up by a supreme powerhouse. It did not require any divine stones to operate. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian stepped into the transportation formation that would lead him to the mystic Handle land, a force enveloped him and sent him out. In the planar battlefield, apart from the teleportation formations in the two major military camps, The teleportation formations in the other 100 minor military camps were all indiscriminately teleported to different planes of gods. The transportation formation would send you to the realms of gods you wanted to go to. However, the destination was completely random. Although it was random, the transportation formation would not send you to any place that was covered by the transportation formation. It would not even send you to the vicinity of the transportation formation. The transportation formation would avoid special places so that you would not be executed for trespassing. In the realms of gods, there were many forces that would kill trespassers without mercy. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a forest. He leaped into the air and looked down. He discovered that he was in a mountain range. The surroundings were empty and there were no signs of humans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. It was not difficult to confirm that he had arrived at the mystic Handle land in a realm of gods. The spiritual energy here was no different from the spiritual energy in the realm of gods. Of course, although the spiritual energy in the realms of gods was the same as the spiritual energy in his body, there were many places in the realms of gods where the spiritual energy was denser. Those places were the places where divine stones and divine crystals were located. Back when he was in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had learned about the existence of divine stones and divine crystals. They were used by the gods in the realms of gods to cultivate, set up formations, and trade. They were similar to the divine stones and divine crystals in the Devata realms. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods he had encountered previously had divine stones and divine crystals. However, when the realms of gods were reduced to ruins, all the divine stones and divine crystals had been destroyed. Naturally, even if the divine stones and divine crystals were still there, with his strength at that time, it was impossible for him to mine them. In fact, even with his current strength, he did not have the ability to mine them. If one wished to excavate a divine stone mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. On the other hand, if one wished to excavate a divine crystal mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. Otherwise, one would not be able to excavate divine stones and divine crystals from the mine. When they were in the Devata realms, the divine crystals that Huan-Er gave Duan Lingtian were similar to the divine crystals in the realms of gods. They were more valuable than divine stones. In the Devata realms, due to the environment, divine stones could not be formed. Although divine crystals could be formed, they were extremely rare. In the realms of gods, divine crystals are bigger than divine stones. 1 or 2 units of divine crystals is equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. Unlike the Devata realms, the divine stones and divine crystals in the realms of gods were of the same quality. They were almost the same. However, the difference in value between the same weight and the divine stones was 100 times greater. 1 or 2 divine crystals was equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. In the realms of gods, divine stone mines are common, but large ones are usually occupied by powerful forces. As for divine crystal mines, even small ones are occupied by powerful forces. Large ones are usually occupied by super forces. Duan Lingtian had heard about the realms of gods from the world-cleansing divine water, so he knew a thing or two about the realms of gods. Since I've come to the realm of gods, the biggest advantage I have is divine stones and divine crystals. Although I came across the ruins of a realm of gods earlier, I didn't find any divine stones or divine crystals. It's obvious that the ruins were destroyed along with the realm of gods. Even the spatial rings of the gods who died in the ruins were destroyed along with the ruins. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not find a single divine stone or divine crystal when he entered the ruins of a realm of gods. As for the divine crystal that Huan-Er gave him, it had long been used up. The most important thing now is to find a place with people. The first step is to integrate into the realm of gods and find a way to obtain divine stones and divine crystals to aid my cultivation. Moreover, Sister Shui said there are many divine fruits and divine pills in the realms of gods that can increase one's cultivation speed. In fact, if a demigod wants to break through to the godhood realm, there are divine pills that can help. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about the world-cleansing divine water's words. After a short while, Duan Lingtian flew in a random direction. His figure flashed as he passed through the continuous mountain range. In the end, after half a month, he finally saw 2 figures. There's someone here. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 figures. He quickly followed the two figures, thinking that they could bring him to a place where humans gathered. Once he arrived at a place where humans gathered, he would be able to begin cultivating in the realm of gods. Chapter 3596. The realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms. However, most of the Devata realms were remote and barren. Although there were barren lands in the realms of gods, the proportion of them was very small. For example, Duanling Tian was currently in a barren land in the eastern polar region of the mystic gangland. This area was also known as the Eastern Ridge. The Eastern Ridge referred to a mountain ridge. As Duanling Tian walked, he could see lush green mountain ranges beneath his feet. There were many villages and towns in the Eastern Ridge. Duanling Tian followed the two men in front of him and soon arrived at a village situated in the middle of a mountain range. The village was so large that one could not see the end of it. The village was surrounded by mountains, and the terrain was steep. From the beginning until the end, the two men in front of him did not notice Duanling Tian was following them. The middle-aged man is a 3-talent celestial emperor. The young man next to him is a 1-basic celestial emperor. When Duanling Tian was tailing the duo, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. Both of them were celestial emperors. One was a 1-basic celestial emperor while the other was a 3-talent celestial emperor. Since their cultivation bases were much lower than his, they did not notice his probing. The Duan clan. When Duanling Tian followed the two of them to the outside of the village, he saw a 5 or 6 meter tall stone tablet that stood at the entrance of the village, and the 3 words Duan Clan Village were written neatly on it. Duan? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Duanling Tian's mind was fate. He did not expect the first human settlement in the mystic gangland in the realms of gods would be a place called the Duan clan. Since it was the Duan clan, the villagers here must have the surname Duan. Just when the two people in front were about to enter the village, a figure silently flashed out from the village and went to greet the two people in front. However, his gaze went past the two people and descended onto Duanling Tian. Before the person showed up, Duanling Tian had already sensed a 10-direction celestial emperor's divine sense approaching him. Clearly, it was the old man who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man wore a light gray long robe. He had a thin figure and a face that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Currently, his eyes that looked at Duanling Tian revealed waves of dread. Grandpa Qing. When the middle-aged man and the young man saw the old man, they couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Qing, why did you come out? The old man before them was the 3rd villa master of the Duan clan manor. His name was Duan Qing, and he was one of the 4 strongest people in the Duan clan manor. He was like a guardian of the Duan clan manor. Come out and greet the guests. The old man, who was the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Qing, said calmly. Upon hearing his words and sensing his gaze, the middle-aged man and the young man who were tailing Duanling Tian widened their eyes in unison. When they turned around, they discovered a young man was tailing them. The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Currently, he was looking at Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor. When did you follow us? The young man who was tailing Duanling Tian looked at Duanling Tian warily. The fact that Duanling Tian was tailing them without them noticing meant that Duanling Tian was stronger than them. Although the middle-aged man did not say anything, his eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Duanling Tian. Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. Duanling Tian shook his head when he saw the 3 men looking at him warily. It was an accident that I followed you here. Then Duanling Tian asked the 3 men, is this still the pilgrimage grounds? The pilgrimage grounds was the realm of gods that had collided with the profound Handle land and formed the realm battlefield. The pilgrimage grounds? Duan Qing frowned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. This is the profound Handle land, not the pilgrimage grounds. You're from the pilgrimage grounds? Although Duanling Tian was at the bottom of the rankings in the profound Handle land, he had heard of the pilgrimage grounds. However, Duanling Tian had heard of the pilgrimage grounds before. Moreover, he knew that the pilgrimage grounds was another realm of gods that had collided with the mystic gangland. The profound Handle land? Duanling Tian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Qing's question. I didn't expect that the battle between the two powerhouses would tear open space and cause me to be sucked into the spatial tear and arrive at the profound Handle land. With my cultivation base, when will I be able to return? Duan Ling Tian gave an excuse similar to the one Yi Bei Yuan had given him in the realm battlefield. He did not tell Duan Ling Tian that he was from a At realm. This was something the world-cleansing divine water had warned him about. If he told them he was from a At realm, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was better for him to say he was from another realm of gods, and coincidentally, the realm battlefield was formed. No one would suspect anything if he told them he was from another realm of gods. Tear open space? Duan Qing inhaled sharply when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. According to what I read in some ancient books, one has to be at the ultimate god stage to tear open space in the realms of gods. Ultimate god. The two men from the Duan clan who were tailing Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard Duan Qing's words. Ultimate gods were the most powerful beings in the realms of gods. They were the most powerful beings below the supreme powerhouses. After I was sucked into the tear in space, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in a mountain range. I wandered around for many days, but I didn't see anyone. I followed them, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face as he looked at the two men in front of Duan Qing. I see. I've misunderstood you, sir. Duan Qing's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you plan to do next? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to return to the pilgrimage grounds, right? Naturally, it won't be easy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that the realm battlefield has opened, not only are the spatial passages between the realms of gods and At realms closed, but even the spatial passages between the realms of gods have been closed. There's only one way to return to the realms of gods, and that's through the realm battlefield. However, with my strength, I'll only be cannon fodder in the realm battlefield. I'm afraid I'll die in the realm battlefield before I can return to the pilgrimage grounds. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head and sighed. Sir, I'm Duan Qing, the third mansion master of the Duan clan. May I know your name? After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Duan Qing was no longer as wary as before. In his opinion, even if a 10-direction celestial emperor wanted to harm the Duan clan, he would not be able to harm them. The Duan clan once had a god-level powerhouse who was a higher god-level powerhouse. Now that the Duan clan's defensive formation was activated, even a lesser god-level powerhouse would be severely injured. Once the defensive formation was activated, anyone who was not a god-level powerhouse would definitely die. What a coincidence. My name is Duan Lingtian. I have the same surname as the person from the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian smiled. What a coincidence. Duan Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he said enthusiastically, Sir, since you don't know where to go, you can stay in the Duan clan for the time being. It won't be too late for you to leave when you decide on your next step. In that case, thank you, Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Qing. He did not even bother with pleasantries since he needed a place to stay for the time being. After that, he would gather information about his surroundings and decide on his next step. Since I'm in a realm of gods, I must make plans to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Currently, Duan Lingtian urgently needed to improve his cultivation base. He did not need to comprehend any profundities since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity to rely on. As for the space sword Dao and control Dao, that was up to fate. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. Duan Qing shook his head and smiled. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Duan clan. Through Duan Qing's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned the names of the two men he was tailing. The middle-aged man was Duan Qiwen. The young man was Duan Lang. Both of them were from the Duan clan. Our Duan clan is divided into the Eastern clan, Western clan, Southern clan, and Northern clan. Apart from being the third mansion master of the Duan clan, I'm also the mansion master of the Southern clan. Duan Qing explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. At the same time, he learned from Duan Qing that the entrance to the Duan clan's Southern clan was located in the south. There were 4 other entrances to the Duan clan's Northern clan, Western clan, and Eastern clan that were located in the north, west, and east respectively. After entering the Duan clan's Southern clan's entrance, they saw a vast expanse of land. Outside, they could only see a few scattered buildings. However, that was not the case. It was obvious that was an illusion created by a formation. After passing through the entrance, they could finally see the situation inside. There were many people gathered in the vast expanse of land. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were playing with children. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing entered the Southern Clan's entrance, the people who saw them turned around and greeted Duan Qing respectfully. Grandfather Qing. Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing. Based on the enthusiasm of these people, it was clear that Duan Qing, the mansion master of the Duan Clan's Southern Clan, was highly respected in the Southern Clan. Duan Lang, you brat. You're finally willing to come back. If you still didn't come back, your father would have broken your legs. Don't tell me you've forgotten about your engagement? You'll be marrying the daughter of the second mansion master of Tai Clan Manor in another month's time. Soon after, a middle-aged man scolded with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Duan Qing and Duan Lang. Upon hearing this, Duan Qing scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wanted to break through to the Celestial Emperor stage before coming back. If you break through to the Celestial Emperor stage and get married, you'll bring honor to the Duan clan, right? Chapter 3597. Although the Duan clan was only a village, it was filled with celestial emperors, celestial lords, and celestial kings. Even some of the children had immortal cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian deduced from the side. In the realms of gods, a child was born with the body of a celestial. Even when the child was still an infant, the mother had to use her power to suppress the child's strength to prevent the child from hurting the mother. Since Duan Lingtian claimed to be from the pilgrimage grounds in another realm of gods, he could not reveal that he did not know about this. He could only speculate. The Duan clan has been living in the endless mountains for generations and is self-sufficient. There are all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits in the Duan clan manor. That's how the Duan clan manor earns divine stones to aid their cultivation. After ascending to godhood, the Duan clan members had to pay the price of divine stones to borrow cultivation techniques from the outside world. Not only that, they were not allowed to impart the cultivation techniques to outsiders because they had to swear a heart demon blood oath. That's a blood oath made by a supreme expert to the planes of gods. Not even an ultimate god could violate it. Once someone violates the oath, the supreme expert will sense it. Then, the supreme expert subordinates will hunt down the person who violates the heart demon blood oath. Even if the person escapes from the realms of gods to the Devata realms or the mundane realms, he'll still die. Anyone who swears a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods will be marked. Unless one becomes a supreme expert, even an ultimate god can't remove the mark. After staying in the Duan clan manor for some time, Duan Lingtian had gained a better understanding of the Duan clan and the realms of gods. This included the heart demon blood oath. The heart demon blood oath was similar to the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. However, it was still inferior to the lightning penalty oath. The lightning penalty was to kill the person who violated the oath. On the other hand, the supreme expert subordinates would have to kill the person who violated the oath. If a ultimate god violated the heart demon blood oath, the supreme expert would personally kill the person who violated the oath. For this reason, the heart demon blood oath was a terrifying thing in the realms of gods. Naturally, this did not include the supreme experts. The heart demon blood oath was useless against supreme experts. The realms of gods are created by supreme powerhouses. To him, a realms of gods is no different from a minor world in his body. In fact, the realms of gods might be formed from the minor world in his body. Thinking back to what the world-cleansing divine water had told him before, Duan Lingtian felt that it was very possible. Of course, even the world-cleansing divine water was not certain. I didn't expect there to be so many celestial emperors in such a small village in the realm of gods. There are even 10 directions celestial emperors and gods. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Duan clan manor for some time, he still found it hard to believe. After all, this was something unimaginable in the Devata realms. How could a small village that was considered the lowest level in the realms of gods have such a strong foundation? Although Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe, he kept telling himself that the realms of gods were different from the Devata realms. Speaking of cultivation methods, I have a cultivation method my master taught me. As long as I have enough talent and comprehension, I'll be able to cultivate all the way to the ultimate god stage. After arriving in the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian realized the importance of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, cultivation methods that could allow one to cultivate all the way to the lesser deity stage were commonplace in the Devata realms. Even a small village like the Duan clan manor had such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation methods above that were extremely valuable. One would need to borrow divine stones to read them. Naturally, this was only true for the people in the Duan clan manor. The powerful forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. Only the top forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. If one wanted to cultivate to the ultimate god stage, one would either have to borrow a cultivation method from a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert. Otherwise, one could only rely on one's talent and comprehension. It was not impossible to become an ultimate god without an ultimate god cultivation method. It was just more difficult. Apart from that, in the realms of gods, even low-grade divine weapons without weapon spirits are extremely expensive. They require a large number of divine stones to exchange for them. Of course, that's only true for the Duan clan. The Duan clan manor has been passed down for many years. Currently, there's only one divine weapon in the manor, and it's in the hands of the Grand Mansion Master. The first manor head of the Duan family manor was also the East manor head of the Duan family manor. At the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Duan family manor. Currently, he was a mysterious existence in the Duan family manor. Usually, the matters of the East manor were handled by someone he appointed. As for the Grand Mansion Master, no one knew if he was still in the Duan clan manor or had left. However, many people in the Duan clan manor suspected that he had attained godhood. There are many villages like the Duan clan manor in the Endless Mountains. For example, the Tai clan manor is a village similar to the Duan clan manor. It's the closest village to the Duan clan manor. Apart from the Zhao manor and the Tai clan manor, there are more than 10 villages of similar size in the Endless Mountains. Apart from that, there are also some small villages. After arriving at the Duan clan manor, although Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating, most of his attention was not on cultivation. He was eager to understand the situation around him and see how he could maximize his time. After all, he only had 300 years left. After 300 years, regardless of his achievements, he would have to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ker, away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the Duan clan manor. During this 1 month, Duan Ling Tian had learned a lot of things. At the same time, he planned to leave the Duan clan manor and head to the city closest to the Endless Mountains. The people in the Endless Mountains had to go there if they wanted to borrow god-grade cultivation methods. In that city, there were many god-grade cultivators. Apart from having a deep foundation in that city, the forces that were rooted in that city also had many god-grade cultivators. The reason Duan Ling Tian had not left yet was because he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Duan Lang was one of the 2 people he had followed to the Duan clan manor a month ago. During this 1 month, Duan Ling Tian had been instructed by Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor's southern villa, to come to Duan Ling Tian's place and provide him with various conveniences. After a few visits, Duan Ling Tian had become familiar with Duan Lang. During this process, Duan Lang had also invited him to attend his wedding. Duan Ling Tian had agreed. For this reason, he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. I'll give him an emperor-grade celestial weapon to congratulate him on his wedding. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he decided to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were considered rare in the Endless Mountains. At the very least, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade celestial weapons in the southern villa. As for emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits, there was only one emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits. It was in the possession of Duan Qing, the villa master of the southern villa. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only planned to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon without weapon spirits. Although he had obtained an emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits from the 9-star gods of war he had killed in the 9-star battlefield, he did not plan to give it to Duan Lang. He knew it would only bring disaster to Duan Lang. A man's wealth was his fault. The next day was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. Early in the morning, Duan Ling Tian heard the commotion outside his door. When he opened the door, he saw the entire southern villa decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was bustling with noise and excitement. A group of children was running around everywhere as though they had regained their wild nature. Most of the adults in the southern villa were busy preparing for Duan Lang's wedding. Nobody cared about the children at all. The wedding ceremony was organized by the Duan clan. Duan Lang did not even need to go to the Tai clan village to pick up the bride. He could only wait for the people from the Tai clan village to bring the bride to him. Duan Lang, congratulations on your wedding. This is the wedding ceremony I prepared for you. Duan Ling Tian walked to the entrance of the Tai clan village's southern villa and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lang with a smile on his face. However, Duan Lang shook his head and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm already very happy that you're willing to stay for my wedding ceremony. I can't accept this gift." He had heard about Duan Ling Tian's intention to leave the Duan clan village from Duan Ling Tian, so he knew about it earlier than anyone else. "Brother Ling Tian, you're leaving?" As the Duan clan village's southern villa's villa lord, Duan Qing was also present. After all, the Tai clan village's second villa lord's daughter was getting married this time. According to the rules, the second villa lord of the Tai clan village would definitely come as well, so he naturally had to come out and welcome him. Otherwise, it would be rude and he would be gossiped about by others. "Yes, I'm preparing to leave after Duan Lang's wedding ceremony ends." Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "I'm indebted to Villa Lord for taking me in this past month. I'm extremely grateful. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." "Brother Ling Tian, you're too polite." Duan Qing lightly shook his head. "This is only a small matter. Moreover, Brother Ling Tian, you didn't stay in our Duan clan village for nothing during this past month. You also helped us hunt demon beasts. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid many people from our Duan clan village would have been injured or killed during the previous hunt. 10 days ago, the people from the Duan clan village went hunting. Due to bad luck, they encountered a powerful celestial emperor-grade demon beast. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian went out with Duan Lang to get some fresh air. Otherwise, many people from the Duan clan village would have been injured or killed. That demon beast had to be sent to the Duan clan village for reinforcements before they could kill it. In the time it took for them to return, many people from the Duan clan village would have been killed by the demon beast. However, everything was different now that Duan Ling Tian was present. Duan Ling Tian casually slapped the demon beast to death. Chapter 3598. The demon beasts in the realms of gods were real demon beasts. In the realms of gods, only mutant beasts that were not celestial beasts were considered demon beasts. However, in the realms of gods, whether it was celestial beasts or divine beasts, all of them possessed intelligence and could transform into humans. However, there were some mutant beasts in the realms of gods that did not possess intelligence. In the At realms, these mutant beasts were considered celestial beasts without intelligence. However, in the realms of gods, there were mutant beasts without intelligence who had broken through to the godly spirit stage or even higher. In the realms of gods, mutant beasts without intelligence are also called demon beasts. Only mutant beasts that can transform into humans are called celestial beasts or divine beasts. The world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Ling Tian about this long ago. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was already aware of this. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, she suspected that the mutant beasts in the realms of gods were intentionally thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses so that they could cultivate in the realms of gods to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. It was said that the strongest mutant beasts in the realms of gods had the strength of a god-emperor or ultimate god. Of course, when one's strength reached the level of an emperor god or ultimate god, even a demonic beast without spiritual intelligence would develop a certain level of spiritual intelligence. After all, the cultivation level of an emperor god or ultimate god was not something that could be achieved purely by instinct. Once a mutant beast gained intelligence, it would not be difficult for them to transform into humans. The realms of gods might be formed from the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. The mutant beasts in the realms of gods might be thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. After learning about this, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of how powerful and terrifying supreme powerhouses were. There were many powerhouses in the realms of gods. The strongest were ultimate gods while the weakest were celestials. However, the realms of gods where these powerhouses lived were merely the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian thought of his own little world. Although his little world was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy similar to the divine tree of life in the realms of gods, it was nothing compared to the realms of gods. If the plains of gods were compared to the vast ocean, then Duan Ling Tian's minor world was just a drop in the ocean. All good things must come to an end. Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Qing, whose gaze was complicated. It was obvious that Duan Qing didn't want him to leave. He smiled and said, "Manor Head, if I can't survive there in the future, I might return to the Duan Manor." Duan Qing's expression turned solemn. "Brother Ling Tian, if you return, my Duan family's southern manor will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that once Brother Ling Tian leaves, it'll be almost impossible for you to return to our Duan clan manor in the future." Duan Qing had never fought with Duan Ling Tian before. However, based on the words of the Duan clan member who witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing the demon beast with his own two eyes, Duan Ling Tian's strength was absolutely stronger than him. A person like Duan Ling Tian could easily join a force even if he went to the city. It was a waste of talent for him to stay in the Duan clan manor. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from outside the manor. "The people from the Tai clan manor are here." Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Qing stopped chatting. However, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at the entrance of the Duan clan manor before he stuffed the spatial ring in his hand into Duan Lang's hand. "Duan Ling Tian, if you don't accept my gift, it means that you don't consider me, Duan Ling Tian, as a friend." "Brother Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Duan Lang smiled bitterly and could only accept it. "After my wedding ceremony is over, we'll have a private drink before you leave. We'll talk about it when you're free." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "I'm afraid that by then, you'll have fallen into a woman's arms and won't be able to extricate yourself." "Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. I, Duan Lang, am not a man who forgets his friends for a woman," Duan Lang said confidently. "All right, the bride is here." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. At the same time, he saw a wedding procession walk in from outside the door. They were all wearing bright red robes and there was a sedan in the middle. It looked similar to the wedding ceremony on Earth. However, Duan Ling Tian soon realized that many people in the Duan clan manor were frowning, including Duan Qing and Duan Lang. "What's going on? Isn't that the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor, Tai Hang? Why is Tai Hang here? Could it be that he's here on behalf of the second manor head? That doesn't make sense. Even if the second manor head is busy and can't make it, he should let someone from his branch take his place. He shouldn't let the fourth manor head come. They're from different branches in the Tai clan manor. No matter what, he shouldn't be here." When the whispers of the people in the Duan clan manor reached Duan Ling Tian's ears, he finally understood why the people in the Duan clan manor were frowning. It was because the person who came was not the second manor head of the Tai clan manor. It could even be said that he was not from the second manor head of the Tai clan manor. The person leading the group was the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor. He was the leader of another branch of the Tai clan manor. Just like how Duan Qing was the leader of the southern manor branch of the Duan clan manor, the second manor head of the Tai clan manor was the leader of one of the branches of the Tai clan manor. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor led another branch of the Tai clan manor. Although they were related by blood, it was already very thin. In fact, during the time that Duan Ling Tian was in the Duan clan manor, he knew that the various large villages in the Endless Mountains did not interact much with each other. It was only when there was a problem that a branch could not solve or a threat to one of the branches that the various branches would unite to face the external threat. Usually, they each did their own thing and rarely interacted with each other. Under such a system, the second manor head of the Tai clan manor who should have come did not come. Instead, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor came. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian felt that something was not right. "Tai Hung, why are you here?" Duan Qing, the manor head of the southern manor, asked with a frown on his face when he saw Tai Hang, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor, leading a group of people from the Tai clan manor into the southern manor. Tai Hung was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He was tall and muscular. He was dressed in a brocade robe and was toying with 2 jade beads in his hands. He looked like a nouveau riche. Tai Heng grinned when he heard Duan Qing's question. Villa Master Duan Qing, from today onwards, my Tai clan village's 4th branch and your Duan clan village's southern clan village are one family. In the future, when my daughter marries your southern clan's proud son, Duan Lang, I hope your southern clan will take care of me. Duan Lang was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Duan clan manor. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a basic celestial emperor. In the realms of gods, those who were younger than 1,000 years old were considered young. After all, life in the realms of gods was endless once they were born. Moreover, it took time for them to grow. A single closed-door cultivation session could take up to 100 years. Those who were older than 1,000 years old and younger than 3,000 years old were considered young. Daughter, why aren't you coming out to greet manor head Duan Qing? Duan Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard Tai Heng's words. Was she not the daughter of the 2nd manor head of Tai clan manor? How did she become the daughter of the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor? Moreover, the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor only had one daughter, right? Duan Qing's scalp went numb when he recalled the reputation of the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor's only daughter. At the same time, he was furious. Did the Tai clan manor think the Duan clan manor was a pushover? How dare they treat the southern manor like monkeys? Yes, father. A hoarse voice rang in the air as the bridal sedan shook violently. Then, a huge figure walked out of the bridal sedan. It was a fat woman who was 1.8 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 1.8 meters. She struggled to get out of the bridal sedan before she walked up to Tai Heng and bowed at Duan Qing with a smile on her face. Greetings, manor head Duan Qing. Tai Lan Yu was the only daughter of Tai Heng, the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor. When she smiled, the fat on her face squeezed her eyes. No, I don't want to marry you. I want to marry the daughter of your Tai clan manor's 2nd manor head, Tai Yu. While the group of people from the Duan clan were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lang, the person involved, had already stared at Tai Lan Yu with a flushed face as he explosively shouted, "Other than Tai Yu, I will not marry anyone else." Kid, what did you say? Tai Heng's expression changed as he stared at Duan Lang and asked in a deep voice. Facing Tai Heng's gaze, although Duan Lang was a little afraid, he still said unyieldingly, "Manor head Tai Heng, I said it very clearly. Today, I will only marry Tai Yu and no other woman." Humph. At this time, Tai Lan Yu no longer had the courtesy from before. She narrowed her small eyes and looked at Duan Lang. She snorted coldly and said, "Kid, do you think I want to marry you? What? You don't like me? However, I'm afraid this marriage is not something you can decide." When Tai Lan Yu reached the end of her sentence, she raised her head proudly and looked at Duan Lang with disdain. At this time, Tai Hung took 2 steps forward and walked to Duan Qing's side. He said a few words to him. Duan Qing's expression changed slightly at the beginning and became as pale as a sheet of white paper. Moreover, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that his body was trembling. Duan Lang. At the same time, Duan Qing looked at Duan Lang and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Wait for me to bring your father here and see his decision." After he finished speaking, Duan Qing left in a hurry without waiting for Duan Lang's reply. He personally went to look for Duan Lang's father. As the person involved, Duan Lang could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, he felt that it was completely unnecessary because he was the main character of this marriage. If he did not want to get married, no one could force him. Looks like it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian saw the scene of Tai Hung talking to Duan Qing. He also saw the change in Duan Qing's expression. However, he was also very curious. What did Tai Heng, the 4th manor head of Tai clan manor, say to the 3rd manor head of Duan clan manor? It actually made Duan Qing react this way. Chapter 3599. Duan Lang's father was called Duan Yidao. His strength in the Duan clan manor's southern manor was second only to the manor master, Duan Qing. He was also the best candidate for the next manor master of the Duan clan manor's southern manor. During the days he was in the Duan clan manor, Duan Lingtian had met Duan Yi Dao once because of Duan Lang. He knew that Duan Yi Dao was a forthright man who was very popular in the Duan clan manor. Today was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. According to the customs of the Duan clan manor, Duan Yi Dao, as the father, did not need to come out to welcome the bride. What he needed to do was to stay at home and wait for the bride and groom to bow to him. Originally, today was a joyous day for Duan Yi Dao because his only son, Duan Lang, was getting married. To a father, perhaps only on the day his son and daughter got married would he feel that his son and daughter had grown up. Uncle Yi Dao is here. Uncle Yi Dao's expression doesn't look too good. Along with the noise from afar, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Yi Dao walking over side by side with Duan Qing. Duan Yi Dao's expression was extremely ugly. This was Duan Lingtian's second time seeing Duan Yi Dao. The first time they met, Duan Yi Dao was forthright and enthusiastic. Moreover, he always had a forthright smile on his face. It was as though nothing could stop the smile on his face. Even when he was outside, he still had a smile on his face. However, at this moment, Duan Yi Dao's expression was as ugly as it could be. Duan Lingtian could imagine that Duan Yi Dao would not be like this because of an ordinary matter. It was obvious that Duan Qing had told him something that made him reveal such an expression. Father. When Duan Lang saw Duan Yi Dao, it was as though he had seen his savior. He hurriedly went up to him and said, "The Tai clan manor is too much of a bully. The person I'm marrying today is clearly the daughter of the second manor master, Tai Xiong, Tai Yu. However, the person who came today is the fourth manor master, Tai Hang. He even wants his daughter to replace Tai Yu and marry me." This marriage was completely decided by the Tai clan, and they're humiliating our Duan clan manor. As he finished speaking, Duan Lang's originally angry face became even angrier. When Duan Yi Dao saw Duan Lang, his expression softened a little. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was obvious pain and helplessness. "Lang, don't be silly. Today, you're marrying Tai Lanyu, the daughter of Tai Hang, the fourth manor master of Tai clan, not some Tai Yu. Father personally agreed to this marriage. There can't be a mistake. Don't speak nonsense. All right. Go and apologize to the fourth Iron Manor Master. Then finish the wedding ceremony with your future wife." Once Duan Yi Dao's words left his mouth, it wasn't only Duan Lang who was dumbfounded. Even the surrounding Duan family members were dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lang going to marry Tai Yu from Tai Clan village? How did it become Iron Blue Jade? That's impossible, right? But Uncle Yi Dao clearly said so. Could it be that we made a mistake? How is that possible? Among the younger generation of Tai Clan village, only Tai Yu is worthy of Duan Lang. Not only is Tai Lanyu fat, but her conduct is also very bad. How could Uncle Yi Dao allow Duan Lang to marry her? But Yi Dao clearly said so now. What's going on? Why do I feel that the manor master said something to Uncle Yi Dao, causing him to act like this? Uncle Yi Dao's expression was very ugly just now. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. The people of the Duan clan who were present broke into whispers. Almost everyone felt that there was more to this matter than met the eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was a bystander, was almost certain. There was definitely a secret behind this matter. Now, Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced at the father and daughter pair of Tai Clan village's fourth manor master, Tai Hang, and saw that both of them had mocking smiles on their faces. Their gazes towards Duan Lang were filled with contempt and disdain. "Father, why did you say that? Do you think I don't know who I'm marrying?" After Duan Lang returned to his senses, his face flushed red as he shook his head. "Back then, I only agreed to this marriage after I found out the other party was Tai Yu. The person I want to marry is Tai Yu, not Tai Lanyu. The person I want to marry today is not her." As he spoke, Duan Lang was close to roaring. "Ha ha ha ha." At this moment, before Duan Yi Dao, whose expression had darkened, could speak again, Tai Lanyu had already burst out laughing. She placed her hands on her hips and had an insufferably arrogant aura. "Duan Lang, even if you're unwilling to marry me, Tai Lanyu today, you still have to marry me. You don't have a choice. The person my Tai clan village wanted to marry you was indeed Tai Yu. But now, the person you want to marry is me, Tai Lanyu. As Tai Lanyu spoke, the smile on her face turned into a mocking smile. Of course, you can also try not to marry me. However, if you do that, not only will you be unlucky, I'm afraid you'll also implicate the entire Duan clan village. I definitely won't marry you. Duan Lang coldly looked at Tai Lanyu as he spoke coldly. Lang, you must marry her. At this moment, Duan Yidao spoke. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Don't forget that you're a member of the Duan clan village. Could it be that you've forgotten what I've taught you since you were young? In front of the Duan clan village, are personal gains and losses just a small matter? Duan Lang's expression changed as he asked with a gloomy expression, Father, why? This was the first time he had spoken to his father in such a tone. However, in his opinion, even if he wanted him to die, he had to give him a clear reason. Earlier, he already felt that something was amiss with his father. Now that he heard his father's words, he felt even more that something was amiss. Moreover, he urgently wanted to know the truth of the matter. What was it that caused his father to act this way? He knew very well what kind of person his father was. Even if all the clan leaders of the Tai clan village were to make a move, it would still be impossible for him to lower his head like this. Therefore, he felt that there was a great secret behind this matter. Lang. At this moment, Duan Yidao gritted his teeth. He seemed to have realized that he had to explain the matter clearly to his son. Otherwise, his son would not be able to calmly accept everything before his eyes. Before he opened his mouth, he walked to Duan Lang's side and whispered a few words into his ear. As time passed by, Duan Lang's originally solemn expression changed again and again. In the end, Duan Lang's body even started to tremble. After being stunned for a moment, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. So it's like this. So it's like this. Duan Lang's loss of composure caused Duan Lingtian to frown. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lang must have known something. This matter should have been mentioned by the Tai clan village's 4th clan leader, Tai Hang, to the Duan clan village's 3rd clan leader, Duan Qing. In the next instant, he saw that after Duan Lang stopped laughing, he turned around and walked toward the Tai clan village's clan leader, Tai Hang, and his daughter. Everyone in the Duan clan village looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with Duan Lang? I feel that Duan Lang has lost his composure. What did Uncle Yidao say to Duan Lang? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, Duan Lang walked in front of Tai Hang and his daughter. He looked at them and asked indifferently, Do you think that I'll compromise like you think today? Before Tai Hang could speak, Tai Lanyu had already snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Looks like your father has already told you. Why? You don't want to compromise? Do you have the guts to do so? That person is not someone that you and even the Duan clan village's southern village can afford to offend. Or perhaps, that person is someone that even the entire Duan clan village can't afford to offend. Tai Lanyu's tone became more and more disdainful. On the other hand, everyone in the Duan clan village was confused when they heard this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he frowned slightly. He could faintly tell that there was someone behind all this. And that person was someone that the Duan clan village's southern village, and even the entire Duan clan village could not afford to offend. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. No one can control the life of Duan Lang. No one can. Under the gazes of everyone in the Duan clan village, Duan Lang, who had his back facing them, suddenly stretched out his hands. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a powerful purple light with streaks of dazzling lightning appeared and instantly enveloped his entire body. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In a flash, his body disappeared from the spot. Lang, don't! Duan Yidao roared loudly. Then, his entire body turned into a ball of flames and whistled as he charged toward Duan Lang. However, in the instant that Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Duan Lang, Duan Yidao arrived first. Duan Lang's body was completely entangled by the lightning energy. Then with a sudden jolt, a shockwave swept out. At the same time, A mist of blood sprayed out and stained Duan Yidao's body. Even Tai Hang and his daughter were splashed with blood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body appeared after teleporting. His expression was ugly as he looked at the pool of blood in front of him. His gaze did not change for a long time. Duan Lang had committed suicide. The group of people from the Duan family manor were also dumbfounded. The villa master of the Duan family manor, Duan Qing, had a remorseful expression on his face. It was as though he regretted something. Why? Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Yidao who was beside him and asked in a deep voice, "Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What did you say to Duan Lang?" Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible for Duan Yidao to harm Duan Lang. However, after listening to Duan Yidao's words, Duan Lang chose to commit suicide. This caused him to blame Duan Yidao a little. However, the current Duan Yidao was completely in a daze. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, his face was filled with sorrow and remorse. Langer. Father is useless. Father is useless. Father is the one who let you down. Father is the one who let you down. The group of people from the Tai family manor, including Tai Hang and his daughter, were all stunned. When Tai Hang regained his senses, a respectful expression appeared on his face. At the same time he said to Tai Lanyu who was beside him, "Let's go back. Since he's gone, this marriage can be considered to have come to an end." However, even though they wanted to leave, the people from the Duan family manor did not allow them to do so. They moved on their own and surrounded them. Moreover, they were staring at them fiercely. After all, Duan Lang had committed suicide because of them. Chapter 3600. The people from Duan clan who surrounded the people from Tai clan village were furious. Although they did not know what had happened, it was obvious that Duan Lang's death had something to do with the people from Tai clan village. It could be said that they had watched Duan Lang grow up. Duan Lang's father, Duan Yidao, was not the only one who had high hopes for Duan Lang. Even they had high hopes for Duan Lang because in the history of Duan clan village, almost all of those who were as talented as Duan Lang had successfully become gods. The birth of a god would not only make the southern clan village famous, but it could also lead the southern clan village to break away from the Duan clan village and establish their own clan. They could even establish themselves in other cities. Leaving the mountains was the dream of every person from the southern clan village. Every time they saw Duan Lang, it was as though they had seen hope. However, Duan Lang was now dead. What are you trying to do? Tai Hang shook his head and sighed when he saw the people from Duan clan village surrounding him. Tai Lanyu, on the other hand, had already stepped forward and said angrily with her hands on her hips, "Do you think we caused Duan Lang's death? Do you think I, Tai Lanyu, want to marry Duan Lang? What a joke!" As soon as Tai Lanyu finished speaking, someone from Duan clan village asked in a deep voice, "Why did Duan Lang commit suicide? You should know the reason, right?" The incident today was a complete mystery to the people from Duan clan village and southern clan. In their opinion, they could solve this mystery from the people from Tai clan village. If you want to know the reason, you can ask your village lord. At the same time, Tai Hang said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with our Tai clan village. If we really want to get to the bottom of it, our Tai clan village is also a victim." When he finished speaking, before the people from Duan clan village and southern clan village could ask again, Tai Heng's gaze had already landed on the Duan clan village lord, Duan Qing. Village lord Duan Qing. Duan Qing had already recovered from the shock of Duan Lang's suicide, but his expression was still extremely ugly. When he heard Tai Heng's words and saw the group of people from the Duan clan and southern clan surrounding the people from the Tai clan village, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, come back! Let village lord Tai Heng and the others leave." At Duan Qing's command, the people of the Duan clan's southern manor all revealed looks of unwillingness. Most of them retreated, but there were a few who did not move. They looked at Duan Qing with unwillingness. "Manor lord, they killed Duan Lang. Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with them." Duan Qing sighed. "Did you hear that? Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with us," said Tai Lanyu with a cold smile. Immediately after, She pulled Tai Hang and left with the group of people from the Tai clan village. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the people from the Duan clan village. Because of Duan Qing's words, no one from the Duan clan tried to stop them. Manor Lord, why did you say that Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with them? Wasn't Duan Lang forced to his death by them? Villa Master, you have to give us an explanation for this. The group of people from the Duan Manor all looked at Duan Qing, the Manor Lord, unwillingly. Their voices were filled with suppressed anger. All right, I'll give you an explanation. Duan Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, earlier, Tai Hang told me. The second young master of Mountain Overlook City's Chen clan, Chen Fei, took a fancy to Tai Yu when Tai Yu entered the city not long ago. After that, he personally brought a divine spirit realm expert to the second branch of the Tai clan village to propose marriage. Naturally, the second branch of the Tai clan village would be eager to establish ties with the Chen clan. Even if Tai Yu was made a concubine, they wouldn't have any objections. Naturally, the two of them hit it off. However, no one expected that the second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei, laughed coldly when he found out about the marriage between Tai Yu and Duan Lang. After that, he said he wanted to marry the most difficult woman in the Tai clan village to Duan Lang. At that time, someone from the second branch of the Tai clan village mentioned the fourth branch's Tai Lanyu. The second young master of the Chen clan personally led a divine spirit realm expert to the fourth branch of the Tai clan village and ordered the Tai clan village's fourth manor lord, Tai Hang, to marry his daughter to Duan Lang and send Tai Lanyu over on the wedding day that was supposed to belong to Duan Lang and Tai Yu. The second young master of the Chen clan said that if the fourth branch of the Tai clan village dared to go against his wishes, he would uproot the fourth branch of the Chen clan village. If the Duan clan village disobeyed, he would also deal with the Duan clan village. At this point, Duan Qing's expression, which was already unpleasant to look at, became even more unsightly. As Duan Qing finished speaking, everyone from the Duan clan village came to a realization and revealed furious expressions. That second young master of the Chen clan went too far. Duan Lang committed suicide because firstly, he didn't want to be manipulated by others. Secondly, he didn't want to be a burden to the Duan clan. Duan Qing sighed. Today, Duan Lang would either die or marry Tai Lanyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to satisfy the second young master of the Chen clan. Although Duan Lang could escape, as the saying went, a monk can run but the temple can't. The moment Duan Lang left, the second young master of the Chen clan might make a move on the Duan clan village. Many people from the Duan clan village revealed sorrowful and indignant expressions. The second young master of the Chen clan has a lofty status and basically has a god-level expert protecting him whenever he goes out. Why does he have to make things difficult for us villagers? Tyrannical. Too tyrannical. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, finally understood why Duan Lang would suddenly commit suicide after hearing Duan Yidao's words. As it turned out, it was because he was forced into a desperate situation. Although he hadn't known Duan Lang for long, he was extremely clear about Duan Lang's character. Mountain Overlook City was the city closest to the endless mountains where the Duan clan village was located. Duan Lingtian had previously heard of the Chen clan, and knew that it was one of the few large clans in Mountain Overlook City. It controlled many industries in Mountain Overlook City, and possessed no less than 5 god-level experts. It was said that there were even intermediate gods in the clan. Not only did he steal someone's wife, but he also wanted to control someone else's life. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time his emotions had fluctuated so intensely since he arrived in the realm of gods. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. His heart had been tempered 1,000 times in both his previous and current lives. At this moment, when he thought of Duan Lang's figure when he was still alive and the smile on his face that seemed to be filled with optimism for the future, he couldn't help but feel rage rising in his heart. The second young master of the Chen clan? Since arriving in the realm of gods, this was the first time Duan Lingtian felt murderous intent towards someone. You and I have known each other for a long time. I'll give you justice for this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Yidao, who was still touching the blood on the ground and seemed to be slightly dazed. Then he looked at the blood that covered the ground as he muttered in his heart. Lang-er. A shrill cry rang in the air. It was Duan Lang's mother who had rushed over after hearing the news. She knelt in front of the bloodstains left behind by Duan Lang and cried loudly. Duan Yidao, who was standing next to her, finally regained his senses. He hugged his wife and comforted her. The surrounding people from the Duan clan village, including Duan Qing, had bloodshot eyes. Duan Qing was not only the most outstanding disciple of the Duan clan village's southern manor, but he had also committed suicide to protect the Duan clan village. In the next few days, the entire Duan clan village was busy preparing for Duan Qing's funeral. Duan Ling Tian, who had planned to leave the Duan clan village, did not leave. He accompanied the people from the Duan clan village to send Duan Qing off. Duan Ling Tian only planned to leave after Duan Qing was buried. Brother Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian left, Duan Yidao came looking for him. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Uncle Yidao, what's the matter? Duan Ling Tian and Duan Lang were peers. Since Duan Yidao was Duan Lang's father, Duan Ling Tian had to treat him politely as though he was an elder. Brother Ling Tian, this is the congratulatory gift you gave to my son. How thoughtful of you. It's a pity he didn't have the fortune to receive such a precious gift. Duan Yidao handed the spatial ring that Duan Ling Tian had given to Duan Lang. Based on his words, it was clear he knew there was an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the spatial ring. Uncle Yidao. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he found out the reason Duan Yidao had come looking for him. This is the congratulatory gift I gave to Duan Lang. Whether he's still alive or not, I won't take it back. You, as his father, should put it away. In the future, you can give it to anyone you want. Before Duan Yidao could reply, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported and disappeared from Duan Yidao's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the Duan clan's manor. After a few more teleportations, Duan Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen. He gave away an emperor-grade celestial weapon so casually. It seems like Brother Ling Tian is really extraordinary. Duan Yidao sighed. Then, he put the spatial ring away helplessly before he turned around and left. After leaving the Duan clan's manor, Duan Ling Tian began to make his way to Mountainside City. Initially, he had planned to go to Mountainside City to learn about the surroundings before deciding what to do next. However, there was something else he wanted to do in Mountainside City. He wanted to seek justice for Duan Lang. While Duan Ling Tian was heading to Mountain View City, in the Tai clan manor that he'd just left, it wasn't calm at all. To be more precise, it was not peaceful in the fourth branch of the Tai clan manor. Second young master, I sent my daughter to the Duan clan manor with the intention of accomplishing this good deed. However, who knew Duan Lang would choose to commit suicide after learning the truth? Before he died, he even said that no one could control his fate. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan village, Tai Hang, stood in front of a thin young man wearing brocade clothes. He had a cold expression on his face as he bowed and spoke with a respectful expression. The young man was none other than the second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei. Behind Chen Fei stood a slender old man with white hair and eyebrows. His face was thin, and his hands were clasped behind his back as he rested with his eyes closed. No one could control his fate? Chen Fei sneered when he heard Tai Heng's words. Did Duan Lang think that this matter would be settled with his death? Since he refused to marry your daughter, he went against my wishes. He can't absolve himself from the blame for his death. You, bring some experts with you and follow me to destroy the Duan clan manor. Chen Fei ordered as he looked at Tai Heng. Chapter 3601. Destroy the Duan family manor? Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tai Heng's breathing stagnated. This Chen clan's second young master actually wanted to annihilate the entire Duan clan? In the next moment, Tai Heng seemed to have thought of something as he glanced at the person behind Chen Fei. The old man behind Chen Fei opened his eyes the moment Tai Heng looked at him. He looked at Chen Fei with a kind expression and said, Second young master, you just need to destroy the Duan family's southern manor. There should be a god in the Duan family's southern manor, but I'm not sure if he's in the Duan family's southern manor. If we rashly annihilate the entire Duan clan manor, we'll definitely infuriate him. Although our Chen clan isn't afraid of a mere lesser deity, If he hides in the dark and attacks our Qian clan's existences below the level of a god, he'll still be a huge threat. You destroyed the Duan Manor and the Southern Manor. As long as the other 3 manors are not involved, the Eastern Manor Lord, who is suspected to have become a god, will not dare to attack the Qian family even if he is furious. If we destroy the entire Duan clan, he'll definitely act out of desperation. Leaving the other 3 clans behind will be enough to make him hesitate. The old man's train of thought was very clear. Hearing this, Chen Fei frowned and then relaxed. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa Qiu. Chen Qiu was a lower-ranked deity of Mountain Overlook City's Qian family. Originally, Chen Fei's status was not enough to warrant the personal protection of a Qian family deity. However, as Chen Fei had a good relationship with Chen Qiu since they were young, Chen Qiu would usually take the initiative to follow him wherever he went to ensure his safety. Even Chen Qiu's elder brother, the young master of the Chen family, did not receive such treatment. The person who followed young Master Chen to protect him was only a demigod with decent strength. Because of this, Chen Fei didn't dare to disobey Chen Qiu. Elder Qiu is right. At the same time, Tai Heng, who had heard Chen Qiu's words, heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Chen Fei would attack the Duan family. With the Chen family's background, although they were not afraid of the Duan family, as the saying goes, a corner dog will jump over the wall. If they really destroyed the Duan family, the Eastern Manor Lord of the Duan family, who was suspected to be a deity, would definitely seek revenge on the Chen family. As for the 4th branch of the Tai family village, as a participant, they would definitely suffer an even more intense retaliation. At that time, the Chen family would be too busy to take care of them. Now, Tai Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that they were only going to attack the Duan Manor and the South Manor. Mountain Overlook City was the first city Duan Ling Tian visited after arriving in the profound Handle Land in the realms of gods. From the perspective of the Duan Ling Tian, Mountainside City wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he had seen bigger cities when he was in the Devata realms. Even 10 mountain approach cities could not compare to them. Naturally, the smaller cities in the Devata realms could not compare to Mountain View City. Mountainside City. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air outside Mountain Overlook City, sizing it up from afar. Mountainside City was surrounded by thick city walls. There were a total of 8 city gates, 2 in each direction. The bricks used to form the city walls gave off an ancient feeling despite the distance between them. Moreover, there were quite a few clear marks on the walls. Sword scars, saber scars, palm prints, fist prints. These scars varied in depth. It could be seen that the city walls had experienced many battles in the past. At the same time, it could also be seen how tough the city walls were. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived outside Mountain View City's city gate in the blink of an eye. Then, he directly flew into the city. In the next moment, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes were numerous buildings and open spaces. However, there were many figures moving back and forth in the surroundings of some of the buildings. Those who passed by deliberately avoided those places. When he saw this, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that those places should be the property of some power. Generally speaking, only such places would have restrictions and the power to prevent others from entering. Tassel Restaurant. After he entered Mountain Face City, Duan Lingtian noticed that some of the buildings had flags hanging on them. The flags either had the names of inns, restaurants, or stores written on them, and they were all-encompassing. These flags that appeared before Duan Lingtian were no different from guiding lights to guide the way for Duan Lingtian. The Tassel Restaurant was the largest restaurant that Duan Lingtian had discovered in the sky above Mountain Overlook City. It was 3 stories tall and occupied a vast area. Among the other restaurants, even though the largest one had 3 stories as well, it only occupied half the area of this restaurant. Most importantly, this restaurant was located in the center of Mountain Overlook City. From the mundane realms all the way to the Devata realms, whenever Duan Lingtian went to an unfamiliar city, he would first go to a restaurant and learn about the city from others if there was no one to guide him. This was because all kinds of people gathered in the restaurant's lobby. Basically, all kinds of news could be heard. "Sir, are you the only one?" Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Tassel Restaurant, one of the few attendants standing at the entrance walked up to him and greeted him warmly. "Would you like to dine in the lobby or in a private room?" Even though Duan Lingtian was alone, the attendant did not intend to bring him to the lobby. This was because some customers only liked to stay in quiet private rooms. Moreover, private rooms had a minimum price. If the customer he brought chose a private room, he would receive a corresponding commission. For this reason, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would choose a private room. Lobby. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, "Try to sit in the middle." Sitting in the middle of the lobby, even though the lobby of the Tassel restaurant was not small with his hearing, he was sure that he could hear most of the conversations going on inside. "Sir, please come in." The attendant was slightly disappointed when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the lobby. However, he did not show it on his face. With a smile on his face, he respectfully led Duan Lingtian to a small table in the middle of the lobby. Then, he took out a menu from his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Sir, this is the menu of our restaurant. The minimum price for a meal in our restaurant is 1 prominent celestial crystal. In the realms of gods, the cheapest stone that could aid one's cultivation was a celestial crystal. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to find low-grade celestial crystals. Moreover, celestial crystals were the most common cultivation resource in the realms of gods. Therefore, it had become the currency in the lower levels of the realms of gods. In a city like Mountainside City, which was located at the bottom of the plains of gods, if a restaurant charged a fee of divine stones for a meal, no one would visit it. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian did not have any divine stones with him, he still went to the restaurant. He had heard that celestial crystals were the currency in the lower levels of the Endless Mountains. Divine stones were considered a high-grade currency in the surrounding areas. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things. However, most of them were things that he was not interested in. There were many things that he wanted to know, but no one mentioned them. "I'll come again tomorrow." After finding an inn to stay in, Duan Lingtian went to the restaurant every time he went to a restaurant. "I'll stay in the restaurant for another 2 days. It's time to think of a way to get some divine stones. Divine stones could aid in cultivation and increase one's cultivation speed." For Duan Lingtian, who was eager to ascend to godhood, it was undoubtedly something that he urgently needed. In fact, he had been thinking of many ways to earn divine stones over the past few days. The simplest method was to sell some of the things he had on hand. Of course, the things that he could sell were definitely not life-threatening. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could even get his hands on the divine stones. Today, Duan Lingtian went to the Tassel restaurant as usual. "Sir, what would you like to eat today?" It was the same waiter. When he saw Duan Lingtian again, he smiled even more brightly. Because Duan Lingtian had been eating at the Tassel restaurant for many days in a row, and he was the one who served him, the Tassel restaurant had already determined that he was a regular. Under such circumstances, the waiter could get a higher percentage of income when Duan Lingtian spent money at the Tassel restaurant. Of course, the most important thing was that when Duan Lingtian ordered food, he ordered the more famous dishes of the Tassel restaurant. They were expensive and had a certain supportive effect on cultivation. However, the dishes that had a supportive effect on cultivation were only effective at the beginning. After eating a few more times, it was difficult to feel the effects anymore. "What other signature dishes have I not tried? Just help me order whatever you like." Duan Lingtian nodded at the waiter before he casually tossed a prominent celestial crystal to the waiter. Since the waiter had been cooperating with him and answering his questions for the past few days, he would give the waiter a tip every time he came. This was one of the reasons why the waiter was so enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. To the waiter, Duan Lingtian was a once-in-a-lifetime wealthy guest. "Thank you, sir." After the waiter received the tip, he went to get busy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Soon, a conversation entered his ears. "Have you heard? 2 days ago, the second young master of the Qian family found a beautiful concubine in the Endless Mountain. Moreover, he even destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family for that concubine." "I heard." The entire southern manor of the Duan family was annihilated. "I heard that the concubine of the second young master of the Qian family is the person in charge of the second branch of the Tai family manor. She's the daughter of the second manor master of the Tai family manor." "That's right." When he destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family, The people from the second and fourth branches of the Tai family village followed him to help him. When this conversation entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it caused him to be stunned. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he crushed the teacup in his hand with a loud bang. His hairband broke and danced in the air even though there was no wind. Clang! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and threw 2 celestial crystals on the table. Then, he disappeared into thin air under the shocked gazes of the people around him. It's the teleportation profundity. Even if the people present were not deities, it was not difficult for them to see that Duan Ling Tian had cast the teleportation profundity from the law of space. Sir. As for the waiter who returned from helping Duan Ling Tian order, he only had time to see the Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear. However, when he saw the celestial crystals Duan Ling Tian left behind, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this guest had not left behind any celestial crystals, he would have had to pay for the meal. It seems like this guest suddenly has an urgent matter. It was not difficult for the waiter to guess. After leaving Tassel Restaurant, Duan Ling Tian left Mountain Overlook City and headed in the direction of the Endless Mountain. He wanted to verify the accuracy of the information. Chapter 3602. After returning to the Endless Mountains, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the vicinity of the Duan Manor with ease. To be more precise, he arrived at the entrance of the Duan Manor's southern manor. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the southern manor, he discovered that the Duan Manor had been reduced to ruins. Not a single building was intact, and the entire place was covered in blood. At this moment, there were figures shuttling back and forth in the southern manor, carrying out corpses one by one. As he got closer, Duan Ling Tian could hear many voices. The southern manor is really unlucky this time. They actually offended the second young master of the Qian family. Although we don't belong to the same branch, we're still one of the major branches of the Duan Manor. There's no need to be sarcastic and gloating. The deaths of the southern manor's villa master, Duan Qing, and Duan Yi Dao are equivalent to the entire Duan Manor losing 2 experts. Everything is too sudden. Otherwise, our Eastern Manor would definitely step in and protect at least one of Duan Qing and Duan Yi Dao. From the voices, it was not difficult to tell that the figures shuttling back and forth in the Southern Manor were from the other branches of the Duan Manor. Apart from the Southern Manor, there was also the Eastern Manor, Western Manor, and Northern Manor. Qian family, Qian Fei. Seeing that the people from the other 3 branches of the Duan Manor did not show any disrespect to the corpses of the people from the Southern Manor, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to show himself. However, his eyes were burning with rage. Although he did not stay in the Southern Manor for long. However, it was during this short period of time that he realized the warmth of the people from the Southern Manor. Previously, when Duan Lang, who was closest to him, was forced to death, he was already furious. Now, the entire Southern Manor was destroyed. Figures appeared in his mind one after another. The few lively youths would occasionally speak up when he was conversing with Duan Lang. Duan Lang's mother would even enthusiastically send him all sorts of delicious food. There were also the other warm and hospitable villagers of the Duan family manor, allowing him to experience the warmth of home in the Duan family manor. Now all of this was gone. Everything was gone. After snatching someone's fiancé and killing him, he even annihilated the Duan clan's southern clan. Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, you're really something. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. When he arrived, Duan Lingtian was silent. When he left, Duan Lingtian was still as silent as before. Not a single person from the other branches of the Duan clan noticed his presence. After leaving the Duan clan manor, Duan Lingtian returned to Mountain View City and returned to the inn he stayed at earlier. Duan Lingtian had booked the best room in the inn for 3 months. It cost him 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was just a small sum of money. Previously, when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even before he met his master, Feng Qingyang, Hualao had given him a large number of celestial crystals. After meeting his master, Feng Qingyang, the number of celestial crystals in his possession had increased to a shocking extent. Most of them were prominent celestial crystals and even supreme celestial crystals. It was difficult for him to take out mediocre and primitive celestial crystals since he did not have any. His master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not lack celestial crystals when he was in the Devata realm. Now that he was in a remote place in the realm of gods where celestial crystals were the main currency, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not lack celestial crystals for daily transactions. The day I become a god will be the day the second young master of the Qian clan pays for what he did to the Duan clan's southern manor. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room to cultivate. Before he closed his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew he was not a good person. However, what the second young master of the Qian clan had done to the Duan clan's southern manor had infuriated him. To a certain extent, the life and death of the second young master of the Qian family had already been linked to his path of cultivation. After this, whether or not he could quickly become a god was most likely related to the second young master of the Qian family. After all, he knew the second young master of the Qian clan was protected by a god-level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, he would need to be at least a god-level powerhouse to kill the second young master of the Qian clan. Even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could defeat anyone below the god level. After all, even a demigod would not have comprehended many profundities from the law in such a remote place. Moreover, it was almost impossible for them to master the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. The strongest demigod in the vicinity of Mountain View City would be easily killed by a 9-star god of war in a Devata realm. Based on Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, even the strongest demigod in the Duan clan's southern manor, Duan Qing, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. He had not comprehended 3 profundities yet. On the other hand, the second strongest person in the southern manor, Duan Yi Dao, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. Although he was not as strong as Duan Qing, he was still stronger than most demigods. Most of the demigods in the vicinity of Mountain View City had yet to comprehend any profundities from the law of fire. The reason for this was that the people in the realms of gods were born with extraordinary cultivation bases. Due to the superior cultivation environment, it was not difficult for them to cultivate to the celestial emperor stage or even the demigod stage. On the other hand, the people in the realms of gods did not have superior conditions when it came to comprehending profundities from the law of fire. Compared to the people in the Devata realms, they did not have much of an advantage. With Duan Lingtian's current comprehension of profundities from the law of fire, even if he did not use the 4 Tao of heaven, earth and heaven, he was confident he could defeat anyone in the vicinity of Mountain View City. If he used the 4 Tao of heaven, earth and heaven, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could even defeat an ordinary higher deity. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to break through and become a deity as soon as possible. The cultivation method Duan Ling Tian was currently cultivating was the 1,000 transformations illusory technique that his master had imparted to him. Unlike other cultivation methods, the 1,000 transformations illusory technique could be fused with any low-level cultivation method to transform it into a cultivation method of the same level as the 1,000 transformations illusory technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods in the realms of gods. Such cultivation methods were usually created by supreme experts and passed down to their descendants. Naturally, anyone who cultivated the 1,000 transformations illusory technique would only have the opportunity to transform one cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian had chosen the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he had first cultivated. It was also the strongest and most domineering cultivation method he had obtained from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory in the mundane realm. Speaking of which, this cultivation method had been sealed in Duan Ling Tian's memories for many years. If it was not for the fact that the 1,000 transformations illusory technique required a cultivation method as a medium, he would not have thought of it. The current 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was completely different, and the circulation was completely different as well. Moreover, it could even integrate the profundities of the laws into it, allowing the celestial origin energy to perfectly fuse with the profundities of the laws, allowing the user to unleash even greater power. This was one of the commonalities of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, whether a cultivation method was good or not depended on whether the celestial origin energy was able to fuse with the profundities of laws. When Duan Ling Tian circulated his cultivation method, the celestial origin energy in his body was like a surging river. Gray light could be seen swirling in the river. It was none other than the law of space that he was skilled in. Various profundities could be seen in his meridians, forming a perfect fit with his celestial origin energy. Cultivation was not something that could be completed in a day. At the very least, the path to godhood was not as simple as it seemed. Just half a step away. With the anger he felt toward the second young master of the Qian clan, Duan Tian managed to break through to the peak of the demigod stage in one go. He was only a step away from godhood. However, this step was met with great resistance, preventing him from making a breakthrough. Based on his past experience, he knew it would be futile to continue cultivating. Therefore, he decided to wake up. This time, I've been cultivating for almost half a month. Duan Tian looked at the hourglasses in front of his bed. They came with the rooms in the inn. From left to right, there were 4 hourglasses in total. The first hourglass had been empty for 10 years. The second hourglass had been empty for a year. The third hourglass had been empty for a month. The fourth hourglass had been empty for a day. All of the hourglasses were placed upside down before Duan Tian entered closed-door cultivation. Now that the third hourglass had been empty for half a month, it had been empty for half a month. There should be some pills that can assist in breaking through from the demigod stage to godhood. These pills should be purchased with divine stones. Yes, I'll use immortal crystals to exchange for a batch of divine stones first. Before Duan Tian arrived in Mountain Overlook City, he had been thinking of ways to earn divine stones. It was only a few days after he arrived in Mountain Overlook City that he learned he could exchange celestial crystals for divine stones in all the shops in Mountain Overlook City. Naturally, only supreme-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for divine stones, and it required a lot of supreme-grade celestial crystals to exchange for divine stones. One tael of divine stones required 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals. One supreme-grade immortal crystal weighed about 1 tael. However, although Duan Tian did not have divine stones, he did not lack immortal crystals. He did not lack supreme-grade immortal crystals. There was a small mountain of supreme-grade immortal crystals in his spatial ring. Although he had never counted them, Duan Tian could roughly make out the number. There are at least 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals in my spatial ring. What did 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals mean? 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for 1 tael of divine stones. 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for 100,000 taels of divine stones. In Mountainside City, even the strongest forces with the deepest foundations, including the Qian family, could only take out a few tens of thousands of divine stones with the combined efforts of an entire clan or sect. The wealth of divine stones Duan Tian possessed surpassed any force in Mountainside City. I'll exchange for 1,000 divine stones first. After walking out of the inn, Duan Tian arrived at a shop belonging to the Qian family. He was prepared to exchange for divine stones here. This shop was also a shop belonging to the Qian family that sold pills. Chapter 3603. For example, not all spirit fruits in the realms of gods were divine fruits. Immortal fruits were the majority. Not all pills in the realms of gods were divine pills. There were many immortal pills as well. This was especially true for a small city like Mountain Overlook City that was located in a remote part of the Mystic Gangland. Immortal pills were the mainstream while divine pills were rare and expensive. There were 3 best pill stores in Mountain Overlook City. They belonged to the Qian clan, the Meng clan, and the Morning Cloud sect. The Qian family, the Meng family, and the Cloud Morning sect were one of the 4 strongest powers in Mountain Overlook City. There was also another power, the Celestial sect. There were no experts in the sect who were skilled in alchemy. Thus, even though they had opened alchemy stores, they were not as good as the alchemy stores opened by the other 3 families. Just take the Qian family's pill store for example. Although most of the pills sold were immortal pills, there would occasionally be divine pills. However, not many people could afford them. Sir, how may I help you? Duan Tian had just arrived at the entrance of the grand and magnificent medicinal pill store called the Rejuvenation Pavilion that was a subordinate of the Qian clan, when one of the 2 manservants guarding the entrance took the initiative to greet him and asked with a cordial expression, "I'd like to exchange for some divine stones and take a look at the pills sold in the Rejuvenation Pavilion." Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Sir, please come in. The servant's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then, he led Duan Ling Tian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. Sir, our Rejuvenation Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor sells ordinary immortal pills. The second floor sells rare immortal pills. As for the third floor, we sell top-grade immortal pills and occasionally, divine pills. As for the divine stones, you can exchange for them on the first floor if the quantity is small. If the quantity is large, you'll have to exchange for them on the second floor. The servant introduced Duan Ling Tian to the Rejuvenation Pavilion as he led Duan Ling Tian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. At the same time he asked curiously, Sir, how many divine stones would you like to exchange for? 1,000 taels. The moment Duan Ling Tian spoke, the servant was so shocked that he stopped in his tracks. He was dumbstruck. 1,000 divine stones was undoubtedly an astronomical amount of wealth to the manservant. Even in the Qian clan behind the Huichun Pavilion, apart from the Qian clan's patriarch and the few godly spirit realm experts in the Qian clan, there was probably no one who could take out so many godly stones in one go. 1 divine stone was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. 1,000 divine stones was equivalent to 100,000 supreme grade immortal crystals. Sir, you're not joking? After a long while, the manservant came to his senses and stared at Duan Ling Tian as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the servant and asked, If your Huichun brothel can't offer so many god stones, I will leave now and go somewhere else to exchange for them. In Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate of divine stones was different from that of the realms of gods. Instead, it was based on the exchange rate in major cities. In cities like Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate was 10% higher. If one wanted to exchange 1 divine stone for 1 divine stone, the exchange rate would be 100 supreme immortal crystals. However, in Mountain Overlook City, any shop would charge 110 supreme immortal crystals. The factions behind these shops could then take the supreme immortal crystals to the major cities to exchange for divine stones according to the exchange rate. Why didn't they just go to the major cities? This was because there would be a certain amount of risk along the way to the major cities. Unless one was a godly spirit realm expert, one wouldn't dare to simply go there and back. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will go look for the manager. The manservant greeted Duan Ling Tian and hurried off to look for the manager of the Huichun brothel. If this customer really wanted to exchange for so many divine stones, the manservant's commission would be a terrifying figure. Even if he could only take 1% of the Huichun brothel's profits, he would still be able to obtain a commission. 1,000 divine stones would cost 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in the Huichun brothel. 10,000 supreme immortal crystals were earned by the Huichun brothel. 1% of 10,000 supreme immortal crystals was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. It was more than 10 times the wealth he currently had. If this business deal was successful, his fate would change because of it. Sir, are you the one who wants to exchange for 1,000 divine stones? The manservant soon returned, following behind an old man in a light blue robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His long gray hair draped over his back. Although he looked old, he was full of vigor. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and 110,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. The old man's eyes flashed brightly, and his expression changed drastically. 110,000 supreme immortal crystals, not one more, not one less. You can check it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the old man. The latter nodded almost as soon as he finished speaking. Sir, I just checked with my divine sense. It's indeed 110,000 supreme immortal crystals. Is the Huichun brothel willing to exchange? If it doesn't work, I'll look for another shop. Duan Ling Tian said again. Yes, of course. The old man nodded hastily. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face, Sir, I've already sent a message to ask someone to bring the divine stones here. 1,000 divine stones will be here in 15 minutes. Please wait here for a moment. Currently, the old man's attitude towards Duan Ling Tian had completely changed. He had become extremely polite, and there was a trace of humility in his politeness. What a joke! Would an ordinary person be able to take out 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in one go? Moreover, the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was so generous that he did not dare to be disrespectful. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sir, I'm Qian Tong, the shopkeeper of the returning spring pavilion. I'm also the seventh elder of the Qian clan. May I know your name? As the old man introduced himself, he did not forget to inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. The Qian clan had sent him a message asking him to inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. If he could confirm Duan Lingtian had no background and had only obtained a fortune by accident, the Qian clan would rob him of his fortune. They would kill him and take his fortune. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not hide his name. Perhaps, after 300 years, his name would spread to the realms of gods. However, due to the lack of information in the realms of gods, no one knew about him. So it's you, young Master Duan. Qian Tong smiled warmly before he asked, May I know which force you're from, young Master Duan? As soon as Qian Tong finished speaking, he feigned ignorance. Of course, it's fine if it's inconvenient for you to say, young Master Duan. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I came here with a few friends without telling my elders. We're from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. The Heavenly Illumination Sect. It was the sect where Yi Beiyuan, the old man who had brought Duan Lingtian to the military camp in the realm battlefield, was from. Although he didn't know what position the Heavenly Illumination Sect had in the profound gangland, if they could produce a medium god emperor like Yi Beiyuan, they should be able to occupy a place in the profound gangland no matter how bad they were. However, Duan Lingtian was not certain if Duan Lingtian knew about the Heavenly Illumination Sect. After all, although there were not many forces with medium divine emperors in the mystic gangland, there were still many of them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Qian Tong's face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. So, young Master Duan is from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. I hope young Master Duan can forgive my rudeness earlier. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he bowed. The servant behind him hurriedly bowed as well. The servant's eyes were also filled with shock. He never expected the guest he was receiving to be from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. The Heavenly Illumination Sect was a famous and powerful sect in the eastern region's Tunglang province. Although it wasn't the most powerful force in the 9 mansions of the eastern region, everyone knew about it because it was a sect that had once produced an emperor god powerhouse. Even now, it still occupied a piece of land and commanded the wind and clouds. The Qian family's mansion was located in the west of Mountain View City. It occupied a vast area. The Qian family's elders and disciples patrolled the sky above. Today, the 7th elder of the Qian family, Qian Tong, had sent a message that alarmed the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin. A young man had taken out 110,000 supreme-grade celestial crystals and said he wanted to exchange them for 1,000 divine stones. It should be known that even the Qian clan only had a few tens of thousands of divine stones. 1,000 divine stones was not a small sum to the Qian clan. Although the deal was profitable, Qian Yuejin had other plans. Could he eat the celestial crystals in the young man's hand and rob him? Therefore, he asked Qian Tong to find out the young man's background. At the same time, he was waiting for a reply. However, he did not expect the reply he received was, the young man was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect. A disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect? Is this for real? Qian Yuejin found it inconceivable. He couldn't figure out why a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple with such a lofty status would come to a small city like Mountain Overlook City that had no presence in the Eastern region's Eastern Ridge Mansion. To a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect, Mountain View City was a god-forsaken place. I can't confirm if it's true or not. However, based on his speech and temperament, it doesn't seem fake. Qian Tong replied quickly. Even if he's a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect, as long as he's not a divine spirit, our Qian family can still eat him. Qian Yuejin replied through voice transmission. Patriarch, he said he didn't come out alone. There were other disciples of the Heavenly Illumination sect who came out with him. Moreover, someone must have seen him enter the Rejuvenation sect. Qian Tong smiled wryly. I think it's unwise to make a move on him. A mere 1,000 divine stones isn't worth the risk for our Qian family. Qian Tong's words made Chen Yuejin break out in cold sweat. A Heavenly Illumination sect disciple did not come out alone. Chapter 3604. Although Chen Yuejin was greedy, he knew that once the news of his Chen family killing a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple spread out, what awaited his Chen family would be destruction. I'll personally send 1,000 divine stones over to test him further. Although Qian Tong said the 1,000 divine stones were on the way, in fact, Chen Yuejin, the Chen family patriarch, had not sent anyone to deliver the 1,000 divine stones. Moreover, not everyone in the Chen family had access to so many divine stones. Even the direct descendants of the Chen family were not necessarily trustworthy. What if they lost the divine stones on the way? Therefore, the people who delivered the divine stones were definitely important figures in the Chen family. As the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin was one of them. When I arrive, address me as Grand Elder. Before I arrive, remind everyone in the shop that they are not to reveal my identity and address me as Grand Elder. On the way to the elixir store, Chen Yuejin sent a message to Qian Tong. Qian Tong heard this and did not dare to neglect. He quickly sent a message to the servant behind him and the others in the store. Young Master Duan, our Chen family's great elder is on his way. When he arrives, he will pay you 1,000 divine stones. Please wait for a moment. At the same time, Qian Tong said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. This was the second time he said the divine stones were on their way. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he merely glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. About half a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw the Chen family's great elder mentioned by Qian Tong. He was a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a dignified face, bushy eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes. Chen family's great elder? Seeing the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. His first thought was that this Chen family's great elder was completely different from the rumors. His second thought was that this person was not necessarily the Chen family's great elder. Although he had never seen the Chen family's great elder before, he had heard of him when he was inquiring about him in the restaurant. He knew that the Chen family's great elder was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He had a slender figure and a crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. However, the well-dressed middle-aged man in front of him was very different from the young master of the Chen family that he had heard of. It was not difficult to guess that this was a fake Chen family elder. What kind of person would impersonate the Chen family's great elder at this time? Moreover, Qian Tong and the other people in the medicinal pill store even cooperated and addressed him respectfully as Grand Elder. A few thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. Especially when he saw the small birthmark under the right ear of the Chen family's Grand Elder in front of him. He guessed the other party's identity. The head of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin. At the same time, he was also one of the Chen clan's deity powerhouses, a lower-ranking deity. 10 Directions Celestial Emperors? When Duan Lingtian guessed Chen Yuejin's identity, Chen Yuejin also used his own divine sense to detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation without leaving a trace. However, a harmless smile hung on his face. Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen He, greets young Master Duan. Where are the divine stones? Duan Lingtian nodded at Chen Yuejin. He didn't expose his disguise and went straight to the point. Yes. Chen Yuejin nodded. However, he didn't pass the divine stones to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked with a smile, I know a little about the Heaven Illumination sect. May I know which division of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from, young Master Duan? Which division of the Heaven Illumination sect he was from? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Chen Yuejin's words. He realized Chen Yuejin was testing him. He didn't panic when he saw this. Instead, he glanced at Chen Yuejin nonchalantly. Elder Chen He, you know a lot about the Heaven Illumination sect? Of course. Chen Yuejin nodded with a smile. After all, The Heaven Illumination sect is a famous God-Emperor level sect in Tonglang province. In the realms of gods, any sect that had produced a God-Emperor was known as a God-Emperor level sect. Those that had produced godly venerables were known as godly emperor level sections. It was the same for clans. Of course, there were differences between godly emperor level sects, godly emperor level clans, godly emperor level sects, and godly emperor level clans. Powerful god emperor level sects all had god emperors now, and not just one. Weak god emperor level sects only had god emperors in their history. They didn't have any god emperors yet. The Heaven Illumination sect was the latter. However, as the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Heaven Illumination sect didn't have a god emperor and wasn't the strongest sect in Tonglang province, no one dared to underestimate them. The patriarch of a small clan like Xianxia looked at the Heaven Illumination sect the same way he looked at a god emperor level sect with many god emperors. It was an existence he looked up to but couldn't reach. Tonglang province? When Duan Ling Tian was at the Duan clan's southern manor, he already knew that the Duan clan's Endless Mountain and Mountain Overlook City were both located in Tonglang province in the eastern region of the Mystic Gangland. However, he didn't expect the Heaven Illumination sect he casually mentioned to be in Tonglang province as well. What a coincidence! Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up imperceptibly. The patriarch of the Qian clan is still testing me. It seems like I underestimated the importance of 1,000 divine stones to the Qian clan. Duan Ling Tian chose to exchange for 1,000 divine stones instead of more because he didn't want to alarm the godly spirit realm experts of the Qian clan. However, he didn't expect the godly spirit realm experts of the Qian clan to be alarmed after he mentioned the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, it was the patriarch of the Qian clan. Since Elder Qian he knows about the Heaven Illumination sect, you must have heard of my teacher. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said, "My teacher is Yi Beiyuan." Yi Beiyuan. It was the old man who had helped Duan Ling Tian in the realm battlefield. Due to the circumstances, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to use him. If Xianxia knew of his existence, he would be even more cautious. Even if Xianxia didn't know of his existence, it was because he didn't know enough about the Heaven Illumination sect. As a medium godly emperor, Duan Ling Tian believed that Yi Beiyuan had a certain status in the Heaven Illumination sect. After all, the strongest forces in Tonglang province were all godly emperor forces with godly emperors. Duan Ling Tian had heard of these forces in the restaurant before. However, he had never heard of the Heaven Illumination sect. Since Xianxia said that the Heaven Illumination sect was an godly emperor force, there was only one possibility. The Heaven Illumination sect was a godly emperor force with no godly emperors in the current generation. Under such circumstances, the Heaven Illumination sect respected godly emperors. As a medium godly emperor, Yi Beiyuan must have a high status in the Heaven Illumination sect. If Lin Yuejin knew about the Heaven Illumination sect, he would know of Yi Beiyuan's existence. You're Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple? As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxua's eyes widened and a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other hand, the Qian family's seventh elder, Qian Tong, and the other people in the Huichun house were at a loss. This was the first time they had heard of the name, Beiyuan. In fact, they had only heard of the Heaven Illumination sect but did not know who was in the sect. They didn't even know the name of the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect. In the entire Qian family, only a few people, including Xianxua, had a certain level of understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. The others only knew who the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect was. Xianxua was the only one who had a deep understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Xianxua dared to say that in the entire Mountain Overlook City and the surrounding areas, there were no more than 5 people who knew more about the Heaven Margin sect than he did. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian said he was Yi Beiyuan's disciple, Xianxua almost believed him. Duan Ling Tian was indeed a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. I didn't expect an elder from a small family in Mountain Overlook City to know my teacher. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Xianxua deeply. I'm fortunate to have heard of him. Xianxua's back was drenched in cold sweat. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about how he had plotted against Yi Beiyuan's disciple. In the end, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the 1,000 taels of divine stones. I didn't expect to break through and become a 10-direction celestial emperor this time. Is it possible for you to obtain the divine connection pill in Mountain Overlook City? After putting away the divine stones, Duan Ling Tian looked at Qian Tong and asked. The divine connection pill was a pill consumed by half-gods. It was beneficial for one to break through and become a god. Naturally, consuming the divine connection pill only had a certain effect on becoming a god. It did not guarantee one would become a god. Generally speaking, the divine connection pill was only half a step away from becoming a god. It was only a matter of time before one became a god. Moreover, the divine connection pill was only effective for the first time. In the realms of gods, although the divine connection pill was a divine connection pill, it was not a rare divine connection pill. In fact, in most places, the divine connection pill was just an ordinary divine connection pill. However, in a small city like Mountain Overlook City, the divine connection pill was a rare item. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Qian Tong glanced at Qian Yuejin who was standing in front of him. When Qian Tong saw Qian Yuejin nodding, he hurriedly said, "Young Master Duan, the divine connection pill is a rare item in Mountain Overlook City. Our Qian clan's alchemists only have a 10% success rate when refining the divine connection pill. 2 years ago, our Qian clan sold the most recent divine connection pill. That's the only divine connection pill our Qian clan's alchemists have refined in the past 10 years. The divine connection pill required extremely precious herbs. Even the Qian clan could not find them easily. Due to the low success rate, the Qian clan could only refine one divine connection pill every 10 to 20 years. When Qian Tong saw the slight frown on Duan Ling Tian's face, he continued to say, "However, I heard that the Meng clan's alchemist refined a divine transcendence pill 3 months ago. It has been on the market for 3 months, but it seems like no one has sold it yet. Young Master Duan, you can go to the Meng clan's Still Water Pavilion to have a look." The Still Water Pavilion was the name of the Meng clan's alchemy shop. How many divine stones did the Meng clan sell that divine connection pill for? Duan Ling Tian asked. 3,000 taels. Qian Tong replied. Chapter 3605. It was Duan Ling Tian's intention to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, it was an accident to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Yi Beiyuan. If the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, had not questioned him, Duan Ling Tian would not have mentioned Yi Beiyuan, the divine emperor of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, at the same time that Duan Ling Tian felt guilty when he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, he had already decided that he would definitely apologize to Yi Beiyuan and ask for forgiveness when he saw him in the future. Now, even if I ask the Qian family to kill the second young master, Qian Fei, the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, would not dare to disobey, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, before he left after hearing about the transcendence elixir. Of course he was just thinking about it and did not actually do it. If it was only for 1,000 divine stones, Qian Yuejin, the Qian family patriarch, might be willing to confirm his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, if it concerned the life and death of his son, he would definitely confirm it again. If Duan Ling Tian was really a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple, it would be fine. However, there was a problem. His identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple was fabricated and could not stand up to scrutiny and investigation. I should wait until I become stronger and become a divine emperor before I go to the Qian family and kill Qian Fei and the deity beside him to avenge the Duan family manor's southern manor. With that thought, Duan Ling Tian looked at the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, who was impersonating the grand elder of the Qian family, Qian He. Elder Qian Hong, I would like to exchange for another 2,000 divine stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and another 220,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared, piling up into another small mountain. Count it, Duan Ling Tian said. Not only was the Qian family's seventh elder, Qian Tong, dumbfounded, but even the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to carry so many supreme celestial crystals with him. However, this was a profitable business for the Chen family, so he naturally would not miss it. Young Master Duan, I just happened to be able to take out 2,000 divine stones. A moment later, Chen Yuejin regained his senses and took out another 2,000 divine stones. The reason why very few people counted the number of divine stones was because it was extremely difficult to cut them. Even if one intended to cut them, it was impossible to guarantee that every divine stone would have the same weight. Therefore, the value of the divine stone was calculated by its weight. And now, Chen Yueqian had taken out 2,000 liang of godstones, some of which were as big as an adult's fist. Even if it was just a single one of them, it still glittered with dozens of liang of light. That's right. When Duan Ling Tian put away the 2,000 divine stones, he could naturally feel their weight with his own strength. After he put them into his storage ring, he intended to leave. Elders, farewell. With the 3,000 divine stones in hand, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly made his way to the Meng family's still water pavilion. Qian Tong had just told him that the Meng family's still water pavilion would be selling a divine connection pill. After Duan Ling Tian left, the seventh elder of the Qian family, Qian Tong, bowed to Chen Yuejin. Patriarch. Patriarch. At this time, the people inside and outside the rejuvenation pavilion also bowed to Chen Yuejin. Earlier, because of Chen Yuejin's order, they did not dare to reveal Chen Yuejin's identity in front of Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left, there was no need to continue hiding. Yes. Chen Yuejin nodded faintly. While putting away the mountain of supreme-grade celestial crystals, he frowned and looked outside as if he was thinking about something. Patriarch, is there really a person called Yi Beiyuan in the Heaven Illumination sect? Chen Tong asked curiously. Yes. Chen Yuejin nodded. Yi Beiyuan is the Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. He is a medium god emperor. Medium god emperor. Chen Tong sucked in a breath of cold air while the others were also taken aback. A god emperor was in existence above a god king. But in their mountain overlook city, not to mention god emperors, they didn't even have a god king, and they didn't even have a higher deity. The strongest were just a few intermediate deities, and their Chen clan only had one intermediate deity. What a pity. 3,000 godly stones. Chen Yuejin sighed. If it was not for the fact that the other party might really be a Moon Illumination sect's disciple or a Yi Beiyuan's disciple, he really would not bear to let the 3,000 divine stones disappear right under his nose. Earlier, he had already used his divine consciousness to investigate the situation. His opponent was only a 10-direction celestial emperor, so it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a Moon Illumination sect disciple who was invincible among those below the godly spirit stage in Mountain Approach City with his cultivation base as a 10-direction celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was still a Moon Illumination sect disciple. Demigods were ultimately immortals. There was a world of difference between immortals and gods. Even if the other party's comprehension of the profundities far surpassed his, as long as they did not attain godhood, they would never be a match for him. Even the most talented and outstanding disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect would not be able to do so. After leaving Huichun House, Duan Ling Tian went straight to Still Water Pavilion. The Still Water Pavilion was a subsidiary of the Meng family, which was as famous as the Chen family in Mountainside City. It was also the largest medicinal pill store under the Meng family, and occasionally sold divine pills. A few months ago, the Meng family had produced a divine connection pill, which had attracted a lot of attention. However, even after a few months, the divine connection pill remained unsold in the Still Water Pavilion. Many people wanted to buy it, but they did not have enough divine stones. Only the two strongest clans and sects in Mountain Overlook City would be able to take out 3,000 divine stones in the surrounding areas. To those small factions or even rogue cultivators, it was no different from an astronomical figure. I'll buy the divine connection pill. Under the guidance of the Still Water Pavilion's pageboy, Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point after they entered the pavilion. Divine connection pill. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the attendant was not the only one who was shocked. Even the people who came to the Still Water Pavilion to look at the divine connection pill were shocked. They did not expect to hear someone say that he wanted to buy the divine connection pill. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Duan Ling Tian. Who's that young man? I don't think I've seen him before. I've seen the young talents of the Chen family, the Morning Cloud sect, and the Celestial sect in Mountainside City. I've never seen him before. Doesn't he know that the divine connection pill is worth 3,000 taels of divine stones? When the gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian, most of them were doubtful. They doubted whether Duan Ling Tian had the money to buy the divine connection pill. Sir, do you really want to buy the divine connection pill? The attendant asked uncertainly. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even opened his mouth when someone walked out from inside. It was a tall middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His face was covered in a curly beard, and he had a resolute expression. When he walked, he was vigorous and seemed to carry an oppressive force. It's shopkeeper Meng Yuan. Elder Meng Yuan. As the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out, many people greeted him respectfully. This person was the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion and the fifth elder of the Meng family, Meng Yuan. Sir, you want to buy the divine connection pill? Meng Yuan came out because he heard that someone wanted to buy the divine connection pill. As the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion, he had to personally oversee the transaction of the divine connection pill. At the same time, he had to send a message back to the family to ask the alchemist to open the transparent box that sealed the divine connection pill. The transparent box was set up with a formation. Only powerful gods could forcibly take it away. If someone rashly destroyed the box, the divine connection pill inside would be destroyed. At the same time, it would alarm the gods of the Meng family. Therefore, no one dared to have any ideas about the divine connection pill in the Still Water Pavilion. Those who had the strength would disdain to do so, and those who did not would not dare to do so out of fear of the Meng family. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Are you the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion? Yes, I'm the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion, Meng Yuan. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes nodded. At the same time his eyes flashed. I'm also the fifth elder of the Meng family. Sir, the divine connection pill costs 3,000 taels of divine stones. Meng Yuan purposely reminded Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not a wishy-washy person. In front of Meng Yuan, he directly took out the 3,000 taels of divine stones that he had obtained from the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin. It floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Divine senses swept over from all directions and enveloped the 3,000 taels of divine stones in the blink of an eye. 3,000 taels of divine stones. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise. After confirming that the divine stones were correct, Meng Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression. At the same time he reminded, Sir, you can put away the divine stones now. Meng Yuan had seen 3,000 taels of divine stones before. However, this was the first time he had seen someone display it in public. Was he not afraid that someone would have ill intentions and make a move on his divine stones? Of course, although he thought so, he knew that the other party dared to do so because he had the confidence to do so. At the very least, he felt that not everyone could take out 3,000 taels of divine stones. In fact, the only people in the Meng clan who were capable of taking out 3,000 taels of divine stones were the godly spirit realm powerhouses. After seeing Duan Ling Tian putting away the divine stones, the onlookers finally shifted their gazes away. Many of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian with greed. However, despite their greed, none of them dared to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. After all, they had many things to consider. It would be good if they could successfully take the divine stones away, but if they failed, they would definitely die. Moreover, how could someone who could take out so many divine stones be an ordinary person? Most of them discovered that their divine senses could not penetrate Duan Ling Tian's body at all. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was higher than theirs. As for the 10 Directions Celestial Emperors, they could sense that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was similar to theirs. Even so, they did not dare to act recklessly. Sir, please wait for a moment. If you want to retrieve the divine transcendence pills, we'll need the alchemist from the Meng clan to crack the formation and open the box. At this moment, Meng Yuan's attitude toward Duan Ling Tian had become much more courteous. I'll contact the alchemist from the Meng clan now. Sir, please follow me to examine the divine transcendence pills. As soon as Meng Yuan finished speaking, he led Duanling Tian to the place where the divine transcendence pills were kept. It was a corner of the still water pavilion that was initially crowded with people. However, when they saw Duanling Tian and Meng Yuan approaching, they automatically made way for them. After a short moment, a medicinal pill that flowed with flowing lights appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes in a transparent box on an exquisite counter at the corner of the still water pavilion. Chapter 3606. Duanling Tian had heard about the divine transcendence pill from the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in the Devata realm. The divine transcendence pill could only be refined with specific medicinal herbs in the realms of gods. Moreover, the refiner had to be able to control the divine flame that was condensed from divine energy to successfully refine the divine transcendence pill. Naturally, any qualified alchemist in the realms of gods would be able to control the divine flame with ease. Alchemists might not be proficient in the law of fire, but they would at least be proficient in the law of fire. After all, only gods who were proficient in the law of fire were qualified to become alchemists in the realms of gods. Alchemists in the realms of gods were also known as divine alchemists. The transcendence elixir is brown in color with light flowing around it. It's like the wind, the tiger, the cloud, and the dragon. The most important feature is that on its elixir body, there are elixir markings that look like they were cut by silk. It's natural. If the markings were added later, it would be easy to recognize them. The world-cleansing divine water's words seemed to echo in Duanling Tian's mind. When Duanling Tian looked at the pill in the box, he could see every feature the world-cleansing divine water had described. The pill inscriptions on the pill were natural, and there were no signs of it being added later. It was clear the divine transcendence pill was genuine. Duanling Tian was not surprised. In fact, he felt it was only natural. After all, the divine transcendence pill was sold by the Meng clan, one of the 4 strongest forces in Mountain View City. Moreover, the Meng clan was selling the divine transcendence pill in their own alchemy store. If the divine transcendence pill was fake, it would be a huge blow to the Meng clan. If the Meng clan sold a fake divine transcendence pill, people would have to think twice before buying a fake divine transcendence pill in the future. Even if the Meng clan stopped selling fake divine transcendence pills in the future, the other 3 forces would not let go of this opportunity to suppress the Meng clan. At that time, they could easily send people to the Meng clan's alchemy store to buy a fake divine transcendence pill and slander the Meng clan. Some things, once they happened once, would leave a strong impression. By then, it would be too late for the Meng family to defend themselves. For this reason, it was impossible for the Meng clan's Waterstop Pavilion to sell fake divine transcendence pills. It was impossible for ordinary divine transcendence pills to sell fake divine transcendence pills. Who's he? He's a mere 10-direction celestial emperor, and yet, he's so rich? He should be someone from the outside. I have never heard of such a person in the surroundings of Mountain Overlook City. He bought the divine elixir. Could it be that he wants to break through to the deity realm? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Duanling Tian stood there calmly, waiting for the arrival of the Meng clan's divine alchemist. During this process, the shopkeeper of the still water pavilion, the elder of the Meng family, Meng Yuan, also inquired about Duanling Tian's background out of curiosity. To this, Duanling Tian's response was the same as in the Huichun pavilion. Heavenly Illumination Sect. Of course, because Meng Yuan did not probe further, he did not mention Yi Beiyuan again. Moreover, even if he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, Meng Yuan might not know. Heavenly Illumination Sect. He is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect. After Duanling Tian revealed his identity, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Some people were puzzled. Why would a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple lack something like the Divine Illumination Pill? As far as I know, any disciple of a godly emperor sect can get a divine connection pill when they break through to the 10-direction celestial emperor realm. The Heavenly Illumination Sect isn't that stingy, right? Some people were also puzzled. Perhaps he didn't have time to return to the Heavenly Illumination Sect after breaking through to the 10-direction celestial emperor realm. Duanling Tian did not say anything, but someone had already found an excuse for him. This excuse was, without a doubt, the best one. Soon after, the Meng clan's divine alchemist arrived. He was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as he entered the still water pavilion, Meng Yuan greeted him warmly. Fourth Granduncle. The Meng clan's divine alchemist was also a god and a pillar of the Meng clan. Under normal circumstances, it was a waste of talent for a divine alchemist to stay in a clan like the Meng clan unless he was a member of the Meng clan. However, the Meng clan's divine alchemist was indeed a member of the Meng clan. Moreover, he was from the same branch as Meng Yuan. The Meng clan's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. Meng Qiyu is not only a divine alchemist of the Meng clan, but he's also a lesser divine alchemist of the Meng clan. Meng Qiyu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the still water pavilion. Many people stared at Meng Qiyu with bright eyes. Pudong. Before Meng Qiyu could approach the Duanling Tian, a figure jumped out from the side and knelt in front of Meng Qiyu, kowtowing 3 times. Alchemist Meng, I've always regarded you as my idol. It's my great fortune to be able to see you in person today. I wish to become your disciple. Please allow me. The one who knelt on the ground was a middle-aged man. From his words, it was obvious that he wanted to become Meng Qiyu's disciple. Seeing this scene, boos sounded from all directions. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was someone who wanted to form a relationship with Meng Qiyu. Becoming Meng Qiyu's disciple was equivalent to gaining an additional protective umbrella. As long as he didn't leave the vicinity of Mountainside City, he could flaunt his prowess under Meng Qiyu's name. I've heard people say that someone once shamelessly knelt in front of the Qian clan's divine alchemist, wanting to become his disciple. In the end, he was mercilessly rejected. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it's true. There really is someone who is that shameless. Someone mocked. Although it's a little shameless, if he succeeds, he'll be able to change his fate and the fate of his family. At this moment, more people were looking at the kneeling middle-aged man with a mocking expression. Just as Meng Yuan frowned and was about to make a move, Meng Qiyu stopped in his tracks and glanced at the kneeling middle-aged man indifferently. Your bone age is over 10,000 years old. You're not even a 10-direction celestial emperor. Someone like you wants to become my disciple. Dream on. Meng Qiyu sneered. Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qiyu moved again. Alchemist Meng, please give me a chance. The middle-aged man continued to kneel on the ground with his head on the ground. He didn't see Meng Qiyu's actions at all, nor did he realize the danger that was about to befall him. He even thought that Meng Qiyu was just joking. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Meng Qiyu finally took a step forward. Boom! Just as Meng Qiyu's foot landed, a condensed and terrifying flame instantly swept out from his foot and enveloped the kneeling middle-aged man in front of him in the blink of an eye. Ah! The mournful cries were short-lived. In just a blink of an eye, the flame that shrouded the middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Only a faint burnt smell lingered in the air. The entire place fell silent. Many people felt their scalps go numb. I've long heard that the divine alchemist of the Meng clan made a name for himself when he was young because of his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's true. It seems like the passage of time isn't enough to erase his viciousness. At this moment, some people had forgotten about Meng Qiyu's current reputation and recalled his fierce reputation in the past. Although most people felt that even if the middle-aged man was rude, it was enough to teach him a lesson. No matter what, he did not deserve to die. However, at this moment, no one said anything. Even Duanling Tian only frowned. Not to mention that he had not become a god yet, and did not have the ability to stop all this. Even if he had the ability, he would not interfere. The middle-aged man's actions also disgusted him. If he were Meng Qiyu, even if he did not kill him, he would definitely teach him a lesson so that he would not dare to do such things in the future. Young friend Ling Tian. Meng Qiyu walked up to Duanling Tian as if nothing had happened and smiled at him. Meng Yuan has already told me your identity. I'm the divine alchemist of the Meng clan, the supreme elder of the Meng clan, Meng Qiyu. I'll have to trouble Elder Meng Qiyu to make a trip. Duanling Tian nodded and asked bluntly. I'll give the 3,000 divine stones directly to you, Elder Meng Qiyu. You can give it to me. Meng Qiyu nodded and smiled. It seems that young friend Ling Tian is in a hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qiyu took out the divine elixir and handed it to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach out to take the divine elixir, he sensed a terrifying force sweeping over from afar. Its target was the divine elixir in Meng Qiyu's hand. A god expert. Duan Lingtian's expression froze and he immediately retreated, not daring to face the attack head-on. At the same time, the fierce force rushing toward him and the thunderous voice made him realize that the other party was a god who was proficient in the law of thunder. His target was the divine elixir. The divine elixir was worth 3,000 divine stones. It was enough to attract some lesser gods to risk their lives and fight for it. Humph! Meng Qiyu snorted and put away the divine elixir with lightning speed. Then, he pushed out his palm and a vast power of fire swept out. It met the power of thunder and lightning and collided with it. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying force exploded and shook the still water pavilion, causing ripples to appear in the void. It was obvious that the formations in the still water pavilion had been activated. In a place like the still water pavilion, there were many elixirs, and there was no lack of them. Therefore, the Meng family had also set up some formations here that could withstand a certain amount of force. A fight between lesser gods was enough to destroy these formations. How dare you snatch something from the Meng family? How dare you? Meng Qiyu sneered. Then, with a sway of his body, he chased out of the still water pavilion. At the same time, in the still water pavilion, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard a commotion coming from outside. Meng Qiyu's voice was heard again not long after. You can't escape. Hearing Meng Qiyu's voice, everyone in the still water pavilion finally came to their senses and quickly rushed out to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian, naturally, followed along. He was determined to get the divine elixir in Meng Qiyu's hands. With the divine elixir, given his current cultivation progress, he had more than a 70% chance of breaking through to godhood. Chapter 3607. When Duan Lingtian followed the crowd out, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Meng Qiyu returned under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Moreover, he was carrying a person in his hand. It was an old man in a light gray robe. Blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his aura was weak. He was on the verge of death. His eyes were filled with indignation. With your strength as an ordinary lesser deity, it would be difficult for you to escape from under my nose even if you were at your peak. Besides, your old injuries haven't healed. Even if you fight with all your might, you can only unleash 70 to 80% of your full strength. How dare you try to snatch the Meng family's divine pills with that kind of strength? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. When Meng Qiyu returned to the still water pavilion, he casually threw the old man to the ground and raised his hand to slap him to death. However, he did not make the old man disappear completely from this world like he did to the middle-aged man who had rashly knelt in front of him and blocked his way. He left the old man's body intact. Lesser deity? Many people had not realized it just now. Now that they heard Meng Qiyu's words and recalled the aura that had escaped from the old man's body before he died, they could not help but gasp. This was actually a lesser deity. But now he was dead. This divine alchemist from the Meng family is so strong. This divine alchemist had a great reputation before he became a deity. However, ever since he became a deity, he has been living in seclusion. It is said that he is studying the art of refining pills. Gradually, no one knew how strong he was. Some even said that he was the weakest among the lesser deities in the Meng family. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying when he attacked? If he was just an ordinary lesser deity, this person would not be weaker than him at his peak. Even if he could only unleash 70 to 80% of his strength due to his injuries, he would not have died at his hands. In terms of strength, this divine alchemist from the Meng family is probably not a match for the other lesser deities in the Meng family. Beside Duan Lingtian, a group of people walked out of the still water pavilion. After the initial shock, they could not help but whisper among themselves. But I didn't expect our mountainside city to have such a lesser deity. How surprising. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Where did this lesser deity come from? The corpse's appearance was complete, but no one in the crowd recognized him. However, he was a lesser deity after all, and his death still caused a certain amount of commotion. At the same time, in a corner of the crowd where no one was paying attention to, a young man stood there expressionlessly. His gaze never left the corpse. If someone looked closely at him, they would see that his body was trembling slightly. The young man was dressed in green. He had an ordinary face and a medium build. There was nothing outstanding about him. However, when such a person looked at the corpse on the ground, there was a trace of imperceptible regret in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, no one was paying special attention to him right now. Otherwise, they would definitely notice his abnormality. Even the Duanling Tian did not notice his presence. At present, the Duanling Tian was reaching out to take the Divine Ascension pill from Meng Qiu, as he listened to Meng Qiu's apology. "My young friend Ling Tian, I'm really sorry to have startled you. However, this Divine Ascension pill can be said to have been stained with the blood of a lesser deity. This is a good sign. My young friend Ling Tian, who knows, you might directly break through to deification after consuming it." Meng Qiu smiled. The current Meng Qiu had a calm expression and a gentle smile. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this was the person who had just killed a lesser deity. "Thank you for your kind words, Alchemist Meng." When the Duanling Tian received the Divine Ascension pill, he also handed 3,000 divine stones to Meng Qiu in front of everyone. The latter also accepted it with a smile. Right after that, the Duanling Tian swallowed the Divine Ascension pill in his hand in front of everyone. This also attracted the attention of everyone present. In fact, when the Divine Ascension pill was in the hands of the Duanling Tian, the eyes of the onlookers never left the Divine Ascension pill in his hands. Many of their eyes were filled with intense greed. However, their greed completely disappeared after the Duanling Tian swallowed the Divine Ascension pill in front of everyone. This was because this also meant that even if they killed the Duanling Tian, they would not be able to obtain the Divine Ascension pill. Of course, there were also some people who were thinking, since this young man can take out 3,000 divine stones to buy the Divine Ascension pill, does this mean that he has more divine stones in his hands? At the thought of this, many people became greedy again. However, when they saw the corpse of the lesser deity lying on the ground, their hearts sank again. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Duanling Tian and Meng Qiu left and disappeared before their eyes. From beginning to end, no one dared to follow them. They were all worried that Meng Qiu would attack the people who were tailing the Duanling Tian. Take care of it. After Meng Qiu watched the Duanling Tian leave, his originally gentle expression turned solemn in an instant. After bidding farewell to Meng Yuan, he left at once. Naturally, he had intentionally left the corpse of the lesser deity behind. By doing so, firstly, it would showcase Meng Qiu's strength. Secondly, it would build momentum for the Meng clan and allow others to gain a better understanding of the Meng clan. Even a lesser deity in the Meng clan could easily kill lesser deities outside. After the Duanling Tian and Meng Qiu left one after another, the inconspicuous young man in green standing in the crowd turned around and walked into a deserted alley. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Meng Qiu, the Meng family, Duanling Tian. One day, I will make all of you pay with your blood. This young man in green was the descendant of the lesser deity Meng Qiu had just killed. His name was Luo Tengyun. He was only a little over 1,000 years old, but his cultivation base had already reached the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. He had even cultivated to the peak of the demigod realm. He was only one step away from successfully breaking through to become a deity. The lesser deity who had died was his grand ancestor. In fact, apart from his ancestor, the rest of the people in his lineage were mediocre. It was difficult for them to even produce a celestial emperor. His ancestor was overjoyed that an exception like him had appeared. It was also because of this that his ancestor had spent so much effort to nurture him, allowing him to achieve his current level of attainment in just a little over 1,000 years old. A few months ago, when the Divine Transcendence pill had appeared in the Meng family of Mountain Overlook City, his ancestor had set his eyes on it. However, although his ancestor was a lesser deity, he did not have 3,000 taels of divine stones with him. Since he did not have enough divine stones, His ancestor had thought of ways to gather them. He had thought that it would be fine as long as he could gather 3,000 taels of divine stones before the divine transcendence pill was sold. However, plans could not keep up with changes. They had never imagined that a Heaven Illumination sect disciple would appear out of nowhere and take out enough divine stones to purchase the divine transcendence pill. Seeing that the divine transcendence pill was about to fall into someone else's hands, his ancestor could no longer hold himself back and made his move. Although he could have waited for the Heaven Illumination sect disciple to obtain the divine transcendence pill before making his move, it was not safe to do so. This was because no one could be certain that the other party would not consume the divine transcendence pill as soon as he obtained it, and the possibility of that happening was very high. However, even he did not expect that his ancestor would die on the spot when he made his move. The Meng family's divine pill master, Meng Qiu, was said to be the weakest deity in the Meng family by the people of Mountain Overlook City. He was not as incompetent as the public made him out to be. In fact, there might not even be a lesser deity in the Meng family who could match up to him. An erroneous piece of information had ended the life of his ancestor. A single divine transcendence pill had cost his ancestor his life. He wanted revenge. Everything he had was given to him by his ancestor. Now that his ancestor had died because of someone else, he would not let anyone who was involved in this matter off. Luo Tengyun left Mountain Overlook City on that very day with hatred in his heart. The day he ascended to godhood would be the day he returned to Mountain Overlook City. He was confident in himself. His cultivation talent was not his most outstanding aspect. His most outstanding aspect was his comprehension ability, the ability to comprehend the profundities of laws. The profundities of laws he had comprehended now had far surpassed his ancestors. As long as he ascended to godhood, he would not fear even those intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City. The day he returned to godhood would be the day of bloodshed in Mountain Overlook City. Duan Ling Tian did not know that he had been targeted by a super genius from the vicinity of Mountain Overlook City. Furthermore, the genius viewed him as a mortal enemy. An invincible demigod who had the confidence to sweep through Mountain Overlook City after ascending to godhood. In the vicinity of Mountain Overlook City, the genius could even be called a peerless genius, let alone a super genius. This was because there had never been such an outstanding existence in the history of Mountain Overlook City and its vicinity. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the inn, he returned to his room to digest the medicinal effects of the divine transcendence pill. On the way back, he could faintly sense that the final bottleneck on his path to godhood had loosened. The day of godhood was not far away. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in seclusion, Mountain Overlook City, which was originally as tranquil as stagnant water, was thoroughly bustling with activity. To the people of Mountain Overlook City, the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Fei, leading a group of deity experts to annihilate a village branch in the Endless Mountains was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, the appearance of a Heaven Illumination sect disciple in Mountain Overlook City was a major matter worthy of praise. Similarly, the matter of the Meng family's divine alchemist Meng Qiu killing a lesser deity who wanted to snatch the divine transcendence pill was also a major matter. Qian family estate. Second son, I heard that you recently went to the Endless Mountains and annihilated the southern manor branch of the Duan Manor for the sake of your newly married concubine? Qian family patriarch Qian Yuejin looked at his second son, Qian Fei, and asked with a slight frown. Yes, father. Qian Fei was arrogant and despotic outside, but in front of his father, he was extremely obedient and docile like a cat. You're usually bossy and despotic, but as long as you don't provoke someone you shouldn't, it's fine. Qian Yuejin's face suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice. Recently, a Heaven Illumination sect disciple came to Mountain Overlook City. He's staying at the Carefree Inn under the Celestial sect. You must not offend or provoke him. If you provoke him, no one in the Qian family can protect you, including me. As he spoke, Qian Yuejin's tone became increasingly solemn. Chapter 3608. Don't worry, father. I'm not that stupid. Qian Fei shook his head with a smile. Don't go out during this period of time if you can. Qian Yuejin glared at Qian Fei. Don't you know how far behind your elder brother is in your cultivation base? If you continue like this, You won't have the heart to be the clan leader. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to become an elder of the Qian clan. Qian Fei's elder brother, Qian Tang, the first young master of the Qian clan, was the next clan leader of the Qian clan. Unlike Qian Fei's arrogance, Qian Tang was a cultivation maniac. Although he was not even 3,000 years old, he was already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was only half a step away from becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. He could break through to become a 10-direction celestial emperor and become a demigod at any time. With elder brother around, father, are you afraid that I won't be able to become an elder? Qian Fei said nonchalantly. Qian Yuejin was infuriated when he saw his second son's lack of improvement. He cursed. You're such a spineless brat. Get lost. Hee. However, Qian Fei seemed to be used to it. He did not mind and chuckled as he left. The sternness in Qian Yuejin's eyes disappeared when he saw his second son leaving. It was replaced by a doting expression. He had 2 sons. Although his eldest son was talented and would become the clan leader of the Qian clan in the future, he was too old-fashioned and reserved. He was not as sweet as his second son. Of his 2 sons, his eldest son, Qian Tang, made him proud. However, he still doted on his second son, Qian Fei. I called my second son over to give him a warning. Perhaps it's because the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple also has the surname Duan. Qian Yuejin thought to himself after Qian Fei left. In fact, even if he did not warn his second son, he knew his second son would not easily offend the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple. This was one of the reasons why he allowed his second son to do whatever he wanted. His second son's judgment was average, but the lesser deity next to him had very good judgment. As a result, his second son had never provoked anyone he shouldn't have all these years. He was not worried about this. The reason why he called his second son, Qian Fei, over today was because Qian Fei had recently annihilated a branch of a village in the Endless Mountain. The people in that village had the same surname as the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple. After all, the Heavenly Illumination sect's reputation is too great. It's making me worry for nothing. Qian Yuejin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After the Meng clan's only divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, returned to the Meng clan's estate from the Waterstop Pavilion, he learned that a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple had appeared in Mountain Overlook City. Even the other 2 great sects in Mountain Overlook City, the Morning Cloud sect and the Celestial sect, knew that a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple had come to Mountain Overlook City. Although the Heavenly Illumination sect was far away from them, it would only be beneficial for them to be on good terms with the World Margin sect's disciples. Including the Qian clan and the Meng clan, the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City had sent people to keep an eye on the Carefree Inn. As soon as the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple came out of his closed-door cultivation, they would send him an invitation to build a good relationship with him. When he grew stronger in the future, they might be able to rely on this relationship to reach a higher level. In the realms of gods, no matter if it was a clan or a sect, as long as there was a chance to advance, they would not miss it. In fact, many of the older generation experts who walked out of their clans would choose to join a powerful force as a servant or slave because they realized that it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. However, it would be difficult for them to borrow the other party's influence if they became a servant or slave to a powerful force. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivating and digesting the medicinal efficacy of the divine transcendence pill in his body. At the same time, he felt that the final bottleneck to godhood was loosening. Just a little more and he would be able to successfully become a god. However, it was this step that made Duan Lingtian patiently charge forward again and again. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Outside Mountain Overlook City, an aged figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white brows. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he stared at Mountain Overlook City that was getting closer and closer. I haven't been back for a long time. The last time I left, it seems to have been 10,000 years, right? The old man muttered to himself. Then, he walked towards a mansion in Mountain Overlook City. That mansion was the Qian clan's mansion. At this very moment, the Qian clan's mansion wasn't peaceful. Duan Lingtian, the person that the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City wanted nothing more than to curry favor with, had ignored the invitation of the 4 major forces stationed at the Carefree Inn and directly arrived at the entrance of the Chen clan's mansion. The people from the 4 major forces who had been ordered to invite him followed behind him. They looked at his back in bewilderment, not knowing why he had come to the Chen clan's mansion without a word. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw him flying into the Chen clan's mansion. Then, an indifferent voice resounded throughout the Chen clan's mansion and into their ears. "Chen Fei, get out here." This voice caused the people from the Chen clan who had followed Duanling Tian here to be completely dumbfounded. How did the second young master provoke this malefic star? Didn't this malefic star enter the Carefree Inn to cultivate in seclusion after purchasing the divine transcendence pills and only come out today? This person from the Chen clan was an elder of the Chen clan. He had been ordered by the patriarch of the Chen clan, Chen Yuejin, to guard the Carefree Inn and wait for the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple, Duanling Tian, to come out of seclusion so that he could invite Duanling Tian to the Chen clan as a guest. However, he didn't expect that Duanling Tian would ignore him and the people from the other 3 major forces and directly come to the Chen clan's mansion. Following that, this was what happened. "Chen Fei? Isn't that the second young master of the Chen clan?" The second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei, offended this person. Unlike the people from the Chen clan who were dumbfounded, the eyes of the people from the other 3 major forces who came to invite Duanling Tian lit up when they heard Duanling Tian's voice. When the 3 of them looked at the people from the Chen clan who were not far away, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. "Chen Huan, the second young master of your Chen clan is really powerful. He even dares to offend a Heaven Illumination sect's outstanding disciple. This time, I'm afraid your Chen clan will have to abandon that good-for-nothing young master. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. The patriarch of the Chen clan is responsible for this matter as well." Faced with the 3 people's schadenfreude, the Chen clan's elder, Chen Huan, stepped into the air with a gloomy expression and approached Duanling Tian. He wanted to ask Duanling Tian how the second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei, had offended him. However, before he did, many people from the Chen clan's mansion had already stepped into the air. The person in the lead was the patriarch of the Chen clan, Chen Yuejin. "Young Master Duan?" Earlier, Chen Yuejin felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. Now that he had stepped into the air and approached, he recognized the other party with a single glance. It was the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple who had exchanged 3,000 divine stones at the Rejuvenation House under the Chen clan, Duanling Tian. However, at that time, he had appeared as the Grand Elder of the Chen clan, Chen He. Perhaps, the other party still thought that he was the Grand Elder of the Chen clan, Chen He. "Should I address you as Grand Elder Chen He or Patriarch Chen Yuejin?" Duanling Tian looked deeply at Chen Yuejin and asked indifferently. His question instantly caused Chen Yuejin's expression to change slightly. You already know? When you first appeared, I already knew." Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Now that you mention it, even though I hadn't been in Mountain Overlook City for long, I'd heard many people mention you, Patriarch Chen, and your Grand Elder, Chen He. Your appearance doesn't match the Grand Elder of the Chen clan, Chen He, but you're no different from the Patriarch of the Chen clan, Chen Yuejin. If I'm not mistaken, the person behind you is the Grand Elder of the Chen clan, Chen He, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duanling Tian's gaze landed on an old man behind Chen Yuejin. This old man stood at the front of the group and followed closely behind Chen Yuejin. He was the Grand Elder of the Chen clan, Chen He. He was also the other lesser divine spirit of the Chen clan. Patriarch. At this moment, Chen Huan, the Chen clan's elder who had followed Duanling Tian here, communicated with Chen Yuejin through voice transmission and informed him that Duanling Tian had come looking for them as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. "He came looking for us as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation?" Chen Yuejin narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Chen Huan's voice transmission. As far as he knew, Duanling Tian, the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple, had returned to the Carefree Inn to cultivate in seclusion after purchasing the divine connection pills from the Meng clan and consuming them. During this process, Chen Huan, whom he had sent out, had been keeping an eye on Duanling Tian. It was impossible for him not to know if Duanling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation. In other words, my second brother offended him before I met him? When Chen Yuejin thought of this and recalled Duan Lingtian's unfriendly tone, he felt his scalp go numb. He did not expect his son to have offended Duan Lingtian so early on. Perhaps his son had not realized Duan Lingtian's identity at that time? Young Master Duan. Chen Yuejin forced a smile on his face. May I know how my unfilial son offended you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chen Yuejin nonchalantly. Patriarch Chen, regarding this matter, I think it's better for Chen Fei to tell you personally. Chen Fei. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Chen Fei again, everyone in the Chen clan snapped out of their daze. They looked around but did not see Chen Fei. Where's the second young master? Many of the Chen clan members who rose into the air and surrounded Chen Yuejin were frowning. Chen Fei had caused trouble and offended someone from the Heaven Illumination sect, a God-Emperor force. Why was he hiding now? Did Chen Fei want to drag the entire Chen clan down with him? Most of them were filled with resentment. Uncle Chen Qiu, bring Chen Fei here. Chen Yuejin took a deep breath when he sensed the resentment from many of his clansmen. Then, he sent a message to the lower-ranked deity next to Chen Fei. This lower-ranked deity was also an elder of his lineage. Naturally, Chen Qiu was no match for him in terms of strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Chen Yuejin was sending a message to Chen Qiu, a few figures flew toward the Chen clan's mansion from 3 different directions. Chapter 3609. The Meng Family. And the Morning Cloud Sect and Celestial Sect. The members of the Chen family quickly identified the 3 groups of people. They were from the other 3 major forces of Mountain Overlook City, and the leaders of the 3 major forces were not ordinary people. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. The patriarch of the Morning Cloud Sect, Sima Kongming. The patriarch of the Celestial Sect, Zhao Yifeng. These 3 fellows. Are they here to watch the show? The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin, had an ugly expression on his face when he saw the leaders of the 3 groups of people. It was obvious that the 3 of them were here to watch the show. He did not think that the 3 of them were here to help him. In front of a colossus like the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to have any objections even if the 3 families joined forces to destroy the Chen family. As for helping the Chen family fight against the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to do such a thing even if they were given 100 guts. Little friend Ling Tian, we meet again. A voice sounded. The divine alchemist of the Meng family, Meng Qiu, had also arrived. He followed closely behind the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, and took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, the members of the Meng family were the first to approach Duan Lingtian. Alchemist Meng. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Although he had only made a deal with Meng Nianyu, it was the divine transcendence pill that allowed him to successfully become a god 3 months later. In fact, Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough a few days ago, but he had not come out of seclusion because he was familiarizing himself with the divine power in his body. He only came out of seclusion today when he felt that the divine power was like an extension of his arm. The first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to come to the Chen family to seek justice for the Duan family manor and the southern manor. After this matter was over, he planned to leave Mountain Overlook City and head to a wider world. With his current strength, there was no point in staying in Mountain Overlook City. Young friend Ling Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the Meng family. Relying on the fact that he had met Duan Lingtian before, Meng Qiu took the initiative to get close to Duan Lingtian, causing the people from Cloud Morning Sect and Celestial Sect to be unable to do anything even if they wanted to. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, immediately greeted Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, I am the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. Patriarch Meng. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Meng Nianyu. At that moment, the sect leaders of the Cloud Morning Sect and the Celestial Martial Sect finally could not hold it in anymore. They both took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Cloud Morning Sect, Sima Kongming. The sect master of Cloud Morning Sect was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an elegant temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Celestial Martial Sect, Zhao Yifeng." The sect leader of the Celestial Martial Sect had a medium build. He was dressed plainly and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with a light that made everything around him pale in comparison, giving off a sharp feeling. "Young Master Duan, may I know how Qian Fei from the Qian family offended you? Do you need my Celestial Martial Sect's help?" After Zhao Yifeng introduced himself, he took the initiative to express his opinion. When Zhao Yifeng expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin's expression instantly changed. "Sect leader Zhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Right now, everything might just be a misunderstanding. I believe that my second son, Qian Fei, does not have the guts to offend young Master Duan. If he really offended young Master Duan, I can kill him myself." When he reached the end of his sentence, Qian Yuejin's tone became solemn. He was also expressing that he and the Qian family were not willing to offend Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. When Qian Yuejin expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Meng family and the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, who originally wanted to follow Zhao Yifeng's example and express their intention to help Duan Lingtian, were forcefully stopped before they could open their mouths. At this moment, both of them could not help but regret not speaking before Zhao Yifeng. They both felt that Zhao Yifeng's words would definitely have won the favor of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple. If this Heaven Illumination sect disciple interfered in the matters of Mountain Overlook City in the future, the Celestial Martial sect would have the upper hand. When they thought of this, both of their expressions turned slightly ugly. Until now, the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City had always been evenly matched and had formed a kind of balance. If the Celestial Martial sect really obtained the help of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the other three major forces. Young friend Ling Tian. Under the signal of the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Qiu smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, "After this matter is settled, our Meng family warmly invites you to be our guest. We hope you won't be stingy with your presence." Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth to reply, the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, Sima Kongming, finally reacted and also extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian. The Cloud Morning sect also welcomes young Master Duan's presence. Our Cloud Morning sect and your Heaven Illumination sect are both sections. It just so happens that we can ask you for some advice on how to govern a sect. Let's talk about it after the matter of the Qian family is settled. Duan Lingtian said to both of them. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the sect leader of Celestial Martial Sect, Zhao Yifeng, who originally wanted to invite Duan Lingtian, did not speak in the end. He thought that it would not be too late to speak after the matter here was introduced. Zhao Yifeng looked at Qian Yuejin and said impatiently, "Patriarch Qian, your second son, Qian Fei, is so arrogant. He actually dares to make young Master Duan wait here for so long." Qian Yuejin's face turned ashen, but he did not refute. If he refuted anything, he would definitely offend Duan Lingtian indirectly. He took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile on his face. He said to Duan Lingtian, "Young Master Duan, my unfilial son is already on his way back." Qian Fei happened to follow the new concubine he took in a few months ago back to the Endless Mountains to visit family. When he sent a message to the lower-level god, Xianxia, by Qian Fei's side, Xianxia and Qian Fei were still in the Endless Mountains. Now, they were already on their way back. "If I don't see your second son, Qian Fei, today, I can only blame your Qian family for what happened to him," Duan Lingtian said as he took a deep look at Qian Yuejin. Of course, he said this because he was worried that Qian Yuejin would hide Qian Fei and protect him. "Young Master Duan, my unfilial son will be here soon." Qian Yuejin's heart tightened as he quickly spoke. He did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He secretly sent a message to Xianxia to confirm that they were on their way back. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Moreover, I think it must be a misunderstanding," Qian Yuejin said. Qian Yuejin naturally thought it was a misunderstanding. His son probably had not even seen the person in front of him before. This was because he had specially drawn a portrait and handed it to his second son, Qian Fei, in fear that he would offend the person in front of him. At that time, his son, Qian Fei, did not show any unusual expression when he saw the portrait. He was very confident in his painting skills. Therefore, he was certain that his son, Qian Fei, had never seen this heaven illumination sect disciple before. Because of this, he was relieved and thought it must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? However, Duan Lingtian secretly sneered when he heard Chen Yuejin's words. What Qian Fei had done was not something that could be resolved with a mere misunderstanding. There were at least a few hundred people in the Duan clan's southern manor that were slaughtered by Qian Fei. He must kill Qian Fei today. Why is it so lively? Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a voice suddenly came from afar. It was getting nearer and nearer. When the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, returned to their senses, an aged figure had already appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an old man in a grayish-white robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white eyebrows. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Chen Yuejin. His eyes lit up immediately. Yuejin? In fact, when the old man appeared, the few Chen clan members present, including Chen Yuejin, were stunned. It was only when the old man spoke that Chen Yuejin snapped back to reality. At the same time, his face flushed with excitement. Old ancestor? Am I seeing things? Old ancestor? Old ancestor. Chen Yuejin's address made those from the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect frown. When they looked at the old man again, their eyes were filled with wariness. When the old man appeared just now, they realized that he was extraordinary. His cultivation was definitely above that of an intermediate deity. Otherwise, they would not have failed to notice him. Moreover, the ancestors of the Chen clan whom Chen Yuejin addressed as Old Ancestor were usually higher deities. This was because there was an unwritten rule among the four major factions of Mountain Overlook City. If a higher deity was born in any of the major factions, that higher deity was not allowed to interfere in the conflicts between the factions. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy. The Chen clan was not the only one with higher deities. Moreover, as long as a message was sent, be it the patriarch of the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, or Celestial sect, they would be able to contact the old ancestor in their respective clans or sections. Therefore, they were only wary of the appearance of the Chen clan's old ancestor. They did not panic. I had something to do nearby, so I took the opportunity to go home and take a look. The old man smiled. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. At the same time, the Chen clan members present also bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man smiled at the Chen clan members and nodded. However, when he saw that there was no reaction from the Duan Lingtian, Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect, he could not help but be startled. Then he asked Chen Yuejin, "They are not from the Chen clan?" Zhao Yifeng greets Senior Chen Shuhuan. Almost at the same time as the old man spoke, Zhao Yifeng, the Celestial sect master, bowed slightly to the old man and called out his name at the same time. It's been more than 10,000 years since we last met. Senior is still as elegant as ever. Chen Shuhuan. Following Zhao Yifeng's words, the Meng clan and Celestial sect members immediately reacted and bowed to the old man. Chen Shuhuan was a higher deity that had appeared in the Chen clan 10,000 years ago. At that time, they were still young and had only heard of the name of this important figure in the Chen clan. They had not seen him before, so they did not recognize him just now. Chapter 36:10. Grandpa Qiu, do you think the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple is crazy? I haven't even seen him before. Why is he looking for me? Qian Fei frowned as he asked the old man beside him on the way back to Mountain Approach City, after leaving the second branch of the Tai clan village. The old man was one of the Chen clan's lesser gods, Chen Qiu. After Chen Qiu received the message from Chen family's head, Chen Yuejin, he immediately brought Qian Fei back. As for the concubine that Qian Fei had taken in at the second branch of Tai family village, Tai Yu, the daughter of the second manor master of Tai family village, she did not follow them back. It was Qian Fei's decision that Tai Yu did not follow them back. This was because Qian Fei felt that even if this was a misunderstanding, he would still have to lower his head before the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. He did not want his woman to see him groveling in front of others. Therefore, he asked Tai Yu to stay in her family for the time being while he and Xianxia returned to Mountain Approach City to meet the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. I'm not too sure about this. However, there must be some misunderstanding. Xianxia shook his head and said, After all, you have his portrait in your hands, second young master. You're not the only one who hasn't seen him before. Even I haven't seen him before. This is ridiculous, Qian Fei said unhappily. Second young master. Xianxia's expression turned solemn when he heard the unhappiness in Qian Fei's voice. He stared at him sternly and warned, I know you're unhappy about this, but you must remember. You can't show your unhappiness in front of the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. Even if it's a misunderstanding, you must face it with a smile. The Heavenly Illumination sect is a colossus that our Chen clan can't afford to offend. Similarly, the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple is also a colossus that we can't afford to offend. Qian Qiu's tone became more solemn as he spoke. Grandpa Qiu, don't worry. I'm just venting my frustrations before I see the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. I'll know what to do when I see him. Who doesn't know how to act like a grandson? Even if I've never acted like a grandson before, I've seen too many people act like one in front of me. I know how to act like a grandson, Qian Fei said nonchalantly. However, although he said that, there was still some unwillingness in Qian Fei's eyes. That was because he had never been so sullen in his entire life. In the past, it was only others who pretended to be humble in front of Qian Fei. But now, she actually wanted him, Qian Fei, to act like a grandson in front of others? Of course, even though he was unwilling, he knew that he had to do it. This was because he couldn't afford to offend a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple. In fact, he couldn't afford to offend any of the 4 major forces in Mountain Overlook City. Thinking of this, Qian Fei finally understood. It's good that you think this way, second young master. Hearing Qian Fei's words, Qian Qiu felt relieved. After all, he was really worried that Qian Fei would go against the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple, and even denounce him because of this misunderstanding. We're here. Not long after, Qian Qiu and Qian Fei both returned to Mountain Overlook City and the vicinity of the Qian family's mansion. Just as they approached the Qian clan's mansion, the two of them discovered that not only were the people from the Qian clan present, but the people from the other 3 powers of Mountain Overlook City were also present. Now, including the Qian family, there were people from the 3 major forces surrounding an old man. That is, when Qian Qiu got closer and saw the old man's face, his eyes lit up. It's the old ancestor. Ancestor? Qian Fei was stunned. Grandpa Qiu, which ancestor? Their Qian clan had many ancestors, but they had all left the Qian clan and Mountain Overlook City. It's the old ancestor Qian Shuhuan. Qian Qiu reminded Qian Fei through voice transmission. Hearing this, Qian Fei's eyes also lit up. The old ancestor Qian Shuhuan who was already a higher deity 10,000 years ago? Qian Fei had never seen Qian Shuhuan before because when Qian Shuhuan left the Qian clan and Mountain Overlook City, he hadn't come to this world yet. However, just because he hadn't seen him before didn't mean that he hadn't heard of him before. In the Qian clan, he often heard people mention the ancestors who had left the Qian clan. Most of them left after becoming higher deities, and this old ancestor named Qian Shuhuan was one of them. However, very few of the old ancestors who left the Qian family came back. At least, he had never heard of any ancestor returning in the few thousand years since he was born. But now, an ancestor had returned? Moreover, it was an ancestor who was already a higher deity 10,000 years ago? Second young master and elder Qiu are back. Qian Fei and Qian Qiu's appearance attracted the attention of many Qian clan members. Immediately, some of the Qian clan members shifted their gazes from the old ancestor Qian Shuhuan to Qian Fei and Qian Qiu. At this moment, the Qian clan patriarch, Qian Yuejin, also looked at Qian Fei and reprimanded him. Unfilial son, hurry up and explain to young master Duan. Qian Yuejin didn't immediately ask Qian Fei to greet Qian Shuhuan, the Qian clan's old ancestor, because he knew that even the old ancestor of the Qian clan wouldn't dare to slight a disciple of the Sky Margin sect. Moreover, the other party was a disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of the Sky Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. Among the disciples of the Sky Illumination sect, he was considered a very honorable existence. Therefore, even if his actions were somewhat rude to the old ancestor, he knew that the old ancestor wouldn't blame him for it. After all, there was a hierarchy of priorities. Qian Qiu greets the old ancestor. While Qian Yuejin was reprimanding Qian Fei, Qian Qiu had already arrived in front of Qian Shuhuan and bowed. Qian Qiu. Qian Shuhuan looked at Qian Qiu with a face full of smiles. Not bad. You've become a lower-rank deity. You didn't disappoint your grandfather. Qian Qiu's grandfather was from the same generation as Qian Shuhuan. However, when he was still a medium-rank deity, he was killed during an outing. No one even knew who sold him. Young Master Duan? What's going on? After greeting Qian Qiu, Qian Shuhuan's gaze fell on Qian Yuejin in confusion. After all, Qian Yuejin's words were very rude to him. After all, he was the old ancestor of the Qian clan. However, when Qian Yuejin's son arrived, Qian Yuejin didn't ask him to greet him first. Instead, he asked him to apologize to young Master Duan. Could this young Master Duan be more honorable than him in the eyes of the current patriarch of the Qian clan? While Qian Shuhuan, the old ancestor of the Qian clan, was questioning Qian Yuejin, the Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian under Qian Yuejin's signal. Young Master Duan. Although Qian Fei was fearless on the way here, he was very respectful in front of Duan Lingtian. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. He even felt a little fearful when he looked at Duan Lingtian's indifferent face. After all, he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. The Heavenly Illumination sect was a famous God-Emperor level sect in the Tonglang province. Although there was no God-Emperor in the current generation, there were still some God-Emperors. It wasn't something the Qian clan could compare to. In fact, even if the old ancestors of the Qian clan left the mountain-overlooked city and went to the outside world, it would be difficult for them to join a God-Emperor level sect like the Heavenly Illumination sect unless they made a breakthrough and became a God King. At most, they could join a few God-Emperor level forces. Moreover, they could only do odd jobs there. If they wanted to do better, they would have to join a God King level force. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In the Plains of Gods, strength spoke louder than words. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Qian Fei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. At the same time, whether it was the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, or Celestial sect, all of them looked at Qian Fei with gloating eyes. They were waiting to watch a show. The Qian clan was their competitor. They couldn't wait for the Qian clan to be finished because they had offended a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Qian Fei and sneered. Since I've come to look for you personally, it's naturally not a misunderstanding. Not a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian's words scared Qian Fei so much that his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin's face also changed instantly. Not a misunderstanding? Did that mean his unfilial son had really offended Duan Lingtian? Old ancestor. At this moment, the other members of the Qian clan were introducing Duan Lingtian to Qian Shuhuan, the old ancestor who had not returned to the Qian clan for a long time. That young man in purple is a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. He's here today because the patriarch's second son, Qian Fei, offended him. Qian Shuhuan's eyes widened when he heard the members of the Qian clan. His expression changed drastically. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. He finally understood why the patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin, would place him behind Duan Lingtian. It turned out that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of a God-Emperor level force, the Heaven Illumination sect. Even the most ordinary disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect was not someone the Qian clan could afford to offend. The Heaven Illumination sect had strict requirements for recruiting disciples. They had to at least have the foundation of a God King. Moreover, anyone who could become a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect would be able to become a God King. He had never heard of a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect who could not become a God King. A God King, even a lesser God King, was like heaven and earth compared to a god. Take Chen Shuhuan for example. He had become a higher god 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years had passed and he still could not reach the threshold of becoming a god king. He had been stuck at a standstill. Moreover, the big shot of the God Emperor level force that he was currently in had told him that with his aptitude, it was impossible for him to become a god king unless he had a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect had the Heaven Illumination sect behind him. Sects like the Heaven Illumination sect cared a lot about their reputation. At the same time, they were very protective of their disciples. I heard from the Patriarch that young Master Duan is not an ordinary disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. An old man from the Chen clan said to Chen Shuhuan. The Patriarch said that young Master Duan is a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley Master, Lord Yi Beiyuan. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect cannot be compared to an ordinary disciple. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley Master, Lord Yi Beiyuan? Chen Shuhuan, who originally had a fearful expression, was stunned when he heard this. Lord Yi Beiyuan? Didn't his only disciple die 30 years ago? I didn't hear about him taking in any new disciples after that. Chapter 36:11. It was a coincidence. 10,000 years ago, after Chen Shuhuan became a higher deity, he left the Chen family in Mountain Overlook City and joined a God Emperor force in Tonglang Province. He did odd jobs in the library and was considered a lowly servant in that force. Although his position was lowly, he was still in a God Emperor force and could hear many things. For example, the Heaven Illumination sect was closer to the God Emperor force that Chen Shuhuan was in. To be precise, the Celestial Emperor force that Chen Shuhuan belonged to was trying to curry favor with the Heavenly Illumination sect. Therefore, they had a lot of history with the Heavenly Illumination sect. Even a servant like Chen Shuhuan had heard a lot about the Heavenly Illumination sect. The Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect and Moon Shadow Valley was Yi Beiyuan. Chen family patriarch Chen Yuejin knew this, so did Chen Shuhuan. Chen Shuhuan also knew what Chen Yuejin did not know. The Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect and Moon Shadow Valley, Yi Beiyuan, only had one disciple who had died 30 years ago. After that, Yi Beiyuan had never taken in another disciple. It's said that Lord Yi Beiyuan entered the dimensional battlefield after losing his beloved disciple and has yet to come out. This was also what Chen Shuhuan knew. While Chen Shuhuan was lost in his thoughts, the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin, had already arrived beside the second young master of the Chen family, Chen Fei. He looked at Chen Fei and shouted, "Unfilial son, kneel down! Kneel down!" When Chen Yuejin spoke, not only was Chen Fei stunned, but the others were also stunned. However, when they regained their senses, they could not help but praise Chen Yuejin's wisdom in their hearts. Kneeling was undoubtedly a way to admit defeat. Under such circumstances, even if there was no misunderstanding between Chen Fei and the Heaven Illumination sect disciple, as long as there was room for negotiation, the Heaven Illumination sect disciple should not be so stubborn. Father. However, while the others could understand, Chen Fei, as the person involved, could not understand. He did not even kneel down immediately. Instead, he stood on the spot and stared blankly at his father. In Chen Fei's opinion, kneeling in front of an outsider was a very humiliating way. However, as soon as Chen Fei spoke, Chen Yuejin made his move and forced Chen Fei to kneel down. When he realized that Chen Fei was about to resist, he warned him coldly, "If you don't want to die, kneel down." "I'm your father," Chen Yuejin said Chen Fei. Chen Yuejin's Chen Fei and kneeled down in front of Duan obediently, with his head lowered heads. He did not dare to see the other parties to see his ferocious aunt's face. Because of his extreme unwillingness, Chen Fei's body was trembling. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Chen Yuejin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a humble expression and cupped his hands before he asked, "May I know how my unfilial son offended you?" Sect. Sects. Sects realm sects. Sect man's heavens a person. This was especially true for the Meng family, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect. When they heard the words of the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Shuhuan, they realized that the purple-clad young man before them was not an ordinary Heaven Illumination sect disciple. He was the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. The other people from the three families might not know who Yi Beiyuan was. However, they had heard of the leader of the three families. He was an important person in the Heaven Illumination sect and was a powerful middle god emperor. He had made a name for himself in Tonglang province many years ago. However, he rarely appeared in recent years. So many people in Tonglang province did not know of him. The southern manor of the Duan family manor in the Endless Mountains is related to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yuejin calmly and said indifferently, "Don't tell me that this is no longer a secret in Mountain View City and that the patriarch of the Qian family doesn't know about it." In fact, Qian Yuejin's expression had changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Qian Fei, who was trembling, stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. All of them were shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple, who had a frightening background, would actually come here to stand up for a small village's branch. How could a branch of such a small village be related to a Heaven Illumination sect's elite disciple? At this moment, whether it was Qian Yuejin or Qian Fei, they all began to doubt whether they were dreaming. Swoosh! Qian Qiu's expression changed as well. He was also present when the Duan family manor and the southern manor were destroyed. Moreover, he was the one who killed the two 10-direction celestial emperors and demigods from the Duan family manor and the southern manor. As for the others, they were killed by the people from the Tai family manor. Apart from Qian Shuhuan, everyone else who was in the know was enlightened. So it's because of this matter. Some time ago, Qian Fei annihilated the Duan family manor and the southern manor in the Endless Mountains for a concubine. This matter became a hot topic in Mountain Overlook City. Who would have thought that this matter, which is considered a small matter, would involve a Heaven Illumination sect's disciple? Moreover, he's the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. Qian Fei's dead meat. It's fine if the Duan family manor and the southern manor don't have any backing. However, with such a strong backing, he's dead meat. That might not be the case. It depends on the relationship between the Duan family manor and young Master Duan. Perhaps their relationship isn't that deep? Or perhaps young Master Duan has nothing to do with the Duan family manor and only wants to take the opportunity to extort money from the Qian family? That's possible. If they're really related to young Master Duan, the Duan family manor wouldn't have to stay in the desolate Endless Mountains. The onlookers, whether they were from the Qian family or the other three families, could not help but whisper among themselves. Some of them felt that Qian Fei was dead meat while some felt that there was still room for negotiation. Young Master Duan. At this moment, the clan leader of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Young Master Duan, I wonder, what relationship do you have with the Duan family manor and the southern manor? If it was an ordinary Qian family disciple, he would not even have to ask. He would have killed him immediately to give the person before him an explanation. However, the person in question was his son, his biological son. Although he had two sons, the one he doted on the most was his second son who was kneeling beside him. I know what you're thinking. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qian Yuejin indifferently. You're thinking that if I don't have a deep relationship with the Duan family manor and the southern manor, you'll use other things to extinguish my anger instead of letting your son, Qian Fei, die as an apology? Qian Yuejin was silent. Indeed, he had such thoughts. However, now that Duan Lingtian had pointed it out, he had an ominous feeling. Duan Lingtian's following words proved his point. He must die today. Of course, you can protect him if you want. However, you and the Qian family have to think this through. Once you take this step, there's no turning back for you or the Qian family. Duan Lingtian expressed his stance and gave Qian Yuejin a warning at the same time. His originally calm gaze became much more profound, causing Qian Yuejin's expression to change drastically. Clan leader. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Qian family members' expressions changed abruptly. Immediately, A Qian family elder stepped forward and pleaded in a deep voice, "Please prioritize the family." Clan leader, please prioritize the family. Clan leader. Other than a few people including Xianxia, everyone in the Qian family bowed to the clan leader of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin. Obviously, they wanted him to kill Qian Fei to appease Duan Lingtian's anger. Qian Yuejin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as though he had aged a lot in an instant. Then, he glanced at his trembling son who was kneeling beside him. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Qian Fei happened to raise his head and see his father's determined gaze. His father had raised his hand and was about to strike. Qian Fei was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Father, no. Don't. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Father, you can't kill me." Qian Fei's voice trembled, and his tone was filled with fear. However, when he saw Qian Yuejin's determined expression and was unmoved, he hurriedly looked at Qian Qiu. "Grandfather Qiu, save me." Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Qian Fei finished speaking, Qian Qiu moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qian Yuejin and blocked him. "Elder Qiu." Qian Yuejin had a bitter expression on his face. Naturally, he knew Elder Qiu's feelings for his son, Qian Fei. It was no less than his feelings for his son. Qian Yuejin instinctively thought Elder Qiu wanted to protect his son. Therefore, his tone became much more bitter. Qian Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Everyone in the Qian clan's expression turned grim. They were about to reprimand Qian Qiu and tell him not to drag the entire Qian clan down because of Qian Fei. Qian Qiu was the first to speak. "Clan leader, I'm also responsible for destroying the Duan clan's southern manor. After I kill the second young master with my own hands, I'll commit suicide on the spot to appease young master Duan's anger." The moment Qian Qiu spoke, the expressions of the people in the Qian clan softened. However, there were even more people who looked regretful. Qian Qiu was their Qian clan's godly spirit realm powerhouse. If he died, it would be equivalent to their Qian clan losing a godly spirit realm powerhouse. At this moment, the way they looked at Qian Fei became even more disgusted. It was bad enough that this good-for-nothing rich kid had caused his own death, but he actually wanted to kill their Qian clan's godly spirit realm powerhouse, Elder Qian Qiu. "Grandfather Qiu." When Qian Fei saw Qian Qiu stepping forward, he thought he had a chance of escaping this calamity. However, when he heard Qian Qiu's words, he was completely dumbfounded. In just a blink of an eye, his face and eyes were filled with despair. Whoosh! Qian Qiu raised his hand and gathered his divine energy. The wind and clouds stirred. "Wait a minute." Just as Qian Qiu was about to kill Qian Fei, a voice rang and stopped him. It was the Qian clan's old ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, who had been silent all this while. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, "Sir, are you really Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple?" "However, as far as I know, Lord Yi Beiyuan's only disciple died 30 years ago." Chapter 36:12. No one expected the Qian family's ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, to speak at this moment. Moreover, he questioned Duan Lingtian's identity. The only disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley, had died 30 years ago? Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Could this so-called Heaven Illumination Sect disciple be an imposter? Imposter! You must be an imposter! Qian family's second young master, Qian Fei, who had been in complete despair, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard Qian Shuhuan's words. He shouted loudly in the quiet environment, "How dare you impersonate a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple? You're courting death! You're courting death!" Qian Fei seemed to want to use all his strength to prove that Duan Lingtian's identity was fake. At this moment, the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin, looked at Duan Lingtian with suspicion. The reason he was sure that Duan Lingtian was a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple was not only because Duan Lingtian had introduced himself, but also because Duan Lingtian had mentioned the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley, and said that he was their disciple. Now that he thought about it, it did not mean much. He believed it because he subconsciously felt that no one would dare to impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple because it was tantamount to suicide in Tunglang province. A God Emperor level sect like the Heaven Illumination sect would not allow anyone to impersonate their disciples. Otherwise, anyone could impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple and cause trouble everywhere to tarnish the sect's reputation. I hope he's really not a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. At this moment, Xianxia Jin was praying in his heart. Once he could confirm that Duan Ling Tian was not a Heaven Illumination sect disciple, his most beloved son would not have to die and the Qian family would not have to worry about offending the Heaven Illumination sect. At this moment, Xianxia Jin was not the only one staring at Duan Ling Tian. Even the rest of the Qian family were staring at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes. Naturally, they did not wish for the other party to be a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple. However, they did not dare to conclude that the other party was not a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple just because of what their ancestor said. This was because even their ancestor was not sure if the other party was an impostor. He merely said what he knew. When the people from the Meng family, Cloud Morning sect, and Celestial sect looked at Duan Ling Tian, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, they looked forward to the development of the situation. They all wanted to see. Was this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple a real Heavenly Illumination sect disciple or a fake? You know my teacher that well? Under the questioning gazes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then, he glanced at Chen Shuhuan and asked. I, Chen Shuhuan, left Mountain Overlook City 10,000 years ago and entered the Divine Emperor sect, the Huayue sect. The Huayue sect has a good relationship with the Heavenly Illumination sect, so I know a few things about the Heavenly Illumination sect. Chen Shuhuan looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, Young man, it's not a small matter to impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. Impersonate? Duan Ling Tian smiled. You're just a higher deity who hasn't broken through to the godly king realm in 10,000 years. Even if you entered a Divine Emperor sect, I'm afraid you're just an errand boy, right? You're just an errand boy in the Huayue sect. How dare you question my identity as Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Chen Shuhuan's face to darken completely. Young man, if you're really a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple, the Qian family will execute Qian Fei today to give you justice. However, if you're not a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple, I'm afraid I can only capture you and send you to the Heavenly Illumination sect for them to punish you. You think you can do that? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Chen Shuhuan's words. Then, he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, there was a whoosh sound. Divine energy swept out from his body. The aura of a lower deity was also released at the right time, causing the eyes of the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, to flicker. He really broke through and became a deity. Meng Qiyu remembered that the person in front of him had not become a deity when they met 3 months ago. Now, he had really become a deity. It was obvious that he had reached the final step 3 months ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to successfully break through in such a short time after consuming the Transcendence Pill. A lower deity wants to attack a higher deity? Now, whether it was the Meng family, the Cloud Morning sect, the Celestial Martial sect, or the Chen family, they could not help but secretly shake their heads. Some of them could not help but smile mockingly. What? You're just a lower deity, and you want to attack me? Seeing Duan Ling Tian glaring at him with divine energy sweeping out from his body as if he was about to attack, Chen Shuhuan could not help but laugh disdainfully. Young man, even if you're really a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple and Lord Yi Bei Yuan's disciple, it's no different from a lower deity's daydream if you want to defeat me. I'm a higher deity. Almost as soon as Chen Shuhuan's voice fell, waves of violent aura swept out from his body. After the divine power broke out of his body, it merged with the law of water, turning into a vast ocean that surrounded Chen Shuhuan's body. The profound aura of laws of nature also spread out in a timely manner. A higher deity? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with fighting spirit. He naturally knew that Chen Shuhuan was a higher deity. Long before Chen Shuhuan showed up and revealed his identity, he already knew that Chen Shuhuan was the Chen family's higher deity ancestor who had left Mountain Overlook City. However, it was precisely because his opponent was a higher deity that he intended to attack. Even those intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City were no match for him now. He could easily defeat them with the space laws of nature that he had comprehended. However, a higher deity was different. A higher deity's divine energy was one level stronger than an intermediate deity's. Therefore, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit now that he was facing a higher deity. Of course, he also knew in his heart. Although Qian Shuhuan was a high-ranked deity, he was not as strong as the high-ranked deities in the Devata realms. In fact, any of the high-ranked deities in the Devata realms could easily defeat Qian Shuhuan. After all, the gods in the Devata realms had experienced the baptism of time. Therefore, the profundities they comprehended were much stronger than Qian Shuhuan, who grew up at the bottom of the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Qian Shuhuan had only fused 2 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he had not fused any other profundities from the law of water. In fact, there was only one profundity that showed signs of fusing with another. With the profundities that Qian Shuhuan has comprehended, even if he's a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, he's destined to be cannon fodder in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch when he saw Qian Shuhuan use the water laws. Wasn't this too weak? Was his comprehension really that bad? Was this the strength of someone who had been a high-ranked deity for 10,000 years? Although Duan Ling Tian underestimated Qian Shuhuan's profundities, he did not underestimate Qian Shuhuan's strength. After all, Qian Shuhuan was a high-ranked deity after all. After all, Qian Shuhuan's divine energy was 2 levels higher than Duan Ling Tian's. If it was only a difference of 1 cultivation level, the difference would be limited. However, if it was 2 cultivation levels, it wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. The difference between the 2 cultivation levels could be said to be multiplied by several times. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of Qian Shuhuan at all. Bas, 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 bas. 9-dimensional profundities flew out of the spatial rifts and merged with Duan Ling Tian's divine energy, and the other profundities from the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into a huge gray saber. Bas. The huge saber tore through the void and appeared in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, it fused with 2 other profundities from the law of space. Teleportation profundities, transportation profundities, dimensional profundities, and magnetic storm profundities. The fusion of 4 profundities, coupled with Duan Ling Tian's divine energy, displayed an extremely powerful force. How is this possible? Almost at the same time when Duan Ling Tian made his move, the smile on Qian Shuhuan's face froze. His face and eyes were filled with panic and disbelief. Heavens! What did he just see? Qian Shuhuan, a low-ranked deity, had fused 4 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, it was the fusion of 4 profundities from the law of space. As far as he knew, the most outstanding young prodigy disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect was no better than Qian Shuhuan. However, Qian Shuhuan did not comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws but one of the 5 elemental laws. In terms of difficulty, it was far less difficult to comprehend than the law of space. Moreover, the most outstanding young prodigy disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect was said to be a rare prodigy that only appeared once every 10,000 years. The Heavenly Illumination sect had high hopes for Qian Shuhuan, and felt that he had the highest chance of becoming a god emperor. It had been many years since a god emperor had appeared in the Heavenly Illumination sect. The god emperor expert of the past had also disappeared. No one knew if he had died or was hiding somewhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qian Shuhuan did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly made his move. Azure energy gathered around him and swept out, turning into a waterspout that swept toward Duan Ling Tian's attack. He did not use his divine weapon. This was because he knew that if Qian Shuhuan was really a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and was a disciple of Lord Yi Beiyuan, the divine weapon in his hand would definitely be much stronger than his. Qian Shuhuan had not used his divine weapon yet. If he used it recklessly and Qian Shuhuan used it too, he would be the one to suffer. Boom! Rumble! The attack of the waterspout swept out like a water dragon tearing through the sky, and it moved menacingly. Everywhere it passed, water mist sprayed out in all directions, and it even caused some Qian clan disciples with comparatively lower cultivations to retreat hastily. Bas! Duan Ling Tian's space saber gleam had also arrived and met the waterspout. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's space saber gleam sliced the waterspout into two from top to bottom. Just as the waterspout was about to merge back together, the violent space energy forcefully blasted it away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a series of noises, countless splashes of water shot out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, these splashes of water were no different from ferocious hidden weapons. They were so shocked that they hurriedly blocked them. At this moment, the Qian family patriarch and the other divine beings of the Qian family who were present not only protected themselves but also Qian Fei and the rest of the Qian family members who had yet to become gods. Chapter 36:13. Everything happened too quickly. Even Qianyue Jin, Qianqiu, and the other lesser deities only came back to their senses after Duan Lingtian and Qian Shuhuan had exchanged blows. As soon as they came back to their senses, they hurriedly blocked the water droplets that were shooting toward them. The water droplets shot out one by one at such a speed that only the few lesser deities could see them clearly. The group of beings who had yet to become gods could not even catch the trajectory of the water droplets. They could only hear the sound of the water droplets tearing through the air that was getting closer and closer. Why? It was because it was simply too fast. Whoosh! 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 When the water droplets landed on the defensive light shield cast by the few lesser deities, it caused the defensive light shield to tremble as though it could collapse at any time. During this process, all the lesser deities looked extremely solemn as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Splat! Just as the storm in the eyes of the lesser deities present stopped, a crisp sound entered their ears, causing them to instinctively look toward the source of the sound. With just a glance, they saw the Qian family's elder ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, standing there with his face as pale as a sheet. His right arm had been chopped off at the shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out from it, and it took a while for the bleeding to stop. For a moment, Qian Shuhuan looked extremely disheveled. At the sight of this, they could not help but gasp. A higher deity was defeated by a lesser deity? Is this for real? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. In the entire Tonglang province, perhaps only the most outstanding young geniuses in Tonglang province could possibly possess the strength of a lesser deity. Even someone like Qian Shuhuan, right? Fortunately, just when the group of lesser deities, including Qianyue Jin, gasped and were indescribably shocked, Qian Shuhuan had also recovered from his fright. After taking a glance at his severed arm, not only was he not enraged, but he instead heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile of having survived a calamity. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face was full of reverence and he bowed. Thank you, young Master Duan, for showing mercy. Right now, Qian Shuhuan only felt that the clothes on his back were completely soaked. That was the cold sweat that came out of his body from the fright. At that moment, he thought he was dead for sure. However, he did not expect that at the critical moment, the remaining power of the spatial saber light would change direction in time and miss his vital point, cutting off one of his arms. He knew in his heart that the person opposite him had shown mercy. Now, do you still want to capture me and send me to the Heaven Illumination sect so they can punish me? In response to Qian Shuhuan's thanks, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Although this Qian Shuhuan was the strongest person he had encountered since coming to the Xiangang land this time and was even a higher deity, his comprehension of the laws of nature was too inferior. Therefore, even if he only used the law of space that he had comprehended, he still easily defeated Qian Shuhuan. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. In the realms of gods, there were many deities who grew up with golden spoons in their mouths. However, due to their limited comprehension, they did not comprehend the laws of nature that were worthy of their cultivation base, even though their cultivation base was blessed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Any lesser deity who came to the realms of gods from the Devata realms could easily defeat or even kill an intermediate deity from a remote place in the realms of gods. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had defeated a higher deity today. Although his opponent did not use a divine weapon from the beginning until the end, did he use one? Moreover, his trump card was not as simple as a divine weapon. Young Master Duan, please don't make fun of me, Qian Shuhuan said with a wry smile on his face, With your innate talent and comprehension, as long as you're willing to join us, let alone the Heaven Illumination sect, even the strongest forces in Tunglang province would do their best to nurture you. However, I never imagined that after Lord Yi Beiyuan's beloved disciple perished 30 years ago, he would actually find such a monstrous disciple like young Master Duan. Looks like Lord Yi Beiyuan has profited from a disaster. When Qian Shuhuan finished speaking, he did not forget to flatter Duan Lingtian as he lamented over his consecutive victories. Of course, although there was a hint of flattery, Qian Shuhuan's words were from the bottom of his heart. This was because Duan Lingtian was more outstanding than the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Illumination sect. At the very least, that was what Qian Shuhuan thought if the rumors were true. After all, he had only heard of the prodigy from the Heaven Illumination sect but had never seen him before. Does this mean you don't intend to interfere in this matter? Although Duan Lingtian could still hold his ground if he said he was not a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. He was too lazy to waste his breath explaining himself. As long as the outcome was what he wanted, the process was not important. I won't interfere. I won't interfere. Qian Shuhuan shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the Qian family before his eyes finally landed on Qian Yuejin. His expression darkened as he said coldly, I didn't expect the Qian family to be so short-sighted. No matter who it is, as long as they offend you, young Master Duan, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, all of you can forget about acknowledging me as your ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, before the people from the Qian family could react, Qian Shuhuan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left in a hurry. He was afraid that this monstrous lesser deity would be enraged by Qian Fei and change his mind to kill him. Now, he was already very lucky to be alive. As for the Qian family, although it was possible that Duan Lingtian would destroy them, he could not care less. In his eyes, his own life was far more important than his family. Qian Shuhuan left as quickly as he came. Almost immediately after Qian Shuhuan left, the people present regained their senses. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, was the first to move. In a flash, he had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, and shouted sternly, Qian Yuejin, if you and the Qian family really want to protect Qian Fei today, I, Meng Nianyu, and even the Meng family will destroy your Qian family. As soon as Meng Nianyu spoke, the expressions of Qian Yuejin and the people from the Qian family changed. At the same time, Sima Kongming, the sect leader of the Yunqian sect, and Zhao Yifeng, the sect leader of the Celestial sect, stood behind Duan Lingtian and glared at Qian Yuejin. Qian Yuejin, hand over Qian Fei, or the Yunqian sect will destroy your Qian family. Qian Yuejin, hand over Qian Fei, or the Celestial sect will destroy your Qian family. In Mountain Overlook City, the Qian family, the Meng family, the Yunqian sect, and the Celestial sect were the four strongest forces. Now, the leaders of the three forces were standing behind a young man who was previously unknown in Mountain Overlook City. They were standing up for him and jointly attacking the Qian family. At the same time, the Meng family mansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures flew out of the Meng family mansion. They were two middle-aged men and an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. It's the ancestor. Many members of the Meng family were shocked when they saw the old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The ancestor hasn't gone out for more than 100 years, right? Why did he suddenly go out today? The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was the only intermediate deity in the Meng family. Of course, the reason there was only one intermediate deity was not because the Meng family only had one intermediate deity and no one stronger. Instead, it was because the four forces of Mountain Overlook City had an agreement that higher deities were not allowed to interfere in the conflicts between the forces. Even among intermediate deities, only one intermediate deity could interfere. Therefore, each of the four forces only left one intermediate deity to oversee their clan or sect. The other intermediate deities and higher deities had all left their respective clans and sects to seek fortuitous opportunities in the outside world. This was because it was difficult for them to make any progress if they stayed in Mountain Overlook City. If they ventured out, they might still have a glimmer of hope of becoming a godly king. Even though no godly king expert had ever appeared in the history of the four forces, they still harbored great enthusiasm and hot-bloodedness to strive for the godly king realm. No matter who it was, once they became a godly king and returned, the force they belonged to would become the sole master of Mountain Overlook City. It was not just the Meng family mansion. The intermediate deities of the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial sect had also left their respective sects and headed straight to the Chen family mansion after receiving the message from their respective sect masters. Master, we can't protect the second young master. Master, let the second young master bear the consequences of the trouble he created alone. He can't be a burden to everyone and the family. Master, at a time like this, one wrong step and we'll be doomed eternally. To the Chen clan, the threat of the three major factions was nothing. They even ignored it. What they truly cared about now was the attitude of this purple-clad young man before them. After all, he was someone who had defeated even their Chen clan's higher deity ancestor. Perhaps, even their Chen family's strongest higher deity ancestor would only be able to fight him to a draw. Taking a step back, even if their Chen family's strongest higher deity ancestor had the ability to kill the purple-clad young man, he would not dare to do so. This was because the purple-clad young man was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, based on the talent and comprehension he displayed, he was definitely a prodigious disciple that the Heaven Illumination sect valued the most. If anything happened to such a prodigious disciple, the Heaven Illumination sect would seek revenge in a frenzy. That was not something the Chen family could afford. Upon hearing the Chen family's words, the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, had a bitter expression on his face. A hint of despair flashed across his eyes. He originally thought he had a chance to protect his most beloved son, but he did not expect that just as the flame of hope rose, it would be ruthlessly extinguished. Now, even if the Chen family did not plead for him, he would not be able to protect his son. Just as Chen Yuejin was about to look at his son, Chen Fei, three figures appeared like phantoms. Meng Jinhua of the Meng family greets young Master Duan. Yu Shuahan of the Cloud Morning sect greets young Master Duan. Ouyang Wudi of the Celestial sect greets young Master Duan. Accompanying the arrival of the three figures were three voices filled with respect and reverence. Chapter 36:14. A green-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood there proudly like an otherworldly expert. A young man in a snow-white robe had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life added a peculiar charm to him. A middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist was dressed in a long grayish-brown robe. He had a square face and a pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs, giving off an invisible deterrence. The three of them were three of the four strongest intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City. Meng Jinhua of the Meng family. Yu Shuahan of the Morning Cloud sect. Ouyang Wudi of the Celestial sect. The three of them and the intermediate deity of the Chen family. Although the people of Mountain Overlook City knew of their existence, they had not appeared in public for a long time. No one had expected three of them to appear at this time. Moreover, they appeared in a group. Young Master Duan, this is the Meng family's old ancestor and also our intermediate deity. At the same time, Meng Nianyu, the patriarch of the Meng family, and the sect masters of the Morning Cloud sect and Celestial sect introduced the newcomers one after another. However, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at the three intermediate deities from the three major forces indifferently before he shifted his gaze away. At the same time, he looked at Chen Fei, who seemed to be in a daze or in a state of shock. He did not know if he was looking at Chen Fei mockingly. Chen Fei's eyes were empty and lifeless as if he had lost his soul. He stood there without any reaction for a long time. It was more like he was scared out of his wits. Chen Wuliang, why haven't you come out to greet young Master Duan? Do you think he's not worthy of your greeting? The intermediate deity of the Celestial sect, Ouyang Wudi, suddenly spoke. His voice spread throughout the entire Chen family mansion in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice came from within the Chen family mansion. Chen Wuliang, don't you dare slander me. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe appeared in front of everyone. Chen Wuliang of the Chen family greets young Master Duan. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary face. There was nothing special about him. After he appeared, He immediately bowed to Duan Lingtian. This Chen Wuliang was the intermediate deity of the Chen family. Ancestor. When Chen Wuliang bowed to Duan Lingtian, someone from the Chen family stood up and said angrily, "Chen Fei killed the innocent and should be punished. Ancestor, please judge clearly." Ancestor, Chen Fei can't stay. Old ancestor, please investigate thoroughly. The members of the Chen family who spoke up now seemed to be afraid that the head of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin, would protect Chen Fei. They all pleaded with Chen Wuliang. Although Chen Wuliang wasn't the patriarch of the Chen family, he was the only intermediate deity in the Chen family in Mountainside City. Therefore, his position in the Chen family was above that of the patriarch, and he played the role of a retired emperor. In the Chen family, he could still refute the family head's words. However, no one could refute his words, and no one dared to. Young Master Duan. When Chen Wuliang looked at the clan leader of Chen clan, Chen Yujin, with a frown on his face, Chen Yujin knew even the old ancestor had misunderstood him. He quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully, "Although Chen Fei is my son, he deserved to die for committing such heinous acts. Also, I, Chen Yuejin, failed to educate my son well. I'm willing to break one of my arms to comfort the souls of the Duan family's southern manor." Almost as soon as Chen Yuejin finished speaking, he raised his hand and chopped off his left arm. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered all over Chen Fei's face. At this moment, Chen Fei shuddered and regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian in fear and knelt down again. "Young Master Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I didn't kill anyone from the Duan family's southern manor with my own hands. It was Grandfather Chiu and the people from the Tai family village who did it." When they heard Chen Fei's words, everyone in the Chen family looked at him with disdain. Elder Chen Chiu must be blind to value him so much. Elder Chen Chiu was so nice to him, but in the end, he turned the tables on him. Ingrate. He's an ingrate. While everyone in the Chen family was feeling indignant for Chen Chiu sighed and stepped forward at the same time. He raised his hand and slapped Chen Fei's head, killing him and leaving his corpse intact. Then, he stepped into the air, and in front of everyone in the Chen family and Duan Lingtian, his body was completely enveloped by divine power. He then exploded and turned into ashes. After killing Chen Fei, Chen Chiu chose to commit suicide. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not say that he wanted his life, but he still committed suicide. Of course, although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he did not plan to let Chen Chiu go after Chen Fei died. If Chen Fei was the culprit, then Chen Chiu was an accomplice. This time, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let either of them go. Young Master Duan. At the same time, the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, who was secretly discussing with Chen Wuliang through voice transmission, looked at Duan Lingtian with a respectful expression. He did not show any dissatisfaction that his most beloved son had died because of this person in front of him. Please wait for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuejin left under the puzzled gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others. When Chen Yuejin returned again, it was already more than 10 breaths later. He respectfully handed a storage ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, there are 30,000 divine stones inside. It's a token of our Chen family's sincerity. Chen Yuejin was just discussing with Chen Wuliang whether they could pay to get rid of this calamity so that this malefic would forget his conflict and hatred with the Chen family. Even if Duan Lingtian did not touch the Chen family today, who knew if he would suddenly make a move on the Chen family in the future? Instead of waiting for the risk of being destroyed, it was better to pay a little money to get rid of this calamity. Thank you very much. Duan Lingtian did not decline the divine stones that Chen Yuejin handed over. The 30,000 divine stones showed the Chen family's sincerity. At the same time, it was also the first money he had earned after coming to the Xiangang land. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Chen family. Thank you, young Master Duan. Chen Yuejin quickly bowed. This was what he and the Chen family wanted. Although Chen Wuliang and the other members of the Chen family were a little pained to lose 30,000 divine stones, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they all felt that the 30,000 divine stones were worth it. Only by paying to get rid of this calamity could they ensure the safety of the Qian family. The Meng family patriarch, Yunqin sect patriarch, and Celestial sect patriarch looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even the intermediate deities from the three clans looked astonished at this moment. They did not expect the Qian family to be so willing to pay 30,000 divine stones to get rid of this calamity. As forces of the same level, they knew that the Qian family could only take out a few tens of thousands of divine stones at most. It was almost impossible for them to take out more than 50,000 divine stones. But now, they took out 30,000 divine stones at once. Young Master Duan. While the 6 people with the highest positions in the Meng family, Yunqin sect, and Celestial sect were shocked, the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiu, looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully, "I wonder if you have time to visit our Meng family?" In the past, Meng Qiu called Duan Lingtian Young Lingtian. However, after seeing Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare to call him that anymore and changed the way he addressed him. "All right." Just when the people of Yunqin sect and Celestial sect thought that Meng Qiu was going to be rejected, they saw Duan Lingtian nod and agree. Instantly, the eyes of the 2 sect masters turned red. Why did they not take the initiative to invite this young Master Duan? They stood behind this young Master Duan earlier and made things difficult for the Qian family. They even called their intermediate gods over. Why? Was it not to curry favor with this young Master Duan? But now, this young Master Duan was invited by the Meng family. This was not a good thing for their 2 sections. Young Master Duan. After asking for his ancestors' opinion, Sima Kongming, the sect master of Cloud Morning sect, was the first to speak. On behalf of Cloud Morning sect, I invite you to our encampment as a guest. Cloud Morning sect has already prepared 5,000 taels of divine stones as a meeting gift for you. As soon as Sima Kongming spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. To him, there was not much difference whether he went to the Meng family or Yunqin sect. This was because he only wanted to learn more about the situation outside through them. Now, he could get 5,000 divine stones if he went to Yunqin sect? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to agree to Sima Kongming's invitation, Zhao Yifeng, the sect master of Celestial sect, who had also received permission from his patriarch, spoke. "Sima Kongming, do you look down on young Master Duan? You're only offering 5,000 divine stones? Our Sima family is willing to offer 10,000 divine stones as a meeting gift to invite young Master Duan to our Sima family as a guest." At the same time, Meng Qiu was also paying attention to the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was slightly moved by the invitation of the 2 sects, he quickly contacted the Meng family leader and Meng family's patriarch through voice transmission. After getting permission from the 2 of them, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Young Master Duan, I forgot to tell you earlier. Our Meng family has prepared 20,000 divine stones as a meeting gift for you. We're waiting for you to pay us a visit." 20,000 divine stones. The moment the Meng family spoke, the expressions of the people from Yunqin sect and Celestial sect changed slightly. They did not expect the Meng family to be willing to offer so many divine stones to invite Duan Lingtian over. As the saying went, human relations are higher than the heavens. Young Master Duan standing up for a small village like the Duan family's southern village meant that he was definitely not a heartless person. If he was really roped in by the Meng family, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for their 2 sections. Young Master Duan, our Yunqin sect is willing to offer 25,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. The sect master of Yunqin sect spoke again. Young Master Duan, our Celestial sect. Just as the sect master of Celestial sect was about to speak, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. "There's no need for all of you to argue. How about this? Each of the 3 sects can prepare 20,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. I'll take turns to visit all 3 of your sections." As Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 36:15. Forces like the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City were considered low-tier forces in the entire profound Handle land. However, it was precisely because they were low-tier forces that they did not have their own divine sense mines to mine. They could only exchange supreme-grade celestial crystals for divine stones in order to accumulate divine stone wealth. For a force like theirs, they also needed to spend a lot of money on everything. In the history of the existence of the four families, there were very few times when they had accumulated more than 50,000 divine stones. Now, regardless of whether they took out 20,000 or 30,000 divine stones, it would be a huge blow to any of them. The Qian family had taken out 30,000 divine stones because they were afraid the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple would settle the score with them. As for the Meng family, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect, they did not offend him so naturally. They did not need to spend money to settle the score. However, all of them wanted to curry favor with this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. He was a lesser god after all. Even if he was a greater god from Mountain Overlook City, he would definitely become a big shot in Tunglang province in the future. Now, all of them wanted to establish a good relationship with him so that they could dominate Mountain Overlook City. However, they did not expect Duanling Tian to say something like this. Duanling Tian suddenly said something like this when they continued to send out invitations and increase the amount of gifts. There's no need for all of you to fight. How about this? Each of your 3 clans will prepare 20,000 divine stones as a welcome gift. At this moment, they had the urge to vomit blood. Was the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple so shameless? However, faced with Duanling Tian's words, it was impossible for them to refuse or even say that they wanted to take back the meeting gift they had offered. This was because it would definitely cause Duanling Tian to be unhappy. This was a situation they did not want to see at all. The Meng family awaits young Master Duan's visit at any time. The Meng family's divine pill master, Meng Qiyu, forced a smile on his face as he spoke respectfully to Duanling Tian under the strange gazes of the patriarch and ancestor of the Meng family. However, when he turned around and left with the rest of the Meng clan, his expression was not very good. 20,000 divine stones was almost half of the Meng clan's current wealth, but now they had to give it away. Moreover, it would not bring any substantial benefits to the Meng clan. It was not just the people from the Meng family. Even the people from the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial sect felt the same way. When they left, they greeted Duanling Tian with smiles on their faces, but inside they were crying. No, they were bleeding. Even though I can't go through young Master Duan this time and become the sole ruler of Mountain Overlook City, it's still worth it to use 20,000 divine stones to get acquainted with such a talented young man. On the way back, Meng Qiyu realized that the Meng family members weren't in high spirits, so he comforted them. Think about it. A genius like young Master Duan will definitely become a big shot in our Tunglang province when he grows up. When that time comes, we'll use this good karma to ask him for something. He definitely won't refuse. Besides, we only have the chance to curry favor with such a big shot now. When he grows up, it'll be impossible for us to curry favor with him again. When they heard Meng Qiyu's words, the mood of the Meng family members improved slightly. This was because it made sense. A person like young Master Duan was indeed someone they could not afford to look up to now and would not be able to reach in the future. The people from the Cloud Morning sect returned to the Cloud Morning sect's encampment in silence. As for the people from the Celestial sect, they were led by the Celestial sect's old ancestor, Ouyang Wudi. He could not help but say, perhaps young Master Duan was just joking. He might not even come to the Celestial sect. If he doesn't come, we won't have to give him a greeting gift. Ouyang Wudi's words made the people from the Celestial sect feel lucky. However, when Duanling Tian walked into the Celestial sect's encampment a few days later, their hopes were completely shattered. 20,000 divine stones were given away just like that. Next stop, the Cloud Morning sect. Duanling Tian stayed in the Celestial sect for a few days before he made his way to the Cloud Morning sect's encampment. He had been staying in the Meng family for the past few days. In the Meng family, he had further speculated and understood some things. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the place he was in. Apart from that, he had also discussed the Tao of divine pills with the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was undoubtedly more profound than the pill refinement method he had mastered in the Devata realms. It could even be said that it was on a completely different level. It was almost impossible for him to refine divine pills using the pill refinement method he had mastered in the past. I wonder who passed down such a profound pill concoction technique. At that time, Duanling Tian could not help but sigh. Although Meng Qiyu was puzzled that Duan Ling Tian did not know about this, he patiently explained. It seems like young Master Duan didn't chat with the divine alchemists in your sect. The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was comprehended by supreme powerhouses when they visualized heaven and earth and passed down. After countless years of deductions and changes, the pill refinement method has given birth to many branches. For example, the branch I'm good at is the fire-gathering sect. It focuses on using the divine fire to forcefully suppress the essence of the medicinal herbs and condense them into pills. If the pills aren't formed, they'll turn into ashes. Of course, in this process, experience and skill are also important. During the last 2 days in the Meng family, Duan Ling Tian listened to Meng Qiyu and gained a deeper understanding of the pill refinement method in the realms of gods. Although it was completely different from the pill refinement method in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, there were some similarities in some aspects. Duan Ling Tian tested the pill refinement method in front of Meng Qiyu. Although his comprehension of the law of fire was not profound and he did not have much experience in pill refinement, Meng Qiyu was still amazed. Naturally, Meng Qiyu was shocked not only by Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy, but also by Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the law of fire was not inferior to his. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not usually comprehend the law of fire. Most of his comprehension of the law of fire was obtained in the secret chamber in the tidal temple in the Devata realms. During the few days in the Meng family, Duan Ling Tian spent most of his time with Meng Qiyu. However, during the few days in the celestial sect, he wandered around the celestial sect's estate and secretly questioned some of the celestial sect's disciples. From there, he gained a deeper understanding of the area around Mountainside City and Tonglang Province. In the beginning, the people from the Cloud Morning sect did not take any chances. However, when Duan Ling Tian did not come for a few days, many of them began to take chances. Was young Master Duan just joking that day? He did not intend to come to the Cloud Morning sect to collect a greeting gift. Sect leader, it seems like we were too serious. Young Master Duan was just joking. In the main hall of the Cloud Morning sect's estate, a Cloud Morning sect's lesser deity sat on the lower seat and smiled as he spoke to Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect. That's right. Another lesser deity nodded as well. I knew it. With young Master Duan's status, why would he covet a mere 20,000 divine stones? We've gauged the heart of a gentleman with our own mean measure. Sima Kongming nodded in agreement. The heavenly illumination sect's disciples are indeed noble. Almost as soon as Sima Kongming's words left his mouth, a voice resonated from outside at the right time. Sect leader, young Master Duan whom you told us not to neglect is here. We've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing. In the Cloud Morning sect, the guest rooms were divided into 2 areas. One was the East Wing, and the other was the West Wing. The West Wing was usually used to receive ordinary guests. The East Wing, on the other hand, was used to receive distinguished guests. If it was the other 3 great factions of power in Mountain Overlook City, even if they were the masters of their families and sects, even if they could stay in the East Wing, they could only stay in the courtyards after the second guest room. As for the first courtyard, unless they were existences above the level of higher deities, Cloud Morning sect would not receive them there. Duan Ling Tian could be said to be the first guest in the Cloud Morning sect, who was only a lesser deity to be received in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing. Of course, the Cloud Morning sect leader had made such an arrangement many days ago because of Duan Ling Tian's distinguished status and Duan Ling Tian's strength. He was even stronger than the higher deities from Mountain Overlook City such as Qian family's patriarch, Qian Shuhuan. Whether it was his status or his strength, Duan Ling Tian was qualified to stay in the courtyard of the first East Wing of the Cloud Morning sect. He's here. In the Cloud Morning sect's Great Hall, whether it was Sima Kongming, the sect leader, or the 2 Cloud Morning sect elders below him, their expressions changed drastically. It was an interesting sight to behold. Sima Kongming smiled wryly and said, "Looks like we overestimated the temptation of 20,000 divine stones." As for the 2 Cloud Morning sect elders, they could only smile wryly. They did not expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing of the Cloud Morning sect, naturally did not know about the conversation between the 3 of them in the Cloud Morning sect's Great Hall. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was leisurely lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard of the #1 guest room in the east wing of the Cloud Morning sect, and he was leisurely basking in the sun. Whereas at his side, a young girl that was dressed like a servant girl was helping him peel grapes before sending them into his mouth, whereas another servant girl was helping him massage his shoulders. These two maids were naturally arranged by the Cloud Morning sect to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room. Only the courtyard of the first guest room had such an arrangement. The two girls were not women of low birth. They were the descendants of two sect elders from the sect master of Cloud Morning clan. The reason they were allowed to stay here was because they wanted them to use their lifelong happiness as a price to develop a relationship with Cloud Morning clan. If Duan Ling Tian took them with him when he left, it would naturally be related to the Cloud Morning sect. Chapter 36:16. Did you just say that you're the great-granddaughters of the Cloud Morning sect's elder? After Duan Lingtian ate another grape, he squinted his eyes and crossed his legs to bask in the sun as he lazily asked the two young maidservants beside him. Yes. The young girl who was massaging Duan Lingtian's shoulders nodded. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning sect's third elder. My name is Lu Hahua. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning sect's seventh elder. My name is Yuan Meng. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard the two young girls' words. You're the direct descendants of an elder in the Cloud Morning sect. You're actually allowed to be maidservants here? Is this how your ancestors let you experience life? Young Master Duan, little Meng and I just came here before you. The sect leader arranged for us to serve you. Lu Hahua was a young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was pretty, and when she smiled, the two dimples on her cheeks made her look even more charming. Usually, even if it's the first east courtyard, the maidservants arranged for us are only the outer sect elders people. We were specially arranged to come here because you're coming, young Master Duan. Lu Hahua did not seem to have anything to worry about as she directly stated her intentions. Young Master Duan, when you leave, you must take us with you. Otherwise, the two of us will be randomly betrothed to someone we don't like. At this moment, Yuan Meng also looked at Duan Ling Tian pitifully. Any ordinary man would find it hard to reject such a moving appearance. However, was Duan Ling Tian an ordinary man? Although he was not old, he was already the father of two children. Moreover, the reason he came to the mystic gangland in the Plains of Gods in advance was because of his wife. He was not a hothead. However, at this moment, he also guessed the Cloud Morning sect's intention. They wanted to push these two young girls to him so that he would be related to the Cloud Morning sect. This way, the Cloud Morning sect would have him as their backer in the future. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you be randomly betrothed to someone you don't like. Duan Lingtian said to the two women. When the two women heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes lit up. They subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was going to take them away. Originally, they were a little resistant to being ordered to serve the person in front of them, but orders were greater than the heavens. Morning Cloud sect had placed high hopes on them, so they, who had been brainwashed since they were young, could not refuse such an order. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian himself, their eyes lit up. Such a handsome and good-tempered young man with such a noble status, such astonishing talent and comprehension. Following such a man, even if it was only as a concubine, to them, it would be a matter of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Besides, if they really got together with him, their families would be able to live a better life in Morning Cloud sect. To them, the sect was number one, their family was number two, and their personal freedom could only be ranked last. But even so, if they could follow someone they liked, their mood would definitely be better. It was also because Duan Lingtian did not know what the two women were thinking, or else he would definitely think that they were thinking too much. Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, requests to see young Master Duan. A familiar voice came from outside. It was obvious that Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, had arrived. Come in. Sima Kongming only dared to come in after Duan Lingtian greeted him. After coming in, He saw that Duan Lingtian was not disgusted by the two women serving him, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his way of doing things was right. Heroes had a weakness for the charms of beautiful women, and it had always been like this since ancient times. Young Master Duan, this is a gift from Morning Cloud Sect to you. Sima Kongming took 2 steps forward and handed a storage ring with 20,000 god stones to Duan Lingtian. Although his heart was still bleeding, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might be related to Morning Cloud Sect because of the 2 women in front of him, he felt better. At least, Morning Cloud Sect would not be like Meng family and Celestial Sect, who did not get anything substantial. As long as the 2 women of Morning Cloud Sect followed this Heaven Illumination Sect disciple, Morning Cloud Sect would naturally benefit from his pillow talk in the future. Thank you, Sect Leader Sima. Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and thanked him repeatedly. Then he closed his eyes and continued to bask in the sun. Sima Kongming, who had been standing for a while, could only leave awkwardly. Before he left, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to the 2 women to serve Duan Lingtian well. If the conditions allowed, take him as soon as possible. After Sima Kongming left, the 2 women looked at each other. Then, they looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Young Master, Heaven Illumination Sect should be bigger than Morning Cloud Sect, right? Yuan Meng asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Heaven Illumination Sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered that he had pretended to be a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple. I'm not sure. However, as an Emperor God level sect, it's definitely bigger than Morning Cloud Sect. It's just a question of how big it is. Not sure? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Yuan Meng and Yuan Meng. Young Master, aren't you a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in the face of the 2 women's questions. He did not reply. However, even so, the 2 women still sent a voice transmission to inform Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud Sect who had just left. However, Sima Kongming was stunned for a moment before he replied. Young Master Duan might not have returned to Heaven Illumination Sect. After all, he was only accepted by Valley Master Yi Beiyuan of Heaven Illumination Sect in the past 30 years. Moreover, with his innate talent and comprehension, even Heaven Illumination Sect would fight to accept him as their disciple. I wish he wasn't a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple. It would be even better if he was a disciple of one of the strongest Emperor God level sects in Tonglang Province. Perhaps you can persuade him to leave Heaven Illumination Sect and join one of those Emperor God level sects in the future. Although Heaven Illumination Sect is also an Emperor God level sect, there's still a huge difference between the current Emperor God level sect and the Emperor God level sect that had Emperor Gods in the past. Sima Kongming did not even consider that Duan Lingtian was a fake Emperor God level sect disciple. After all, it was not a big deal even if he was a fake. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension with his own eyes. He had defeated Qian Shuhuan, the Qian family's elder ancestor, who was a higher deity. Qian Shuhuan was an outstanding figure among the Qian family's older generation, and had already become a higher deity 10,000 years ago. No matter how bad one's innate talent was, he would definitely have improved in 10,000 years. As long as such a talented young man did not die prematurely, he would definitely become an earth-shattering figure in Tonglang Province in the future. If the 2 ladies of his Cloud Morning Sect could follow such a person, it would only be beneficial to the Cloud Morning Sect. Even if it was a gamble, he was willing to take it. After receiving Sima Kongming's reply, the 2 ladies by Duan Lingtian's side calmed down and immediately served Duan Lingtian even more diligently. During this process, the 2 ladies had also hinted to Duan Lingtian about some things. Although the 2 ladies were inexperienced, since they were prepared to follow Duan Lingtian, the Cloud Morning Sect had also instructed some women in the sect to teach them beforehand. Therefore, they were not completely clueless in this regard. However, what made them feel helpless was that even after a few days, they still could not win over this seemingly amiable young man even after using all their skills. Whether the young man was lying down, sitting or standing, he was like an old monk in meditation. He was not affected by them at all. This made them feel even more helpless. At the same time, they began to doubt their own charm. It's also time for me to leave. During the few days in the Cloud Morning Sect, Duan Tian did not inquire about anything. Instead, he allowed himself to completely relax and enjoy the service of the two ladies. However, no matter how the two ladies hinted at him, he did not do anything out of line. His heart was as firm as a rock. How could it be shaken by two little girls? Young master, what do we need to prepare? Hearing Duan Tian say that he was going to leave, the two ladies' eyes lit up. Since they were young, the furthest place they had been to was some places in Mountain Overlook City. Until now, they had never left Mountain Overlook City. You don't need to prepare. Duan Tian shook his head. I'll leave by myself. Duan Tian's words made the two ladies completely dumbfounded. Didn't he say that he would take them away? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Young master, is it because we didn't do well that you're not willing to take us away? Yuan Meng's eyes were red and she was about to cry. This was not an act because if they did not leave with Duan Tian, what awaited them would only be a marriage alliance. Moreover, with their status in the Cloud Mourning sect, they could only marry those who were not as strong as the disciples of the Cloud Mourning sect. Those disciples of the Cloud Mourning sect were basically good-for-nothings and would not treat them sincerely. Young master. Lu Hahua's eyes were also red. Didn't you say that you won't let us marry someone we don't like? If you don't take us away, we won't be able to control our own destiny. Hearing the two ladies' words, Duan Tian smiled faintly. Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll see your sect master one last time. As long as I say the word, he won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, when I come to the Cloud Mourning sect in the future, he and the entire Cloud Mourning sect will regret it. Although Duan Tian had a smile on his face from the beginning to the end as he spoke, his voice revealed waves of coldness. When the two ladies heard this, their hearts were filled with warmth. They should have been happy, but at the same time, they felt a little disappointed. Only then did they realize that in the past few days, they had already developed a good impression of this almost perfect young man. When Sima Kongming, the sect master of Cloud Mourning sect, heard Duan Tian's words, although he felt bitter in his heart, he still agreed repeatedly. He knew that his honey trap had failed in the end. Aside from that, he did not dare to ignore the others' instructions before he left. Otherwise, when the other party came again in the future, not only would he be in trouble, Cloud Mourning sect would also be in trouble. Chapter 36:17. My harvest in Mountain Overlook City was pretty good this time. Outside Mountain Overlook City, Duan Tian was about to leave the city when he glanced at the storage ring on his hand. His eyes narrowed as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Of the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City, the Qian family had given him 30,000 divine stones while the other three families had each given him 20,000 divine stones. In total it was 90,000 divine stones. This was already comparable to the total value of the top-grade immortal crystals in his storage ring. Mountain Overlook City is only a small city at the edge of Tunglang Province. In the eyes of outsiders, a small city like Mountain Overlook City is no different from a small rural town. To them, it's a place where even birds don't shit. After all, there isn't even a trace of a divine stone mine in the surrounding area of Mountain Overlook City. However, the reason why Mountain Overlook City is so peaceful and the four major powers can live so comfortably is mostly because they don't have much wealth in their hands. God kings simply disdain to go to Mountain Overlook City to plunder their wealth. As for higher deities, although they also have the ability to plunder, they have to consider the higher deities behind the four major powers. There are many higher deities behind the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Moreover, they are spread throughout Tunglang Province. Although their status is ordinary, they aren't easy to provoke. Unless it's a higher deity with a high status and a powerful background, they have no choice but to fear the higher deities behind the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Of course, higher deities with high status and a powerful background also don't care about the wealth of the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Duan Tian knew the current situation of Mountain Overlook City like the back of his hand. Otherwise, with the strength of the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City, it would be difficult for them to survive in Mountain Overlook City, let alone pass down their legacies. The closest major city to Mountain Overlook City is Tianfeng City. There are 5 God King level clans in Tianfeng City. In addition, there's also the Hidden Fog Academy, whose status is even higher than the 5 God King level clans. It's an academy established by the Divine Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog Academy is the cradle where the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, recruits talented disciples. Even the talented disciples of Skywind City's 5 great God King level families will be sent to the Hidden Fog Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy only recruits young talents under the age of 2,800 because the graduation age of the Hidden Fog Academy is set at 3,000 years old. You're close to 2,800 years old. If you want to enter the Hidden Mist Academy, you have to meet strict conditions. Because, at this age, you can only participate in the 10-star exam. When Duanling Tian was still in Mountain Overlook City a few days ago, he had already learned a lot about the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. He was planning to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. In other words, he would enter the Hidden Fog Academy and walk the path of growth in the Mystic Handle Land. Of course, with the talent and comprehension ability that he had displayed so far, even if he directly joined one of the strongest God Emperor level forces in Tungling Province, he would still have the qualifications to do so. The other party would also be willing to accept him. However, if he did so, unless he could find a huge backer that could protect him, he would be in great danger. Although Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension ability were high, but the moment he joined a God Emperor level force, he would definitely snatch the cultivation resources of some of the original genius disciples of those forces. And those genius disciples, many of them had backing, and many of them even had elders in the upper echelons of those God Emperor level forces. Who knew whether or not the elders behind those genius disciples would make a move against him? Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad, he was nothing compared to those God Emperor level forces. Moreover, even if he joined one of those God Emperor level forces, he was not sure if that person would be able to intimidate those who wanted to kill him. Don't think about reaching the heavens in a single step. The right path is to take one step at a time. Before coming to the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian had heard the world-cleansing divine water say this more than once. The powerhouses in the realm of gods are different from those in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Most of them value blood ties more. Even if your talent and comprehension ability are higher than your juniors, they might not necessarily nurture you since they only trust their juniors. In the realms of gods, it's not like it's the first time a disciple managed to surpass his master and kill him for his treasures. These were the exact words of the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had made a plan for himself. He would not recklessly take the path of reaching the heavens in a single step. He would take it slow and steady. No, it would be more accurate to say he would take it slow and steady. Moreover, with his current foundation, even if he joined one of those God Emperor level forces, he would still need to build his foundation. After all, he was only a lesser god. As for his comprehension of the law of space, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was not afraid that he would not be able to keep up with his cultivation base. As for the sword Tao and control Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, there was no one and nothing that could help him. He could only rely on himself. What he needed most now was to raise his cultivation base. He was only a lesser god now. There was not much difference between joining the Hidden Fog Academy and joining an Emperor-level force. Moreover, with his wealth, as long as he did not come across any particularly rare divine pills, divine fruits or divine herbs, he would have enough to squander before he became a greater god. Hidden Fog Academy. Windy City's Hidden Mist Academy was Duan Lingtian's destination after leaving Mountain View City. Moreover, the Hidden Mist Academy's annual recruitment was about to begin. The Hidden Mist Academy didn't recruit many people each year. However, no matter how few people it was still a huge number. The Hidden Fog Academy's students were divided into 10 levels, from 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, and all the way to 10 star. 10-star students could not be older than 3,000 years old. If they were 2,800 years old and had not become a 10-star student, they would be expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy. 9-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,600 years old. 8-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,400 years old. 200 years old was a step and so on. To enter the Hidden Fog Academy, one had to be at least 1-star student, even if they were under 1,000 years old. 1-star students had to have comprehended 4 profundities of a law to greater mastery, and their cultivation base had to be at least an 8-trigram celestial emperor. There was not a single person in Mountain Overlook City who could do that. In fact, in the past 10,000 years of Mountain Overlook City's history, there had never been such a person. The Hidden Fog Academy is quite flexible. They didn't set a fixed requirement for students to be under 1,000 years old. They will accept anyone under 2,800 years old, but they have to meet the requirements. At this thought, Duan Lingtian finally retracted his thoughts. He turned to look at Mountain Overlook City, the first city he came to after arriving in the mystic astral land. He studied it for a moment before he left. If there were no accidents, he would not return to Mountain Overlook City in the future. After Duan Lingtian left Mountain Overlook City, news of what he did in the Qian clan spread even though the Qian clan tried to cover it up. It did not take long for everyone in Mountain Overlook City to know what Duan Lingtian did in the Qian clan. As a lesser god, Duan Lingtian defeated the Qian clan's ancestor, who was a greater god. Then, the Qian clan gave him 30,000 divine stones, and the other 3 major forces gave him 20,000 divine stones each to curry favor with him. The cause of all this originated from a village called the Duan clan's village in the Endless Mountains. In an instant, many people from Mountain Overlook City entered the Endless Mountains. All of them wanted to head to the Duan clan's manor to watch the show. To be precise, they wanted to go to the Duan clan's southern clan to watch the show. The Duan clan's southern clan had been reduced to ruins. However, when people came to watch the show, the other 3 clans of the Duan clan also noticed the commotion and were puzzled. Who are these people? Are they related to the annihilation of the 2nd and 4th clans of the Tai clan? The 2nd and 4th clans of the Tai clan had been annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. This matter had shaken the entire Endless Mountains. Since then, everyone in the Endless Mountains felt insecure. At the very least, no one dared to step out of the Endless Mountains. All of them anxiously waited in the Endless Mountains, trying to find out why the 2 clans of the Tai clan were annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. However, because the other 3 clans of the Duan clan did not dare to go to Mountain Overlook City, they did not hear about the commotion in Mountain Overlook City. Go and find out why so many people went to the Southern clan. Many people of the 3 clans of the Duan clan left the clan and pretended to be outsiders, blending into the crowd at the Southern clan. At the same time, they pricked up their ears to listen to the whispers of the people around them. This is the Duan clan's Southern clan? The Duan clan's Southern clan that Lord Ling Tian said has a relationship with him? That's right. That Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, is really unlucky. He originally thought that this was a small village that he could bully. Who would have thought that such a calamity would appear? I wonder what kind of relationship that Lord Ling Tian has with the Duan clan's Southern clan. Why don't we go to the other 3 clans and ask around? The people of the Duan clan's Eastern clan, Northern clan, and Western clan were naturally shocked when they learned the ins and outs of the matter from the group of people who came to the ruins of the Duan clan's Southern clan to watch the commotion. Only then did they know, as it turned out, the reason the 2nd and 4th branches of the Tai clan manor were annihilated by the 4 great forces of Mountain Overlook City was all because of a young man named Duan Lingtian. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect, a god-emperor level sect in Tunglang province. A lower god defeated the Qian clan's senior ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, who is a higher god. Heavens! Our Duan clan's Southern clan actually had a relationship with such a big shot in the past? This relationship, is it just the Southern clans or our entire Duan clans? The eyes of the people of the other 3 clans of the Duan clan, who came to inquire about the news, lit up simultaneously. It was as though they could already see the entire Duan clan rising because of that Heaven Illumination sect disciple. Chapter 36:18. My harvest in Mountain Overlook City was pretty good this time. Outside Mountain Overlook City, Duan Lingtian was about to leave the city when he glanced at the storage ring on his hand. His eyes narrowed as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City, the Qian family had given him 30,000 divine stones, while the other 3 families had each given him 20,000 divine stones. In total it was 90,000 divine stones. This was already comparable to the total value of the top-grade immortal crystals in his storage ring. Mountain Overlook City is only a small city at the edge of Tonglang Province. In the eyes of outsiders, a small city like Mountain Overlook City is no different from a small rural town. In their eyes, it's a place where even birds don't shit. After all, there isn't even a trace of a divine stone mine in the surrounding area of Mountain Overlook City. However, the reason why Mountain Overlook City is so peaceful and the 4 major powers can live so comfortably is mostly because they don't have much wealth in their hands. God Kings simply disdain to go to Mountain Overlook City to plunder their wealth. As for higher deities, although they also have the ability to plunder, they have to consider the higher deities behind the 4 major powers. There are many higher deities behind the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Moreover, they are spread throughout Tonglang Province. Although their status is ordinary, they aren't easy to provoke. Unless it's a higher deity with a high status and a powerful background, they have no choice but to fear the higher deities behind the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Of course, higher deities with high status and a powerful background don't care about the wealth of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Duanling Tian knew the current situation of Mountain Overlook City like the back of his hand. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City, it would be difficult for them to survive in Mountain Overlook City, let alone pass down their legacies. The closest major city to Mountain Overlook City is Tianfeng City. There are 5 God King level clans in Tianfeng City. In addition, there is an even more transcendent existence than the 5 God King level clans, the Hidden Fog Academy. It is an academy established by the Divine Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog Academy is the cradle where the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, recruits talented disciples. Even the talented disciples of Skywind City's 5 great God King level families will be sent to the Hidden Fog Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy only recruits young talents under the age of 2,800 because the graduation age of the Hidden Fog Academy is set at 3,000 years old. You're close to 2,800 years old. If you want to enter the Hidden Mist Academy, you have to meet strict conditions. Because, at this age, you can only participate in the 10-star exam. When Duanling Tian was still in Mountainside City a few days ago, he had already learned a lot about the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. He was planning to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. In other words, he would enter the Hidden Fog Academy and walk the path of growth in the Mystic Handle Land. Of course, with the talent and comprehension ability that he had displayed so far, even if he directly joined one of the strongest God Emperor level forces in Tongling Province, he would still have the qualifications to do so. The other party would also be willing to accept him. However, if he did so, unless he could find a huge backer that could protect him, he would be in great danger. His talent and comprehension ability were high, but the moment he joined a God Emperor level force, he would definitely snatch the cultivation resources of some of the original genius disciples of those forces. And those genius disciples, many of them had backing, and many of them even had elders in the upper echelons of those God Emperor level forces. Who knew whether or not the elders behind those genius disciples would make a move against him? Although Duanling Tian was strong, he was nothing compared to the powerhouses of those God Emperor level forces. Moreover, even if he joined one of those God Emperor level forces, he did not know if that person would be able to intimidate those who wanted to kill him. Don't think about reaching the heavens in a single step. The right path is to take one step at a time. Before coming to the realms of gods, Duanling Tian had heard the world-cleansing divine water say this more than once. The powerhouses in the realms of gods are different from those in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Most of them value blood ties. Even if your talent and comprehension ability are higher than your juniors, they won't necessarily nurture you since they only believe in their juniors. In the realms of gods, it's not like it's the first time a disciple managed to surpass his master and kill him for his treasures. These were the exact words of the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, Duanling Tian had made a plan for himself. He did not want to take the path of reaching the heavens in a single step. He wanted to grow steadily and quietly. To be more precise, he wanted to grow quietly. Moreover, with his current foundation, Even if he joined one of those God-Emperor level forces, he would still need to build a foundation. After all, he was only a lesser god. As for his comprehension of the law of space, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was not afraid that he would not be able to keep up with his cultivation base. As for the sword Tao and control Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth, there was no one and nothing that could help him. He could only rely on himself. What he needed most now was to raise his cultivation base. He was only a lesser god now. There was not much difference between joining the Hidden Fog Academy and joining an Emperor-level force. Moreover, as long as he did not come across any extremely rare divine pills, divine fruits, or divine herbs, he would have enough wealth to squander before he became a greater god. Hidden Fog Academy. Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy was Duan Lingtian's destination after leaving Mountain Overlook City. The Hidden Fog Academy's annual recruitment was about to begin. The Hidden Mist Academy didn't recruit many people each year. However, no matter how few people it was still a huge number after a year. The Hidden Fog Academy's students were divided into 10 levels, from 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and all the way to 10-star. 10-star students could not be older than 3,000 years old. If they were 2,800 years old and had not become a 10-star student, they would be expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy. Nine-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,600 years old. 8-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,400 years old. 200 years old was the next step, and so on. To enter the Hidden Fog Academy, even if they were under 1,000 years old, they had to be at least 1-star student. 1-star students had to have comprehended 4 profundities of a law to greater mastery, and be an 8-trigram celestial emperor or above. There was not a single person in Mountain Overlook City who could do that. In fact, in the past 10,000 years of Mountain Overlook City's history, there had never been such a person. The Hidden Fog Academy is quite flexible. They didn't set a rule that only students under 1,000 years old are accepted. They will accept anyone under 2,800 years old, but they have to meet the corresponding requirements. Duan Lingtian finally retracted his thoughts. He turned to look at Mountain Overlook City, the first city he had come to after arriving in the Mystic Gangland in the Plain of Gods. He studied it carefully before he left. If there were no accidents, he would not be returning to Mountain Overlook City in the future. After Duan Lingtian left Mountain Overlook City, news of what he did in the Qian clan spread even though the Qian clan tried to cover it up. It did not take long for everyone in Mountain Overlook City to know what Duan Lingtian did in the Qian clan. As a lesser god, he had squandered the Qian family's greater god old ancestor. The Qian family had even gifted him 30,000 godstones, and the other 3 major powers had also given him 20,000 godstones each. All of them wanted to curry favor with him. All of this originated from a village in the Endless Mountains called the Duan Clan's Manor. Many people in Mountain Overlook City entered the Endless Mountains to see what was going on in the Duan Clan's Manor. To be precise, they wanted to see what was going on in the Duan Clan's southern manor. The Duan Clan's southern manor had been reduced to rubble. However, when people came to see what was going on, the other 3 Duan Clan's manors were also puzzled. Who are these people? Are they related to the annihilation of the 2nd and 4th branches of the Tai clan's manor? The 2nd and 4th branches of the Tai clan's manor were annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. This matter had shaken the entire Endless Mountains. Since then, everyone in the Endless Mountains felt insecure. At the very least, no one dared to step out of the Endless Mountains. All of them anxiously waited in the Endless Mountains, trying to find out why the 2 branches of the Tai clan's manor were annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. However, because the other 3 Duan clan's manors didn't dare to go to Mountain Overlook City, they didn't hear about the matter that was spreading like wildfire in Mountain Overlook City. Go and find out why so many people went to the southern manor. Many people left the Duan clan's manor and pretended to be outsiders, blending into the crowd at the southern manor. At the same time, they pricked up their ears to listen to the whispers of the people around them. This is the Duan clan's southern manor? The Duan clan's southern manor that Lord Ling Tian said has a relationship with him? That's right. That Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, is really unlucky. He originally thought that this was a small village that he could bully. Who would have thought that such a calamity would appear? I wonder what kind of relationship that Lord Ling Tian has with the Duan clan's southern manor. Why don't we go to the other 3 Duan clans' manors and ask around? The people from the Duan clan's Eastern Manor, Northern Manor, and Western Manor were naturally shocked when they found out the ins and outs of the matter from the people who came to the ruins of the Duan clan's Southern Manor to watch the show. Only then did they know, as it turned out, the reason why the 2nd and 4th branches of the Tai clan manor were annihilated by the 4 great forces of Mountain Overlook City was all because of a young man named Duan Lingtian. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of their Tunglang province's God Emperor sect, the Heavenly Illumination sect. A lower divine realm expert defeated the Qian clan's senior ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, who is a higher divine realm expert. Heavens! Our Duan clan's southern manor actually had a relationship with such a big shot in the past? Is this relationship only related to the southern manor or our entire Duan clan? The eyes of the people from the other 3 Duan clan's manors who came to inquire about the news lit up simultaneously. It was as though they could already see the entire Duan clan's rise because of that Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. Chapter 36:19. I've been editing and uploading them. Now that I've lost the draft for the 2nd chapter, I have to rewrite it. I'll replace it after I've finished writing it. At that time, I'll send another reminder. At that time, I'll just have to refresh it again. There won't be repeated charges. Sorry. I'm a little irritated. After writing for so many years, this is the first time I've lost a draft. This rubbish writing software doesn't have any historical records. Ling Tian War God, chapter repetition problem. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 36:20. If it could not be refreshed, try clearing the cache or re-adding the book back to the bookshelf to read. Usually, it was not so complicated. It would automatically be revised when one read it back. I'm really sorry. I will definitely be more careful in the future and not make the same mistake again. I'm sorry. Well, for those who do not know the truth, you can skip this part. Ling Tian's War God has been revised. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 36:21. As the big city in the Mountain Overlook City, the Wind City occupied a vast area that Mountain Overlook City couldn't compare to. The city gates were at least 5 times larger than any of the city gates in Mountain Overlook City. Not only that, but the city walls were taller as well. Apart from that, the city gave off an ancient vibe. It was as though the city had existed for a very long time. After flying into Wind City, Duan Lingtian did not look for a restaurant like he did when he first visited Mountain Overlook City. Instead, he looked for an inn and checked in. The most important thing now is to find a way to conceal my bone age. As the saying went, trees have growth rings, but people have bone age. In the realms of gods, one could not tell how long a person had lived just by looking at their appearance. After all, it was easy to maintain one's youthful appearance if one wanted to. Naturally, there were also those who did not like to look young. They would either look middle-aged or old. One's age could not be determined based on one's appearance. However, one's bone age was a reflection of one's true age. Take the Hidden Fog Academy in Wind City as an example. When they recruited students, they would test their bone age. Duan Lingtian was only close to 700 years old. Naturally, they would be able to tell his age through the test. However, as the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not want his true age to be exposed. If his identity was exposed, the danger would outweigh the opportunity. At that time, his fate would no longer be in his own hands. It would depend on the mood of those powerhouses and whether they would accept him. If they accepted him, he would live. If they did not, he would die. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian wanted to conceal his bone age the most. When he was still in the Devata realms, the world-cleansing divine water had advised him to consume the bone concealment pill to conceal his skeletal age before revealing his true age in the realms of gods. The bone concealment pill was a divine pill that had many grades. The higher the grade, the more it would increase one's bone age. Moreover, the bone concealment pill could only increase one's bone age, not reduce it. The bone concealment pill is not a very precious divine pill. Even the spirit connection pill is far inferior to it. Let's see which pill stores sell the bone concealment pill. I can buy some later. When he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian left the inn and started strolling around Skywind City. The most important place to visit was the pill store. After wandering around for an entire afternoon, he found that almost every pill shop had hidden bone pills for sale. However, there were only 3 grades and none of the higher grades. However, among the 3 grades of bone concealment pills, the middle grade was just right for the current Duan Ling Tian, hiding the skeletal age and increasing it by 2,000 years. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's real age was nearly 700 years old. Adding on his 2,000 years, he would be nearly 2,700 years old. At this age, he could only participate in the Hidden Fog Academy's assessment for 9-star and 10-star students. Once they reached the age of 2,800, they would be kicked out of the Hidden Fog Academy if they still couldn't pass the 10-star exam. Although I can't be too high profile when I enter the Hidden Fog Academy, I can't show my weak cultivation either. If I do, my progress in leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and entering the Hidden Fog sect will be slower. So, 2,700 years old is the most suitable age for me at the moment. Even if it's conspicuous, it won't be too exaggerated. This was what Duan Ling Tian thought. At 2,700 years old, even if his performance was outstanding, it would only be a little better than the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy. It wouldn't be too exaggerated. Although it would attract attention, it wouldn't be easy to attract extreme jealousy and hostility. But this bone concealment pill is really expensive. A bone concealment pill that can increase one's skeletal age by 2,000 years for a month actually costs 200 spirit stones. The price of the bone concealment pill made Duan Ling Tian speechless. After all, the pill's effect only lasted for a month, not forever. Even so, Duan Ling Tian still planned to buy it. However, he didn't buy it directly. After returning to the inn, he went out and found a remote place. He changed into a hooded black robe and went to buy it. He did this so he wouldn't leave any traces behind. In any case, he had to be as careful as he could in this unfamiliar realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian did not want to die prematurely. His wife Ker was still waiting for him to save her. There were too many powerhouses in this realm of gods. Although he had become a god, he was only a lesser god. He could only be considered as a starting point on the path to becoming a god in this realm of gods. He was just like a heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. He was just like a martial artist in the mundane realms who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He still had a long way to go. In this realm, there were many people who could defeat him. If he was not careful, he would not be able to react in time if he was killed. After a while, Duan Ling Tian swallowed the bone concealment pill. While waiting for the Hidden Fog Academy's annual recruitment, he wandered around Hidden Fog City to see if there was anything he needed to buy. Currently, even if he did not exchange the supreme celestial crystals in his possession for divine stones, he still had 90,000 divine stones. It was enough for him to squander for a while. In fact, as long as he did not overspend, it would be enough for him to become a greater god. I don't need to buy any divine weapons. However, I can buy some floating image pearls that record the battles between powerhouses who are skilled in the law of space. Although I have the supreme powerhouse divinity to help me comprehend the law of space, it's still different from other powerhouses who have comprehended the law of space. Perhaps, I'll be able to gain more insights from the floating image pearls and improve my comprehension of the law of space. Duan Ling Tian had discovered this when he was in the Devata realms. For example, the law of space in the primeval precipice in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had been of great help to him. Apart from the floating image pearls, there are also divine pills, divine fruits, and some formation discs for spirit gathering formations that will be of great help to my cultivation. After all, The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was much denser and more powerful. If he recklessly activated the formation discs for spirit-gathering formations in the Devata realms, it would be destroyed by the heaven and earth spirit energy. There are only 2 months left before the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment begins. During the 2 months of waiting, Duanling Tian had almost swept through all the big and small medicinal pill stores in the Heavenly Wind City and purchased a large number of divine pills that could assist lesser deities in their cultivation. However, he did not find any divine fruits. Divine fruits were generally more effective than divine pills. Moreover, most divine fruits could be refined into divine pills. Therefore, very few people would sell them directly. Are there any better divine pills? Duanling Tian asked the shopkeeper in one of the pill shops. When the shopkeeper heard this, a bitter smile immediately appeared on his face. Dear customer, even if this humble store had better divine pills, they would be swept away by those divine king-level clans not long after they arrived. They are also the most well-informed. It's the same for the divine fruits you're looking for. Half of the divine pills and divine fruits in the Heavenly Wind City are in the hands of the God King clans and their affiliated forces. The remaining half are in the Hidden Fog Academy. If you're willing to pay a high price, you might be able to obtain the divine pills and divine fruits. As for the divine pills and divine pills, it's very difficult to obtain them. The shopkeeper briefly explained the situation in the Heavenly Wind City to Duanling Tian. Pay a high price to obtain them? Duanling Tian was puzzled by this. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Those God King level clans all have their own trading houses. Every once in a while, in order to help their trading houses attract customers, they will hold an auction in their trading houses. At that time, the trading houses of their clans will be the busiest. And for an auction to attract people to bid or join in the fun, there must be something good. Duanling Tian nodded after the shopkeeper finished speaking. He could understand the actions of the God King clans. Is there an auction soon? Duanling Tian asked the shopkeeper. In half a month, there will be an auction in the Zhou clan's trading house. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. The shopkeeper smiled. Are there any requirements to participate in the auction? Duanling Tian asked again. Other than having to pay the required amount of divine stones to enter, there are no other requirements. The seats in the lobby cost 10 divine stones. As for the private rooms upstairs, each one costs 1,000 divine stones. When the manager reached this point, he began to shake his head. In truth, every time the God King level clans hold an auction, they will be able to amass a great amount of wealth just by relying on the tickets. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Duanling Tian understood. Half a month later, at the Zhou clan's auction, the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment would be held a month later. It's meaningless to go out now. I'll wait for the Zhou clan's auction and the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment before I go out. After returning to the inn, Duanling Tian planned to go out twice in the following month. The first time would be at the Zhou clan's auction in half a month's time, and the second time would be at the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment in a month's time. Moreover, after the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment, he would definitely live in the Hidden Fog Academy. This was because the Hidden Fog Academy had a rule that students had to live in the academy, and they could only leave the academy for 3 days once a month. In the following half a month, with the help of the elixirs I bought recently, I can further consolidate my cultivation as a lesser god. Although the elixirs he bought were not very effective, there was a lot of them. Therefore, Duanling Tian was confident that he could completely consolidate his cultivation as a lesser god in half a month. At that time, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the intermediate god stage. Of course, this was just the beginning. Even then, his cultivation base was still quite a distance away from the level of a medium deity. In Tianfeng City, everything was calm and peaceful. No one knew that a monstrous genius had appeared in Tianfeng City in the past month. This genius was enough to attract the attention of the strongest god emperors in Tonglang province. Chapter 36-22. The few God King level clans in Skywind City all had their own trading houses in Skywind City, and they were in a competitive relationship with each other. It was also because of this that they would hold an auction every once in a while to attract customers to their trading houses. This time, it was the turn of the Zhou clan, one of the Divine King level clans in Wind City, to hold an auction. A few days before the auction began, the Zhou clan's trading house had already become very lively. There were people from Wind City and people from around Wind City who had heard the news. There's really a lot of people. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had come to the Zhou clan's trading house. Not long after he had arrived in Wind City, he had come to the Zhou clan's trading house, but at that time, there were not as many people as there were now. Now, although the streets and alleys of the Zhou clan's trading house were not crowded, there was still a black mass of people. One had to know that the last time Duan Ling Tian had been here, this place was just like the streets outside Wind City. There were some places with many people, some places with many people and some small alleys without stalls. There were even fewer people. The exchange hall referred to an area within Tianfeng City, not a shop. In any trading house, one had to hand over 10% of the profits to the Divine King level clans behind the trading house every time they sold an item. Of course, in the trading houses under the Divine King level clans, nearly half of the shops were completely controlled by their clans. The remaining shops were rented out because the trading houses were too big and their clans did not have enough manpower to manage them. Under such circumstances, some of the shops were rented out. As for the shops in other parts of Wind City, not only were there fewer customers, the items they sold were also ordinary. Gradually, they personally pushed the customers to the trading houses of the various Divine King level clans. I wonder if I can find any treasures in this Zhou clan's trading house. Now, there was still a day before the Zhou clan's auction began. Duan Ling Tian had come here early to join in the fun because he had heard that the Zhou clan's trading house would be very lively before the auction began. Not only would there be more people buying things, there would also be more people setting up stalls to sell things. There were actually quite a few people who had the same thoughts as Duan Ling Tian. However, most of them returned disappointed in the end, including Duan Ling Tian. Well, you're right. I'm considered an outsider in the realm of gods. How could I possibly find treasures that even gods with higher cultivation bases than me, including godly kings, can't find? Even if I saw it, I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize it. In the end, Duan Ling Tian returned empty-handed. I'll come back tomorrow when the Zhou family's auction starts. When the time comes, I'll exchange the 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals for godstones. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The Zhou family auction would be held at night. Duan Ling Tian was in no hurry to leave. Only when it was evening did he walk out of the inn's entrance and head towards the Zhou family's transaction house. Along the way, it was still all right at the start. The flow of people on the streets and in the air was normal. However, as they approached the Zhou family trading house, the flow of people suddenly increased. Furthermore, there were people continuously descending from the sky, because flying was not allowed in the Zhou family trading house. The only people who were allowed to fly were the Zhou family's patrol team. The patrol team was made up of 10 people, and all of them were higher deities. Moreover, it was said that they could contact the Zhou clan's god kings at any time. Moreover, the Zhou clan had a god king stationed at the Zhou clan's trading house, so they could strike at any time. Upon entering the Zhou family trading house, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what it felt like to be crowded. The number of people in the Zhou family trading house today was even more exaggerated than the day before. There was a lot of chatter as well. It said that the price of the entrance ticket to the auction this time has increased to 100 divine stones. Really? Why is it so exaggerated? Don't tell me there's something good in the auction this time? It said that the Zhou family will be auctioning a divine royal grade cultivation method. A divine royal grade cultivation method. Heavens! I don't think there's a divine royal grade cultivation method in the history of the auctions held by the God King clans in Tianfeng City. Why didn't the Zhou family keep a divine royal grade cultivation method? If I remember correctly, the Zhou family's most treasured cultivation method is only a God King grade cultivation method, and it can only be cultivated up to the level of a middle God King. It's also because of this that there are very few people in the Zhou family who have reached the level of a higher God King. The Zhou family is very smart. They know that they will definitely become the target of everyone if they touch a divine royal grade cultivation method. Therefore they put it up for auction as it is. It's said that the formation that seals this divine royal grade cultivation method has not been broken yet. This proves that the Zhou family has not opened it yet. Since it hasn't been opened, how can you be sure that it's a divine royal grade cultivation method? Because that's the most treasured cultivation method of a divine royal grade clan that appeared in the history of our Tonglang province. Many people know that cultivation method is called the 6 Divine Shadows formula. It's really the 6 Divine Shadows formula? Heavens! These cultivation techniques have actually appeared? I've long heard that when the Ku family, a godly emperor-level family in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, was exterminated, several godly emperor-level forces of the Ku family did not find the 6 Divine Shadows spell. At that time, some people guessed that it had been hidden away. I didn't expect it to appear today. Duan Ling Tian heard the commotion around him and learned about the final item of the Zhou family's auction. It was the divine royal grade cultivation method, the 6 Divine Shadows formula. The appearance of such a cultivation method in Tianfeng City was enough to cause a commotion. After all, the most powerful God King clans in Tianfeng City only had God King grade cultivation methods as their most treasured cultivation methods. The appearance of a divine royal grade cultivation method was too shocking. Normally, such a cultivation method would only exist in God King grade clans. Naturally, some sectless cultivators might possess a divine royal grade cultivation method. Due to the long history of the realms of gods, although many clans had fallen, their descendants had passed down their cultivation methods. However, they were still roaming the world as sectless cultivators. A divine royal grade cultivation method is useless to me. Before he came to the mystic handle land in the realms of gods, or rather, before he entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian had obtained a godly venerable grade cultivation method from his master, Feng Qingyang. Even godly venerable grade clans did not possess a godly venerable grade cultivation method. It only existed in the hands of supreme experts. Moreover, a godly venerable grade cultivation method was unpredictable. For example, the godly venerable grade cultivation method that Feng Qingyang had passed on to Duan Ling Tian could turn any low-grade cultivation method into a godly venerable grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian had upgraded his first cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, to a godly venerable grade cultivation method. Currently, he was cultivating the modified version of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had chosen the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique because he was nostalgic. Naturally, it was also because there was no difference between the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique and the cultivation methods in the Devata realms. Otherwise, he would not have delayed his growth and affected his cultivation because of nostalgia. However, Duan Ling Tian did not care about the divine royal grade cultivation method. It did not mean other people did not care. It said that some godly emperor-level forces have sent people here. Some of those godly emperor-level forces have godly emperor-level cultivation techniques, while some only have fragments of them. This time, a complete godly emperor-level cultivation technique has appeared in Wind City, so they won't miss it. That's right. No divine royal grade clans would complain about having too many divine royal grade cultivation methods. It is precisely because of this that the tickets to the Zhou family's auction this time have been inflated to a sky-high price. Furthermore, the number of ticket scalpers is still rising. In the 2 hours before the auction starts, I'm afraid that the price of an ordinary ticket will exceed the 200 taels of divine stones. The price of a room ticket has also increased from 1,000 taels of divine stones to 2,000 taels of divine stones. I'm sure it will exceed 3,000 taels of divine stones before the auction begins. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by the discussions around him. In the past, he only knew that the price of the concert tickets of some heavenly kings on earth would be sky-high. However, he did not expect the price of the entrance ticket to an auction in the realms of gods would be so high as well. Let's exchange for divine stones first. Duan Ling Tian followed the crowd and arrived at the Zhou clan's trading house where people could exchange for divine stones. Duan Ling Tian took out 10 million supreme celestial crystals. If it was any other day, it would have shocked many people. However, today, it only shocked a few people. This was because there were people who were willing to exchange more supreme celestial crystals for divine stones. For the godly emperor level technique, Not only did people from godly emperor-level forces come, some godly king-level forces also came. These godly king-level forces were not like the Zhou clan of Wind City. They were afraid of taking the godly emperor-level technique for themselves. They didn't even dare to take it for themselves. They were afraid that they would be exterminated. These god-king grade clans did not settle down in one place. Instead, they roamed around. If a place was not safe or comfortable, they would move to another place. In fact, they were bandits. Whether it was in the mundane realms, the Devata realms, or the realms of gods, as long as there were people, there would be greed. There were bandits in the mundane realms, bandits in the Devata realms, and bandits in the realms of gods. Moreover, there were many powerful bandits in the realms of gods. For example, there were many god-king grade clans in Tunglung province. Since they did not settle down in one place, they were not afraid of ordinary divine royal grade clans. This time, there were not only divine royal grade clans but also god-king grade clans who came for the divine royal grade cultivation method. The bandits had many divine stones in their possession. However, in order to compete for the divine royal grade cultivation method in the Zhou clan's auction, they had even taken out all their supreme celestial crystals to exchange for divine stones. One of the bandits even took out 30 million supreme celestial crystals. I wonder which bandit force he's from. Many people speculated that Duan Ling Tian was a bandit as well. Duan Ling Tian could only smile helplessly. Bro. Big brother. After returning to the busy street, Duan Ling Tian hadn't even taken 2 steps when he noticed that his path was blocked by someone. Moreover, the young girl that blocked his path actually had an excited expression as she stared at his face and called him Big Brother. Chapter 36-23. The young girl was dressed in a light green robe, and her slightly curly long hair was draped behind her back. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, and her large bright eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian. Her slightly youthful face was filled with excitement. A beautiful woman stood behind the young girl. She had a cold aura, and when she looked at Duan Lingtian, her face was filled with astonishment. Brother! While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, the young girl had already turned into a gust of wind and rushed over to hug Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to dodge, but when he saw the excitement in the young girl's eyes that came from the bottom of her heart and the tears that splashed out, he did not dodge in the end and allowed the young girl to pounce on him and hug him. However, his hand stiffly lifted up as he said in a slightly embarrassed manner, Did you get the wrong person? Duan Lingtian was certain that he had never seen this young girl before, but why did she call him brother? Moreover, the young girl's emotions were not feigned. Could it be that this young girl's brother was someone who looked like him? The young girl's behavior attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, most of them were in a hurry, and no one stopped to watch the show. For a moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two became the only figures standing still in the crowd on the street. The other person was the beautiful woman following behind the young girl. Brother Lingtian, don't you want to acknowledge little you anymore? The young girl raised her head, and her watery eyes were filled with grievance. Little you misses you a lot. Little you has been in Tianfeng City for many years, and it's all for the sake of meeting you today. Brother didn't lie to little you. Little you was really able to meet brother at the Zhou clan's trading house in Tianfeng City. The young girl spoke again, and Duan Lingtian was completely petrified. Could it be that the young girl's brother who looked like him was also called Lingtian? However, what did the young girl mean by her last words? Based on her words, was he the one who asked her to appear here? Or perhaps, it was that big brother Lingtian, who looked very similar to him who instructed her to do so? Miss, young Master Duan, let's find a place to catch up. At the same time, the beautiful woman who followed the young girl, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It would have been better if she hadn't opened her mouth, but the moment she did, it immediately caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble once again. The young girl's older brother who looked similar to him was also called Duan Lingtian? Was there such a coincidence in this world? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Yes, let's find a place first. Duan Lingtian also spoke up. There were so many people on the street that it was not appropriate for them to continue blocking the way. Only then did the young lady reluctantly leave Duan Lingtian's embrace. However, one of her hands still held onto Duan Lingtian's arm very naturally and unpretentiously. Her intimate appearance did not seem to be fake at all. Duan Lingtian could also feel the girl's joy and determination. This made him even more bewildered and confused. What was going on? We can enter the wing of the Zhou clan's auction now. Miss, aren't you interested in the Zhou clan's auction? Let young Master Duan come with us. The beautiful woman said to the young girl. When the young girl heard the beautiful woman's words, she glanced at her and hesitated to speak. However, when she saw the beautiful woman gently shaking her head, she did not say anything in the end. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile and said, Brother Lingtian, let's go to the wing of the Zhou clan's auction to chat. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would definitely reject an invitation from a stranger. However, the enthusiasm of the young girl in front of him, and the fact that she actually knew his name made him let his guard down a little. At the same time, it also made him curious. Who was she? How did she know his name? Why did she say that he was the one who asked her to look for him? All of this made Duan Lingtian feel incredulous. As for whether the other party was plotting something against him, Duan Lingtian rejected the idea in his heart. This was because he could be said to be a newcomer to the profound Handel land. No one knew his origins. The only people who knew his name were the people of Mountain Overlook City. The people of Mountain Overlook City all knew that he was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect and was not to be trifled with. They would definitely not dare to have any thoughts about him. However, the young girl and the beautiful woman in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. Such people were probably not people who the people of Mountain Overlook City could contact. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the end, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but extend his divine consciousness with the intention of probing the young girl and the beautiful woman. However, he discovered that when his divine consciousness landed on them, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not detect anything. After all, he was a lesser god. Even a higher god like the Qian clan's ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, whom he had met in Mountain Overlook City, could not make him feel this way. As such, there was only one explanation. The young girl and the beautiful woman in front of him might be existences above the God-King realm. While Duan Lingtian was probing the beautiful woman and the young girl with his divine consciousness, the two girls looked at each other. The beautiful woman did not seem surprised, but the depths of the young girl's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, they sent a message to the beautiful woman. Aunt Xian, Brother Lingtian's cultivation. The shock in the young girl's eyes only gradually faded when the beautiful woman replied. So that's how it is. I understand everything. At this moment, the young girl thought of many things. Many things that she had been puzzled about in the past were all made clear at this moment. Brother, you must have come here for the Zhou clan's auction, right? It just so happens that Aunt Xian has already bought the tickets for the side room. You don't need to buy another ticket. In the blink of an eye, the young girl seemed to have changed into a different person. She became much more lively, and when she looked at Duan Lingtian, the shock in her eyes disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the change in the young girl's attitude, but he did not know why. However, he was indeed here for the Zhou clan's auction. Therefore, he did not decline and went to the Zhou clan's auction with the beautiful woman and the beautiful woman. They entered a side room on the second floor of the Zhou clan's auction. The word 9 was hung outside the side room, and it was obvious that this was the Zhou clan's auction's private room number 9. The private room was very spacious, and there was a row of windows on one side that could be opened. In front of the windows, there was a row of seats arranged side by side. Sitting on the seats, one could see the situation in the auction through the windows. You? Who are you? After entering the private room, Duan Lingtian sat to one side and looked at the young girl and the beautiful woman. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yes, we have mistaken you for someone else. Before the young girl could say anything, the beautiful woman nodded. I'm sorry, you look too much like someone we know. You can even say that you look exactly the same. I'm Yu Qiushuan. How should I address you, little brother? Yu Qiushuan acted as though nothing had happened as she asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not reply to her. Instead, he looked at her suspiciously before looking at the young girl beside Yu Qiushuan. You clearly called out my name just now. Could it be that you really know someone called Duan Lingtian who looks exactly like me? To be able to mistake someone for someone else meant that they were very similar, or even exactly the same. It was not strange for people to look alike. However, the strange thing was that not only did the young girl before him call him Big Brother, she even said his name. Besides that, the beautiful woman before him even said his surname and addressed him as young Master Duan. You're also called Duan Lingtian? Before the young girl could say anything, Yu Qiushuan spoke again with a surprised tone. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Duan Lingtian and Yu Qiushuan looked straight at each other. He did not believe that there was such a coincidence. However, after staring at Yu Qiushuan for a long time, he still could not find any clues. At this moment, he knew that it would not be easy for him to find out the truth of the matter. However, Duan Lingtian did not give up. He looked at the young girl and asked, Tell me, did you really recognize the wrong person? Duan Lingtian's gaze was burning like fire, causing the young girl to avoid looking at him. However, when the beautiful woman glanced at the young girl, at an angle that Duan Lingtian did not notice, the young girl's gaze suddenly became firm. When she turned to look at Duan Lingtian again, she nodded. I have indeed recognized the wrong person. Brother, I'm sorry. The young girl apologized softly. Since even the young girl had said so, even if Duan Lingtian still felt that something was amiss, he knew he would not be able to find out anything. He frowned and did not ask any more questions. He became completely silent as he stared blankly at the auction venue outside. Brother, let's get to know each other again. My name is Ling Xiaoyu. After a hint of guilt flashed through the young girl's eyes, she looked at Duan Lingtian again, as if she had gathered her courage. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young girl, and a bright light flashed through his eyes. She also had the surname Ling. Could it really be a coincidence? The brother she spoke of, Duan Lingtian, could it be that he was her blood-related brother? Could it be that she is father's illegitimate daughter outside? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. However, just as this thought appeared, it was extinguished by him. Impossible! This is the land of profound handle. It is impossible for father to have come here, and even more impossible for him to leave an illegitimate daughter here. Moreover, this Ling Xiaoyu, although she looks young, her cultivation is most likely at the Divine King realm or above. If she is really father's illegitimate daughter, what level of existence would the woman who left her with father be? That kind of person would fancy my father? Right now, it was also Duan Lingtian's thoughts that Duan Ruffing did not know, otherwise, he would definitely not be able to resist scolding him. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian felt that he was even more confused. In the end, he could only go along with what the other two said, and treat all of this as a misunderstanding that could not be any more coincidental. Other than this, there was no other explanation. Although, he faintly realized that the two people in front of him knew the truth. However, if the other party did not say anything, there was nothing he could do. Brother Ling Tian. Brother, Little Yu's brother has already left Little Yu for a long time. In the future, Little Yu will also call you brother, okay? Ling Xiaoyu looked at Duan Ling Tian with teary eyes and asked pitifully. Chapter 36-24. All right. Duan Lingtian found it hard to reject Duan Xiaoyu's pitiful appearance. Duan Lingtian's heart softened and he agreed. Duan Xiaoyu beamed with joy when she received Duan Lingtian's permission. She moved to the seat next to Duan Lingtian and sat down. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and held Duan Lingtian's arm as she leaned her head on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Duan Lingtian could feel that Duan Xiaoyu's attachment to him was indeed a pure attachment between siblings, and it was not mixed with any other feelings. This feeling was very similar to when he was with Xuan Ai. Yu Qiushuan, who was standing nearby, saw Duan Xiaoyu's actions. She wanted to stop her, but after a moment of hesitation, a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. She allowed Duan Xiaoyu to sit next to Duan Lingtian and hold Duan Lingtian's arm intimately. Soon after, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. At this moment, only she knew what she was thinking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Duan Xiaoyu sat next to Duan Lingtian and held his arm as she chatted with him. Most of the time, she was asking Duan Lingtian questions. "Brother, are you from Heavenly Wind City?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. He did not lie to her. He told her he was from a Devata realm and had been in the mystic Handle land for 1,000 years. After all, his bone age was close to 2,700 years old, so it was not a big deal for him to lie. He could not tell her he had only recently arrived in the mystic Starland through the realm battlefield, right? If he told her that, how could he explain he had opened the spatial barrier in the realm battlefield? In addition, the reason why he didn't lie to Duan Xiaoyu was because the origins of Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan were too mysterious. Moreover, they were suspected to be existences above the Divine King realm. They might even be related to the God Emperor sect, Heavenly Illumination sect. When he was in Mountain Overlook City, he could lie and say that he was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. However, in front of the two people in front of him, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. Wah! Brother, is the Devata realm fun? Brother, you're actually an ascender. While Duan Lingtian was questioning Duan Xiaoyu enthusiastically, Yu Qiushuan, who was seated on the other side, remained calm and unperturbed when faced with Duan Lingtian's response to Duan Xiaoyu. She gave off a misconception, as though she already knew all of this. Of course, he didn't seem to care too much about this. Duan Xiaoyu was like a curious baby, asking all sorts of questions in front of Duan Lingtian. Only when the host announced that the auction was about to begin did Duan Xiaoyu stop asking questions. However, she had a satisfied expression on her face. It was as though she was satisfied that Duan Lingtian was able to chat with her for so long. It's actually full. It seems like the divine royal grade cultivation method is quite tempting to the people around Heavenly Wind City. Duan Xiaoyu said with a smile as she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at the auction venue outside the window. Brother, what do you think? Duan Xiaoyu asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, his attention was also focused on the auction outside. At this moment, the auction venue of the Zhou clan's auction was bustling with people. A beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes stood on the high platform in front of the auction venue. Her eyes were as clear as water, and it seemed as though they would melt at the touch of her eyes. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. She was the host of the Zhou clan's auction today. Zhou Yun? Just now, when the host announced that the auction was about to begin, she introduced herself as Zhou Yun. At the same time, many people in the auction venue were talking among themselves. I didn't expect the Zhou clan to send Elder Zhou Yun to personally host the auction this time. Elder Zhou Yun is one of the higher deities in the Zhou clan who is closest to the godly king realm. This shows how much importance the Zhou clan places on this auction. In the past, they would at most send an intermediate deity or an ordinary higher deity to host the auction. Of course. After all, the 6 God After Images technique, a divine royal grade cultivation method that has been missing for a long time, will be auctioned in this auction. The Zhou clan is really bold. They took out such a cultivation method just like that. They have to be bold. If the Zhou clan is exposed for secretly keeping a divine royal grade cultivation method, it will be a devastating blow to them. It's almost impossible for a godly king grade force to keep a divine royal grade cultivation method. That's true. But not every godly king grade force would be willing to do this after obtaining a divine royal grade cultivation method. In the past, let alone the profound Handle land, even in the history of our Tungling province, there were many godly king grade forces that were destroyed because of a divine royal grade cultivation method. Although Duan Lingtian had heard many people mention this when he was outside, he knew that it was impossible. However, he could not help but feel nervous when he heard about it. Perhaps, the realm of gods was crueler than he had imagined. A mere divine royal grade cultivation method was enough to annihilate a godly king grade force with a deep foundation. He could imagine what would happen if the treasures in his possession, such as the 5 divine elements, prominent divine weapons with artifact souls, and godly venerable grade cultivation methods, were exposed. For a moment, Duan Lingtian became even more cautious. This time, Wind City has welcomed many distinguished guests from the outside world. I, Zhou Yun, represent the Zhou clan and Wind City to welcome all distinguished guests. The voice of the Zhou clan's elder, Zhou Yun, who was in charge of this auction, rang out once again. At the same time, she, who was standing on the auction stage, swept her gaze across the few rooms upstairs. As she spoke, she revealed a respectful expression and bowed respectfully. I only hope that no matter which clan obtains the divine royal grade cultivation method, the other clans will not make a move in the Zhou clan's trading house or even in Wind City. As soon as Zhou Yun spoke, the atmosphere in the auction hall fell silent. Many of the people present were here to join in the fun. However, when they heard Zhou Yun's words, they could not help but feel chills running down their spines. No matter which godly king grade force obtained the divine royal grade cultivation method, the other godly king grade forces would not let it go so easily. At that time, if a fight broke out, it would be a disaster for them and the people of Wind City. Godly king grade forces. Even if there were only godly kings among the godly king grade forces, once they made a move, it would still be earth-shattering. Elder Zhou Yun, don't worry. At this time, a loud and dignified voice came from one of the rooms. Wind City does not only have your Zhou clan, but also my hidden fog academy. If anyone dares to make a move in Wind City, they will be trampling on the dignity of my hidden fog academy. I, Murong Suifeng, will not let them go. Murong Suifeng. This name wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian, because he'd heard of this name on more than one occasion since arriving at Skywind City. Murong Suifeng was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He was also one of the 2 vice-sect masters of the Hidden Fog sect. It was said that a long time ago, his cultivation had already stepped into the upper god king realm. Now, he might have already become a divine emperor. Of course, becoming a divine emperor was only a guess of outsiders. As for the truth, only Murong Suifeng himself and some of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect knew. Moreover, it was not so easy to break through to the divine emperor realm. With Dean Murong's words, I and the Zhou clan can rest assured. On the auction stage, hearing Murong Suifeng's words, Zhou Yun let out a sigh of relief. A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. At this time, the group of people in the auction venue also calmed down one by one. I didn't expect that even Dean Murong would come. Looks like we don't have to worry about someone daring to make a move at the auction, or even within Tianfeng City. Dean Murong actually came personally. Could it be that the Hidden Fog sect also wants that divine emperor level cultivation method? It's possible. Dean Murong might have come for that divine emperor level cultivation method. Not necessarily, right? Wind City can be said to be the Hidden Fog sect's territory. If the Hidden Fog sect really wants that divine emperor level cultivation method, the Zhou clan would definitely be willing to do them a favor, right? As many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, an old voice sounded out from another box. Murong Suifeng. Could it be that your Hidden Fog sect is also interested in that divine sovereign level cultivation method? And who are you? Murong Suifeng lightly asked. I am the 10,000 Demon sect's second elder, Han Ligong. The old voice continued to sound out. Never heard of you. Murong Suifeng lightly said. Moreover, you aren't qualified to speak to me. You. The 10,000 Demon sect's second elder, Han Ligong, was a tall and sturdy old man wearing a black robe. He had a head full of white hair. When he heard Murong Suifeng's words, he suddenly stood up from his seat. His body emitted a terrifying strength that instantly turned the tables and chairs in the room into dust. Beside him, 2 middle-aged men hurriedly retreated. They activated their methods to protect themselves. At the same time, they looked at Han Ligong with helpless expressions. This second elder's temper was still as bad as before. Second elder, you aren't his match. Finally, one of the middle-aged men took the initiative to warn him. I know, I don't need you to tell me. Han Ligong turned around and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, causing the latter to pale in fright. As for the other middle-aged man, he hurriedly ran out of the room. Second elder, I will have the Zhou clan arrange some new tables and chairs for us. The 10,000 Demons sect was also a divine emperor-level sect. They were equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect, and they had always been at odds with each other. And this was also the main reason why the Hidden Fog sect's vice-sect master, Murong Suifeng, spoke so rudely to the 10,000 Demon sect's second elder, Han Ligong. Since this person was from an enemy sect, why be polite? Chapter 36-25. The people in the auction hall weren't surprised that the 10,000 Demon sect's second elder Han Ligong had admitted defeat. After all, the two of them weren't on the same level. Although Han Ligong was also a higher god king, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary higher god king. In front of a veteran higher god king like Murong Suifeng, who might even have become a god emperor, there was simply no comparison. However, the appearance of someone from the 10,000 Demons sect here still surprised many people. The 10,000 Demons sect and the Hidden Fog sect have never been on good terms. They actually came to our Skywind city this time? To a certain extent, our Skywind city is a subordinate city of the Hidden Fog sect. Aren't the people from the 10,000 Demons sect afraid that they won't be able to return? That shouldn't be the case. Although the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect have some conflicts, they don't dare to rashly attack the people of the 10,000 Demons sect in public. Once they completely anger the 10,000 Demons sect, it won't be a good thing for the Hidden Fog sect. No matter what, it can be seen that the people from the 10,000 Demons sect are very interested in the God Emperor level cultivation method, the 6 God afterimage art. The conflict between the 10,000 Demons sect's second elder Han Ligong and the Hidden Fog sect's vice-sect master Murong Suifeng could only be considered a small interlude in today's Zhou family auction. As the Zhou family auction took out the first auction item, the entire auction hall's attention was drawn to it. Everyone, this is the first auction item of our Zhou family auction this time. On the auction stage, as the Zhou family's elder Zhou Yun spoke, everyone's attention fell on her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Yun took out a pill bottle from her storage ring. She laughed and said, "In this pill bottle, there are 3 divine pills. They are the first divine pill, second divine pill, and third divine pill. As everyone knows, these 3 divine pills don't have much of an effect when taken separately. They are no different from ordinary divine pills when it comes to assisting the cultivation of a god spirit. But, if they are taken together, they can have a miraculous effect. It's said that the more profound the technique one cultivates, the further one will be able to tap into the medicinal effects of these 3 divine pills. The emperor-level techniques of emperor-level sects can even allow a deity who has just stepped into the realm of lesser deity to break through to the realm of intermediate deity in one go by consuming these 3 divine pills. As for the legendary godly venerable level cultivation techniques, it's said that they can even allow intermediate deities to break through to the higher deity level in one go by consuming them. Even if they don't have the God Emperor level and God Venerable level techniques to rely on, a God Spirit level cultivator can still improve their cultivation by quite a bit after consuming these 3 divine pills. I can use these 3 divine pills myself, or I can buy them for my juniors. I think they'll be a great gift." The moment Zhou Yun opened her mouth to talk about the first auction item of the Zhou clan's auction, she spoke with fervor and assurance. By the end of her speech, the atmosphere in the auction hall had completely ignited. This was because the eyes of many gods and god kings had lit up. The success rate of refining any one of the Jia, Yi, and Bing divine pills is not high. It's not easy to gather all 3 types of divine pills. Other than godly emperor level forces, ordinary forces and even god king level forces would find it difficult to take out all 3 types of divine pills at the same time. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of all of you. The Jia, Yi, and Bing divine pills will be auctioned as a bundle. The starting bid is 3,000 taels of divine stones. Every bid must be at least 1,000 taels of divine stones. While many people's eyes were sparkling and they were ready to make a move, the Zhou clan's elder, Zhou Yun, who was in charge of the auction, finally began the first auction item of the Zhou clan's auction under the anticipation of the crowd. 3,000 taels of divine stones. Almost as soon as Zhou Yun finished speaking, Someone in the auction hall was the first to make a bid. The atmosphere of the Zhou clan's auction today was once again pushed to the peak. 4,000 taels of divine stones. Before Zhou Yun could even open her mouth, another voice rang out from another corner of the auction hall. It was crisp and clear. This time, after waiting for about a breath's time, another voice rang out in the auction hall. 5,000 taels of divine stones. 5,000 taels of divine stones. This price was more or less the same for the Jia, Yi, and Bing divine pills. After all, if an ordinary person consumed these 3 types of divine pills, even if they were a low-grade divine spirit, it would only speed up their cultivation. After all, not everyone would have an emperor god or godly venerable god cultivation technique to cultivate. This guest has bid 5,000 taels of divine stones. Is there anyone else who wants to make a bid? Zhou Yun asked loudly on the auction stage. Is there no one else who wants to make a bid? 5,000 taels of divine stones. Going once. Zhou Yun began to count down. If no one made a bid after she counted down to 3, the 3 types of divine pills would be auctioned off to the person who had bid 5,000 taels of divine stones. Are the people in the private rooms upstairs not going to make a bid? At this moment, many people had already turned their heads to look at the private rooms upstairs where only the windows could be seen. 6,000 taels of divine stones. Under the expectant gazes of the people who had turned their heads to look at the person in the private room, a voice that was full of vigor rang out. Many people in the auction hall recognized the voice when they heard it. It's the voice of the 4th master of the Chong family, Xianxia. It's the voice of the 4th master of the Chong family. The Chong family was one of the divine kings in Tianfeng City. It was as famous as the Zhou family. As for the 4th master of the Chong family, Xianxia, many people could recognize him just by his voice because he was in charge of managing the only restaurant in the Chong family's trading center. He often went in and out of restaurants, so many people knew him and were familiar with his voice. It seems like many people recognize my voice. Thank you for your kindness. This time, I hope that everyone can be magnanimous. I'm going to bid for the 3 divine pills for my useless youngest son. When the people in the auction hall recognized Xianxia, his voice rang out from the private room again. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Yun frowned and said in a deep voice, 4th Master Chong, are you trying to provoke the Zhou family? Isn't it against the rules of the auction to oppress others in public? Or perhaps, the Chong family's auction hall allows us to do so? Zhou Yun naturally did not want Xianxia to say such words. If someone were to bid against him, it would be tantamount to slapping his face and offending him. There were many people in the auction hall who were of higher status than Xianxia. However, none of them were interested in a pill like the 3 divine pills. Those who were interested in the pills would not want to offend Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had spoken, who would dare to bid against him? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was a god-king-level family clan, the Chong family, even Xianxia himself was a higher deity with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he was close to becoming a god-king-level higher deity. Moreover, the profundities that he had comprehended were something that few higher deities in the Chong family could compare to. Ha ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. Elder Zhou Yun, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of breaking the rules of the Zhou family's auction. It's just that I was pleasantly surprised that so many friends recognized me. That's why I said those words subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia shouted loudly, friends, let's pretend that I didn't say those words earlier. If any of you still want the 3 divine pills, you can continue to bid. I'm willing to compete fairly. As Xianxia shouted, his voice suddenly turned cold, chilling to the bone. Anyone with a good ear would be able to hear the threat contained within. After Xianxia finished speaking, he smiled and asked Zhou Yun, Elder Zhou Yun, are you satisfied now? You. Just as Zhou Yun's expression changed and her gaze turned cold, a young and powerful voice sounded from one of the private rooms. 7,000 taels. As soon as the voice sounded, the smile on the face of a middle-aged man in private room number 6 froze. He raised his hand and smashed the table in front of him. Who is it? How dare you not give me, Xianxia, any face? Of course, Xianxia lowered his voice when he spoke. Only the people in the private rooms could hear him. However, That pa sound was transmitted into the ears of everyone in the auction house. Master C, it's the person in private room number 9. An old man behind Xianxia took 2 steps forward and looked outside before he spoke to Xianxia in a deep voice. Private room number 9? A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Private room number 9 doesn't seem to be a private room for people from Divine Emperor forces, right? It's not. The people from the Deity Emperor level forces are in boxes 1 to 5. The old man spoke again. Good, very good. How dare you oppose me, Xianxia? A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes again. He softened his voice and bid again. 8,000 taels. This time, although Xianxia did not say any unnecessary words, his voice contained an even colder chill. His voice swept across the auction venue, causing some of the people with lower cultivations to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Looks like Master Xianxia is really angry. I wonder who's in private room number 9. Even if Master Xianxia wins the 3 divine pill with 8,000 taels of divine stones today, I'm afraid he won't let him go so easily. I really don't know what he's thinking. We already said that it's Master Xianxia, but he still dares to bid. The people in the auction house whispered to each other. Now, most of the people felt that the person in box number 9 would be tactful and stop bidding. After all, the consequences of bidding again would be very cruel. Moreover, if he bid again, 4th Master Tong would most likely not bid again. "8,000 taels of divine stones. This was a very high price for the 3 divine pill. Any higher and it would be considered a sky-high price. Just as everyone's gazes landed on box number 9, a voice rang out from within box number 9 once again. 10,000 taels. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in front of the window of private room number 9, calmly bid. He completely ignored the threat in Xianxia's voice. Chapter 36-26. Duan Lingtian had already heard of the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills back when he was in Mountain Overlook City. If the 3 divine pills were sold separately, each of them could be sold for 1,000 divine stones, which was already considered a sky-high price. However, if they were sold together, 3,000 divine stones was just the base price. Those who needed it were even willing to pay 4,000 or 5,000 divine stones. As for more divine stones, many people did not buy it not because they could not afford it, but because the price was too high and not worth it. However, to Duan Lingtian, the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills were the divine pills he desperately wanted. Once he consumed them, he would be able to break through to the intermediate deity stage and even advance to the higher deity stage after becoming an intermediate deity. After all, he cultivated the 1,000 transformations illusionary god technique that his master had imparted to him. He had already applied the 1,000 transformations illusionary god technique to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique and turned it into a godly venerable level technique. After consuming the 3 divine pill and cultivating a godly venerable level technique, one would be able to perfectly absorb the medicinal power of the 3 divine pill and improve one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. For this reason, let alone 10,000 divine stones, even if it was 20,000 divine stones or 30,000 divine stones, Duan Lingtian would still fork out. He was determined to get the 3 divine pill. Brother. In box number 9, when Duan Lingtian called out the bid of 10,000 divine stones, Duan Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside him and holding his arm, frowned and said, Brother, do you not believe little Yu's words? Although little Yu does not have the 3 divine pill with her now, she can get it from somewhere else. Brother, you don't have to compete with him. Let him have the 8,000 divine stones, said Duan Xiaoyu. It's fine. I don't lack divine stones. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not take it to heart. Earlier when he called out the bid of 7,000 divine stones, Duan Xiaoyu had already told him that she did not know he wanted the 3 divine pill. If she had known, she would have told him not to bid because she had a way to get the 3 divine pill at a cheaper price. She would definitely get it within 3 months. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't wait that long. It wasn't equal either. Of course, most importantly, he was not lacking in god stones. Right now, He had 190,000 godly stones. A few thousand godly stones were nothing to him. Moreover, he believed that as long as his strength increased, he would be able to obtain more god stones more efficiently. Everything was relative. At the same time in the auction house, the entire place fell into dead silence when Duan Ling Tian announced the price of 10,000 divine stones. Numerous gazes simultaneously landed on the window of booth number 9. Even the Zhou clan's elder, Zhou Yun, who was standing on the auction stage and hosting this auction, was no exception. However, she quickly regained her senses and said in a loud voice, "It seems like the guest in box number 9 is determined to get the 3 divinity pill. Now, the guest in box number 9 has bid 10,000 divine stones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yun should have started the countdown. However, when she glanced at box number 6 where Xianxia was, she could not help but ask with a smile, "Master Xianxia, are you going to increase the price? If you're not going to increase the price, I'll start the countdown." Although she was smiling, she did not hide the mockery in her tone at all. "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly in box number 6 when he heard the mockery in Zhou Yun's tone. However, he did not say anything. After all, the more he said, the more embarrassing it would be. Go and find out who's in box number 9. After Xianxia snorted coldly, he began to give orders to the people behind him. "Yes, Master Xianxia." The people behind him responded and left. At the same time, Zhou Yun began to count down in the auction house. After 3 counts, no one else made a bid. With that, the first item in the Zhou clan's auction was successfully obtained by Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw that he had obtained the item for only 10,000 divine stones, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. At the same time, Zhou Yun, who was outside, passed the pill bottle in her hand to a Zhou clan disciple who had walked up to the stage before she began the auction for the second item. "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a cultivation method. This cultivation method is a high god level cultivation method. I don't think I need to explain much about this cultivation method. Let me state its starting price. Its starting price is 5,000 divine stones. Now, interested guests may begin the auction. Same rules. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 divine stones. A high god level cultivation method could be cultivated to the level of a higher god as long as the cultivator's innate talent could keep up. It was considered a rare cultivation method in the area around Tianfeng City. Such a cultivation method could be borrowed from the businesses of the 3 great godly king-level clans in Tianfeng City to cultivate. However, the price to pay was not small. Currently, the Zhou clan's auction house was auctioning such a cultivation method. In other words, no matter who obtained this cultivation method, they could lend it to others and earn a lot of money. Moreover, they could earn a lot of money continuously. Of course, this would not work in Tianfeng City. However, if it was brought to a more remote place, it would be in short supply. Due to this reason, as soon as Zhou Yun finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 5,000 divine stones. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone else followed suit. 6,000 divine stones. 7,000 divine stones. 8,000 divine stones. Unlike the Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pills earlier, where the subsequent bids were slower, the price of this high god level cultivation method soon exceeded 10,000 divine stones. Moreover, it was still climbing. It only slowed down when it reached 14,000 divine stones. In the end, it was sold to someone at the price of 15,000 divine stones. The person who bought this cultivation method was someone sitting in the auction house, not someone sitting in the private room upstairs. In fact, the people sitting in the private room upstairs did not care for this cultivation method. Dong dong. As soon as the second auction item was sold, there was a knock on the door of private room number 9 that Duan Ling Tian was in. At the same time, a voice came from outside. Dear guest, I am from the Zhou clan's auction house. I am here to deliver the auction item. In the Zhou clan's auction house, the private room not only had the advantage of privacy, but it also allowed one to receive the auction item immediately. It was unlike the auction house, where the participants could only receive the item at the end. Come in. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, the door to the room was opened, and a middle-aged man with a medium build walked in with an exquisite plate in his hand. Besides a red cloth covering the plate, there was only a medicinal pill bottle on it. It was the pill bottle that Zhou Yun was holding. "Dear guest, please verify it. If there is no problem, you can pass the godstone to me directly," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he glanced at the old man who followed the middle-aged man in. After the old man entered, he seemed to be quietly following behind the middle-aged man. However, as soon as he entered, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he glanced at him, Duan Xiaoyu, and Yu Qiushuan. In the end, he changed his expression and followed behind the middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian took the pill bottle and opened it. Based on his memory of the 3 divine pills, after confirming that there was no problem with the item, he took out 10,000 god stones and gave them to the middle-aged man. "There is no problem with the item. Here are the god stones." "Thank you, dear guest." After the middle-aged man took the god stones, he respectfully stepped back. As for the old man, he also stepped back and left the private room. Then, the middle-aged man closed the door. When Duan Ling Tian put away the 3 divine pills, the middle-aged man led the old man through the long corridor and into a corner. At this time, the old man who was following behind the middle-aged man casually threw out some god stones. "Fourth Master Chong doesn't like people who gossip. I'm sure you've heard a lot about this. Pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your family's safety." The middle-aged man was not a member of the Zhou clan. He was only a member of a small clan under the Zhou clan. Due to his relationship with the Zhou clan, he was able to work in the Zhou clan's auction. Earlier, when he was on his way to the 9th private room with the auction item, he was stopped by someone who claimed to be 4th Master Chong's man. He said he wanted to follow him to the 9th private room to see who was inside. If he was unwilling to bring him in, he would make a move on his family. For the safety of his family, he could only compromise. "Don't worry, my lord. I'll keep this matter to myself." The middle-aged man took the god stones and said respectfully, "That's good." The old man nodded in satisfaction when he saw the middle-aged man taking the god stones. Then, he returned to the 6th private room. "Do you know who they are?" In the 6th private room, 4th Master Chong asked impatiently when he saw the old man return. "There are 3 unfamiliar faces. I've never seen them before," the old man said. Chong Si's eyes flashed coldly when he heard the old man's words. "They should be outsiders. If they're from Tianfeng City, other than the other God King clans and the Hidden Mist Academy, no one would have the guts to not give me face. Do you remember what they look like?" Chong Si asked the old man. "Yes." The old man nodded. "There's a young man in purple, a young girl, and a woman. However, 4th Master, these 3 don't look like ordinary people. I think it's best not to act rashly before we find out who they are. We don't want to provoke people we shouldn't provoke." The old man couldn't help but advise Chong Si. "I know what I'm doing." How could Chong Si not understand the old man's words? He was the 4th master of the Chong clan. How could he live well until now and even control the best restaurant under the Chong clan? How could he be a brainless person? In the auction hall, the auction items were taken out one by one and then taken away. During this process, Duan Ling Tian did not bid again. This was because the items that were auctioned during this period of time were things that he was not interested in and had no use to him. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.